Oh boy, guys, what am I missing today? What am I missing? Hello, hello. So we are starting late. I know we're approaching the end of the court day. We're starting earlier than I planned to start. The business strategy meeting we had, the CEO decided he was upset and ended the Zoom meeting on everybody. So I'm here a little bit early. So it's been a good time, good day. But what am I missing? You guys seem ready to go. We can do 1.25. And we will skip all the breaks. So this will not take us 9-10 hours to get through the whole court day. You could say things that were exciting, but let's keep the spoilers to a minimum because some people this is going to be a first watch, including myself. And I'm excited, you guys. Let's see what day 125 holds with some more Mounk Tounk, the 3-hour witness. Oh, and court audio isn't on yet. It's not me. Are they going to turn the sound on? There we go.
Well,
I understand the position of someone at the table, so I'll make you wrong.
okay.
Atkins looks stressed out. Where are his
Good morning,
friends?
everyone.
Good morning. How are you doing? How are you?
All right, was everybody able to get the transcripts that were forwarded by Ms. Winfrey and by Ms. Weaver?
Mr. Wade, I have your honor.
Okay,
Yes, Your Honor.
great. And I don't know if y'all got word, Ms. Love is a little bit delayed this morning. Mr. Atkins, are you able to point to where in the transcript supported Ms. Love's argument on
All those
that,
papers.
objection?
Your Honor, I am currently not able to point to exactly where in the transcript supports the state's argument. I will be working on finding that, Your Honor.
Okay, or can you maybe communicate with Ms. Love?
Yes, Your Honor.
We can normal speed when it gets good. You guys can call the shots on speed. Sometimes when they're filing into the courtroom, it's like slow.
I think it's part of this. I just want to continue my argument on my motion, that's all. But I assume it's within what you're doing.
What do you mean?
I assume it has to do with what you just asked, Mr. Atkins. So I think it's part of the same motion, but I have other statements that I'd like to make to the court. That the court to consider, that's all.
Okay.
I could do that now. I'm not trying to blindside Mr. Atkins, but if it helps, I'll do it now.
Look at his face. Put a 1 in the chat if you've watched the day so far. Put a 2 if you're watching this as like pretty much a first watch. Let's see what we got in audience.
Email that I guess y'all all got says she'll be here momentarily. Not quite sure what momentarily means. But.
Yeah, Your Honor, my latest update is they should be in the elevator as I'm
Okay.
speaking.
Well, then we'll just give them a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's a decent split.
And it's everybody that needs it or wants it have the Zoom link.
It's lunch in quotes.
What was that today, Your Honor?
Should in probably this morning. I think I can copy it and send it on that email that just got sent around if anybody needs it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I also be copied on that email?
Yeah, I'll just send it to everybody that's on the email from
Thank you, Your
on
Honor.
behalf of Ms. Love.
Now, what's interesting is this is a Monday start and only Atkins is ready to go. The cart makes an appearance.
I don't even honestly know who all these people are. Some of them might be DA's office people. Good morning, Miss Love.
Your Honor, I think that, one person, we can find out exactly who.
Y'all might be getting an email from Miss Persfield with the same Zoom link as well.
Is Miss Persifield back? I think she was duly missed by the entire courtroom. Okay, they just muted the court feed again. Oh, we got bright purple or lavender.
In court on election day this year. Wholly unrelated matter.
Okay.
Would you just consider possibly not holding court on election day this year?
I'll consider it.
Thank you. That's all I ask.
I can imagine polling places being pretty slow in Fulton
There are 2
County.
weeks of early voting. too.
I volunteer at the polls. I could find someone to sit in for me, obviously, so it's not a major issue, but
Okay.
I just wanted to put that out there.
I appreciate that, but considering all of the early voting opportunities, including weekend voting, I don't know that I'm gonna cancel court for a day. I really would like for us to move as expeditiously as possible through this case. I don't think we want to be here this time next year doing the same thing.
I'm never one to argue against that, Your Honor. Follow up on that?
Sure.
My office should have sent your honorable court an email about, I believe it's the same day, November 5 is election day. I was given the honor of arguing a case before the Honorable Supreme Court of Georgia at Georgia State University that morning. So I have to clear it with your honorable court, but I have to let the court know.
Okay. I'll let y'all know. I haven't seen that email yet, but I'm sure we'll get forwarded.
It was sent to Ms. Persifield, but we can, and Ms. Ross.
I'm sure that they'll send it on to me. You may.
Yeah.
Yes.
If I made a first report with, list of who we are on, you asked me the DAs.
Oh, that's fine. I just was sending out the Zoom link on the email that your, I guess, assistant had sent. It's fine. I don't need to know. I appreciate it though.
And thank you for the super, that ill kid Jay. I had a dream Jeffrey was a free. Woke up and said, yeah, that definitely would be a dream. I'm still just shocked that at least for the main count, everything with Donovan Thomas, there is, in my opinion, nothing close to beyond a reasonable doubt. And these witnesses so far are chipping away. And we've got to rely on Dennis and Gaither getting back up on the stand to salvage it.
Your Honor, I believe that we were awaiting a transcript, and if I got that this weekend, my apologies to the court because I was under the weather this weekend and I did not see the portion of the transcript that reflected exactly what it was that I said in response to a particular exhibit.
Okay, well, that is in the transcript that I think Miss Persifield forwarded on
Squeak!
Sunday afternoon. I can,
Thank you.
Wasn't that her one
Read it
homework
out.
task? To clarify what she said?
it's pretty close to what my memory of it was, actually.
I don't even think it's a big deal. But she said she was going to do it.
You say Your Honor, but there is a difference that matters. It's a distinction with a difference because what Mr. Steele was putting up is a picture of Defendant Williams with a young man whom evidence has come out did not associate with Defendant Williams after a particular time. So can you point the court and defense
This is
counsel
over the
to
year, right?
portions- And I know we don't have Detective Dennis's transcript yet, but we have the transcript from Mr. Donovan Sr. You should have gotten that forwarded from Ms. Weaver. Have you had an opportunity to look at it yet? Okay.
Yeah, because they really ended Friday on two notes. Brian Steele with when something was actually said, if it was like before January of 2015 or after. And then also Love referencing something that was evidence that may or may not have actually been evidence. Love is insisting that it was fine for her to say that. Steele was saying it was injecting testimony. So those were the two things I remember Love had as homework. And we're starting the day off with her already making excuses for not getting anything done this weekend. So, is anybody surprised? And shout out to Nick Starro. Good to see you. The Viking squad coming on in. Shout out to the NFL Vikings. That's my team. They took down the Giants yesterday. Yeah, so that's one of the arguments. So two homeworks. Two pieces of homework.
And while we are looking for more specific language, I just want to point out to
I
the
bet.
court that to the extent that the objection is made that there was a comment on the evidence or the evidence saying a particular thing, two things as it relates to what I said. I intentionally did not speak a particular name for multiple reasons. And I was particularly vague for multiple reasons. But the objection that I had was that Mr. Steele asserted through his language that that particular flyer was introduced in 2015, and that was put forth before the jury more than once.
Right.
And Mr. Sledge agreed with that. And Mr. Steele then put forth a flyer that he said would have chronologically come after that flyer that I had the objection to. And that flyer that he put up was one from December 2014. So this is not a circumstance where I testified. I alluded to, I made reference to something that I believe existed. I did not comment on, what that evidence was or make a comment on the evidence. But unlike a circumstance where a lawyer would say, that didn't happen to a question being asked, I simply said the evidence, there's been evidence. I didn't say what evidence. I didn't comment on a particular piece of evidence. And so in as much as my statement to the court was intended to orient the court and to apprise the court of why I was making the objection without speaking too much about it, I would ask the court to overrule Mr. Steele's objection to my objection and deny any motion that he made as a result of it. But we are still at the court's direction looking for the language that led us to be where led me to make the statement that I made.
And Mr. Steele, looking back, and when we were talking about it Friday, you said you weren't sure that you had said 2015, but looking back on page 10 before the objection by Ms. Love, you do say you're not to say, but you're asking, is that 2015? And the witness agrees. And apparently everybody knew it was 2014. So.
May I speak?
Sure.
So I agree. I misspoke. I did not do it intentionally, but that's for the court to determine. And Ms. Love, I hope you feel that.
Thank you, sir.
My issue goes to three things, really. And the reason, and thank you for allowing me not to ask the jurors to be removed. I don't remember the time, but it was close to 5, and I just didn't think it was appropriate.
Sure.
But I appreciate you allowing that to happen and that it's still preserved. My issue, though, is this. I definitely misspoke. I watched the Law and Order or whatever, Law and Crime, and then I got the transcript later.
So he
I
did the
apologize.
homework.
All that has to be said is, where's the date on it? Ms. Love said that, or are you certain, or do it on redirect? And then I corrected it because I said this is in date order. And then I went back to the next flyer. Is it the same band, same group performing? And it's December 31, 2014 going into January 1, 2015. I wanted to correct it. I didn't realize at the time I said 15. It just
I wasn't focused properly, I guess. But for a lawyer to then say, and the evidence has shown, that was my issue.
Yeah, I understand what your motion addresses.
And this is easy to figure out because I can't get these Twitters anymore. They're gone. They won't. I tried to subpoena them. I can't get them. But the state, through Agent Racy, he's a Cobb County, he's now with ATF, but he was with Cobb County. He got I don't know why, but just a certain amount of time from middle of 2014 to the middle of 2015. Got a year. All these are dated. The reason that these aren't dated I put in is because previously the state had an objection to any writing on it. But everybody has the date. It was December 26, 2014. And December 31 going into January 1, 2014-15. But my problem is we can't be making any lawyer what the evidence is until a closing argument, and the evidence is not closed yet. So that's my big problem. And I will say this. The state gave us an email. If they don't remember it, I could put in evidence for it, just for the record, on Friday, August 9th, 2024, at 5:22 p.m. Your Honorable Court is CC through the Honorable Ms. Persifield, and it gives the list of people who are going to be testifying. That's wrong. That's the wrong date. I gave the wrong date. I'm looking at the wrong date. I'm sorry. This was given the way it used to happen. I don't know if it still is, but Ms. Hilton would give a list every Friday to the media and then to us of who the next witnesses are, and certain witnesses, for whatever reason, couldn't be shown.
Right.
So they were undercover agent or something like that. And then there were objections there too. But on the media list of 5/10/24, so it's May 10, 2024, the state had Detective Racy, which is RAISSI, by the way. He's now Agent Racy. And then followed by this performer, Mr. Lamar. His first name is DEQUANTES. And he goes by Rich Homie Kwan. And that came to everyone via email from Ms. Hilton. That's May 2024. So my point is, the state had him on a short list. They didn't call him. They don't have to call witnesses. I get that. So I was going to call him. He's already under subpoena. And I assume the state knows this because they didn't call him. But on March 23rd, 2015, Mr. Lamar, or Rich Homie Kwan, and this is all public, he said, I'm still affiliated with Rich Gang, with them. We're talking about Rich Gang. In an interview, that was with Thesis, THISIS 50. In an interview with ESPN on April 20th, 2015. And 2015 is right after the January 2015 death of Mr. Thomas. Mr. Lamar reaffirms that Mr. Williams will always be his, and I'm quoting it, brother. And with Vlad, VLAD TV, Mr. Lamar talks about Mr. Williams on April 21, 2015, wishing Mr. Williams the best. In an interview, he states that he and Jeffrey have no, or excuse me, Mr. Williams have no, quote, bad blood. That's May 16, 2022. September 18, 2022. He talks about that they get along. In an interview with Cam Newton, August 15, 2022. He details how he's a fan of Mr. Williams' work even before they met, and he emphasizes that he and Mr. Williams never had a problem. And it goes on. He has other interviews here. The point I'm trying to make is I contest that there was this supposed eruption and they don't get along. So the state put up Mr. Donovan Thomas Sr., they said last week to this honorable court, to make this claim. They don't put up the actual people involved. And I'm going to put up, if I need to, I know I don't have to put up a case, but if I need to, I'm going to put up people who observed the two of them together. The people who interviewed him, I know I'm going to get objections to hearsay, but the point I'm trying to make is to say that I said the wrong date doesn't need this additional. That falls on the exact same platform as with the same witness last week. District Attorney Love read a plea colloquy in an unrelated Alford plea. I don't know how that happened. That's from Mr. Sledge. And then I believe, and it's not a violation because I try to speak with every witness. If they won't speak, that's fine. But at that June 9th, 2024 meeting at Starbucks in Fayetteville, there was clearly Brady evidence. Now, some of it was given to us. The Brady evidence that was given was what I originally said. It was August 9, 2024.
So, Your Honor, if we could deal with one issue at a time, I don't have any problem addressing each of them. I would ask the court's indulgence to allow me to address each one in turn because I've heard about 4 so far, and we're on to Brady evidence at Mr. Sledge's interview, which is entirely different than the exhibit Mr. Steele put up. that we were addressing.
All right, well, we were trying to give you time to find the portion of the testimony. to
Exactly.
Support what you said on Friday, I think, Mr. Steele.
And at least his different issues
outlining
don't blur
what his
together.
Other issues are going to be.
Because I'm going to have to address each of those, and I do have a response to each of those, I was trying to listen and to take note.
All right, we have two other people sitting at council table with you. I'm sure they're equally capable of running a word search and a transcript. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
It's just that, at this meeting, it comes out that Jeffrey Williams is with Mr. Donovan Thomas days before he's killed, according to Mr. Sledge. I have other evidence that puts them together, but that's the contested part. It's not really Rich Homie Quan, it's Mr. Thomas, Donovan Thomas. And what the state's trying to say is that for the court certification, I believe this is what they're saying. Mr. Thomas is trying to be the manager of Rich Homie Quan. Mr. Thomas doesn't want Rich Homie Quan to sign with a man named Mr. Brian Williams, who's Birdman. Jeffrey Williams is not signed with Brian Williams, Birdman. And somehow Jeffrey Williams doesn't like the fact that Donovan Thomas won't let Rich Homie Quan sign with an independent person. So Jeffrey Williams hasn't killed. The jurors may adopt that. But when Mr. Sledge tells District Attorney Love on June 9, 2024, that Jeffrey Williams and Donovan Thomas were outside, and I thought it was TIG, but TI's studio, he's a performer he's a wonderful performer named Clifford Harris in Atlanta. And they're having a good time. That's Brady evidence. And I never got that. Now I did get it. I don't want to, there's no violation. I'm making it clear. I got it from Mr. Sledge and Mr. Wright. But we should have gotten it from the DA as well, because they didn't know. I assume they didn't know that I got it from other people. And I don't think Mr. Matthews got it. I didn't share it with him anyway. So that's Brady evidence for him too, because it's part of the state's case. Those are my issues. It's just, that's one witness last week. And it's the objection, it's the Brady, and it's the reading of a transcript. It's just a lot to deal with. And that's it. My objection, I asked for a mistrial. I'm God willing honest with everyone, but I don't want a mistrial. But
Do
I
we
don't know
need a
what to
mistrial
do.
counter too?
So those
Okay.
are my issues.
All right, thank you.
And I do apologize for misspeaking, and hopefully I cleared it up.
I mean, it happens. I don't find any purposeful action on your part in saying the wrong year. But
Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I apologize to the court in advance. My voice is a little lacking today, but as we are bringing up
Good.
things.
Don't
and patterns,
apologize.
I want to bring to the court's attention a couple of things that the court would not have knowledge of as the court.
Okay, so we need a little explanation. So they're really doing some housekeeping issues here. And we just heard, well, first we really started with Love saying she still needs to get clear on the things she was supposed to look at over the weekend. And then Brian Steele got up there and clarified that for her, moved on to another issue. And then Love decided, hey, you know what? I hear that we're talking about distinguished things. You're talking about one issue and then issue two. I have a problem with that. Well, on one hand, she probably has a problem with that because her way of talking is word salading. So it must be new for her to see someone lay out things that you can distinctly tell are separate issues all at once. But really, we heard something really critical from Brian Steele there. He's acknowledging, hey, this isn't really a Brady disclosure issue because now I know about it. I heard about it through other means. My problem personally is that it was not disclosed by the state and it should have been. That young thug, Jeffrey Williams, was on good terms with both Donovan Thomas and Rich Homie Quan, which is contradictory to the state's theory that there was a motive for the unaliving of Donovan Thomas because young thug had an ongoing beef with Donovan Thomas. Because, there were issues over where Rich Homie Quan was going to be signed. Well, doesn't seem like that was an issue at all. It's probably a bigger issue now that Rich Homie Quan can't be called to testify to himself because he's now passed away. But secondly, he makes a really great point that the other defense attorneys don't know. I found out because I scheduled my own Zoom call and Mounk Tounk and his attorney, Mr. Wright, were willing to agree to it. So that's how I found out. I think the third issue here that's unspoken by Brian Steele is we heard a bit of issue on Friday where Love found out that Brian Steele, Mounk Tounk, and Mr. Wright, attorney Wright, had a Zoom meeting about an hour after their Zoom meeting their meeting at the Starbucks. And Love suddenly was on a mission for some get back against attorney Wright. We want to subpoena him. We want to question him. We want to clear what I said because I never said that I'd prefer the jury didn't hear this information to Antonio Sledge. So I think a lot of what we're setting the stage to see today is love freak out about this disclosure issue while also being probably pissed off at Attorney Wright. So that's kind of the little arguments that just happened. We're about to watch Love's counter argument. We'll get back into it. Remember, guys, we're going to be skipping the breaks, so we'll be getting caught up. Well, not caught up, but we won't be taking 10 hours to do this. But if you guys ever want to stop and pause, let me know. We can unravel what just happened. Also, thank you to Jaha Lewis. If you are still looking for the language, what are you speaking about exactly? We're going to see if she even found the language. We're going to see. Thank you so much for your super chat. And everybody drop a WWW in the chat for what, why, and who's gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Now let's hear the word salad.
Could not have been present when it occurred. I've read the portion of the transcript where I said, as it relates to a young man in the picture, I believe evidence has come out that, and I want to read it exactly as I said.
Well, I mean, I already read it out once.
Mr. Steele was putting up is a picture of defendant Williams with a young man whom evidence has come out did not associate with defendant Williams after a particular time. So there have been instances during this trial with other witnesses, much like the way that Mr. Steele is alluding to instances that the state has brought up. I'm bringing this up for a reason, if the court would give me indulgence, where the state has asked a witness a question. For instance, did Mr. Steele ask you to, did Mr. Steele stop the recording while you were talking? And Mr. Steele literally verbally stood up and said, that didn't happen. That did not happen. See right there. And so giving testimony during trial, I did make an objection to that. That was addressed. That, in my estimation, is wholly different. And that is the kind of thing that it would appear Mr. Steele is sort of alluding to the state having done now, and it's not. I did not state anything about the weight of the evidence. I said vaguely as I could, I believe this has come out. The jury will know. My objection was intended to inform the court as to why I made that objection. I will point the court's attention, since Mr. Steele has brought up these interviews he's talking about, to the discovery we did provide.
You know what? He admits there's not a violation. So have you found the portion of the transcript that you say supports your assertion that evidence has come out that whatever?
Since I didn't name a person.
I understand, but then you said to me afterwards, outside the presence of the jury, I've got a basis for saying that.
And I did.
Okay.
During the examination of Donovan Thomas Sr. by Ms. Hilton, she asked whether or not Mr. Thomas Sr. ever saw this person, this gentleman that I was referring to, and defendant Williams perform again after December 2014.
Okay.
He said no. That was the evidence. That is the reason that I said that evidence has come out that these people didn't associate after a particular time. I intentionally did not want to speak on 2015, 2014, but I can state in my place that unlike interviews and all of that, we've had interviews by people other than counsel in the courtroom. We've actually had interviews where we have had investigators told that after the murder of Donovan Thomas, that this gentleman and defendant Williams did not speak again, period. After they saw each other in Miami following the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., a question was asked, where is Woody? Defendant Williams told this person, Woody was in Atlanta. This person looked over and saw Woody on a turntable or something in that same club, and this person walked away and did not say another word to him afterwards. The point that I'm making is that when I see an assertion by counsel that there has been something, a concert by the two of them in December 2015, and the statement wasn't made, it's a leading question, so it's essentially a statement wasn't made once, it was made more than once. And then the witness
You can lead on
adopted it and
cross.
said, yeah, it was in 2015.
All right. So
I don't know
I
any
think
other
I
way to
see the
correct
portion of the transcript that you might be referencing. It is on page 45 of the rough of Mr. Donovan Thomas Sr.'s testimony. There's a question about a video shoot and Birdman. After this video shoot, to your knowledge, did your son ever promote anything dealing with Jeffrey Williams? the answer
she clean
after
it
the
up on
Fulton industrial
redirect?
video shoot? No. Is that what you're talking about? Or is it something else?
think it was
Because it would
more
be nice if
specific.
y'all could point me to the part of the transcript. But you know what? Regardless, I think that the issue and the reason that Mr. Steele made the motion is because you said in front of the jury, and I hear you saying, Mr. Steele did the same thing, which honestly, y'all, neither of you, that if it is improper, the fact that the other person is doing it doesn't make it less improper. Two wrongs don't make a right. Y'all are familiar with that. But I understand that you were trying to correct the misstatement about the date and essentially say, you know, it's not possible. The better way to have done that would probably have been to say,
Redirect.
can we approach and call to Mr. Steele and the court's attention why it is that what he was saying about 2015 wasn't possible. So I don't think that it is anything that is serious enough to warrant a mistrial. But for both of y'all, for everybody, if something like that comes out and you think for whatever reason that something is getting misstated by the attorney, just ask to approach and we'll deal with it up at the bench. Okay.
Your Honor, there is a,
Can I get everybody's okay on that?
absolutely.
All right, great. Go ahead.
Thank you. There is an issue that I have experienced. I have made an objection, and when I hear an objection, if the objection is made to my question, I pause.
Yeah.
But that does not happen. And so if when I object, a person continues to talk and improper information is being put before the jury, I don't know what else to do.
Okay, I'll address that. So I noticed that as well. Everybody, when you hear the word objection, stop talking and let me hear what the objection is. And then sometimes I will still need to hear the entirety of the question because I won't know whether the objection is meritorious or not because I'll need to hear the rest of the question, but not always. So just stop what you're saying. Let me hear the objection. And then if I need you to tell me the whole rest of the question or whatever it was you were saying, I will let you know that, and then you can, and then I'll make a ruling. Can we operate like that from now on as well? Great. Okay. We ready for the jury now?
Okay.
You need a minute? Yeah. Okay.
Is
Sure.
Love
We'll
stuck
take
on
this
that date issue because
Yes,
of Brian
just-
Steele
I mean, we're
demolishing the
early
snitching
on, but
video
does
date?
Anybody else need to step out? Do we need, like, with regard to the defendants? Yes? Okay. Everybody go to the bathroom. Come back, let's get going.
All right, so we're going to be skipping breaks. And thank you so much, Chloe Albert's Revenge. Always love talking about the Rush trial and Judge Summers. Chloe says Baldwin deja vu. It doesn't matter if they find out another way. There is a duty to hand over the information. When they don't, that's the problem. Brady. And I do think the problem is a lot of judges will just say, well, you have it now. I think Judge Summers took a commendable approach and kind of laying down some type of barrier that says, look, we're not going to tolerate Brady disclosure issues. We're just not going to do it. And I think that was much needed in this climate where judges consistently casually say things aren't Brady issues because now you know it. You found out on your own, now you know it. It's not a problem. Because the issue is really the disclosure by the state. They have a duty to disclose. So shout out to Judge Summers for that. And then where do we... Probably right around here. Yeah, a lot of time skipped forward already. I'm saying it's cold. Okay, where's this jury? And Esquire, thank you so much. Esquire has been busy with court all day. Shout out to you, Mr.
All right, thank you
Esquire.
very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope y'all all had
So I'm late to the party. Greetings to the Honorable Cat, Mods, and chat. I hope I didn't miss all the fireworks between Steele and Love. No, we're right in the beginning. We just watched some bad arguing from Love. So here we go.
very nice weekend. Mr. Steele, I believe you were finishing up your examination of this witness.
Your Honor, may I approach Mr. Sledge?
You may.
Mr. Sledge, may I approach you?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what I've marked as Mr. Williams or JW 255. If you take a peek at this for me, tell me whether you recognize that item.
What did I just do? Hold on. Lost the screen. All right. There we go.
Yes.
And is it in the same condition as you've seen it prior to, 2024, 2023, going back? Is it the same condition?
Yes.
Any alterations or changes to it that you can tell?
No, not allowed to see.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams 255.
It's admitted.
May Mr. Kokomo display it, Your Honor?
Yes.
It should come up on your screen, but it should be the same exact thing. You could check it. That's in front of you, okay?
Yes.
And if Mr. Kokomo can blow that up at all, and if not, that's fine. So this is exhibit number at the very top, Mr. Kokomo, if you just show, you see where it says exhibit or EXH number JW, Jeffrey Williams 253? I believe it's
2014.
255, though. Let me see if I can.
Shout out to Christine Covey, a member
You
for
see
a
at the very
month.
top 255?
Yes.
Okay. And then if Mr. Kokomo can
Here, let me
center
hide
so all the
this.
words can be seen on the actual writing.
So this is
Do you
basically the quote
recognize
from that
this
17-second
as a,
video.
social media posting, and do you see the date?
Yes.
And it's from DMAC, got me to TOO, banging at DMAC to banging. You see it says December 27, 2014.
Yes.
And does it read then, and I'm changing it just because that's how I am, A-N, lie to their mama, brother, sister, and kids, but get to the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth, 3 question marks. I don't get it. And then hyphen at Young Thug. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, did I read that fairly accurate? I know it wasn't perfectly accurate, but fairly accurate.
Yes.
All right. And is that similar to what has been marked and played in states number 447Y, where you started out with, I'm going to, and this may not be exact quote, but something like, I'm going to swear to tell the truth. I'm going to lie on God. You remember that?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell the jurors what it means, if you know, when it says at the end of it, the hyphen at Young Thug?
Before it,
Can you,
don't-
can you explain that to the jury?
I don't get it.
Yeah, right after that.
At Young Thug Thug. I'm a Young Thug. I'm sorry.
Yes. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know? And if you don't know, just say, I'm not sure. Do you know what that means?
No, I don't
That's
know
fine.
exactly what it means.
Okay. And this one goes back, if you remember, if you don't, we can show it to you. But do you remember what the state used on January 26, 2015, said repost? You remember that?
The repost whiz.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then you showed the jury the January 4th, 2015 video, same video, Jeffrey Williams. Remember that?
Yes.
And this one is approximately a week before January 4th, 2015, right?
Yes.
December 27, 2014.
Yes.
And prior to this, prior to 2014 and 2013, 12, going back, have you heard the same type of statement?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, did anyone from the police department or the district attorney's office, and I'm saying after you entered a plea, so this is December 28th, 2022, okay?
Yes.
After that, so coming forward,
Yes.
did anyone from the district attorney's office or one of their teammates, police, whomever, did they ever ask you?
Objection. Relevance as to what anyone else ever asked this witness. If Mr. Steele wants to ask something, he can.
That's the relevance.
Ask about the evidence of the reposting? They showed the gentleman the evidence?
Your Honor, my
Know if
objection.
anybody, I want to know if anybody ever went over with him that it's a repost?
Your Honor,
Sustained.
Did, at your meeting, we'll just do it on June 9th, 2024, at the Fayetteville Starbucks?
Yes.
Did District Attorney Love ever ask you
Objection.
about,
objection.
Objection.
Yes.
Sustained.
did State's Exhibit number 447Y, the repost, January 26, 2015, was that ever discussed with you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Where it says on the January 4th, 2015 video, and if you need to see it, I'll show it to you. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Where you read to the jurors that Mr. Martinez or Duke said it first?
Yes.
Remember that? Okay. Did you ever explain to anyone about Mr.
Objection,
Martinez
Your Honor.
saying
That
it
would be
first?
hearsay.
He's right here.
Explaining outside the court, it would be relevance and objection.
Sustained.
Now, District Attorney Love asked you on your direct examination why you didn't go to the police on the morning of January 11, 2015, when you dropped off Mr. Copeland at the City of Atlanta Police Department homicide. Do you remember that question?
Yes,
All right. And you were aware that the police called Mr. Copeland
yes,
that night, and then Mr. Copeland went down to see the police, right?
yes,
Did the police call you and tell you that you were the prime suspect?
No.
Objection to the compound question.
Overruled.
no,
You were asked questions about the music company or business YSL, direct deposits. You remember that, working for them,
yes,
working for Mr. Williams? You remember all those questions?
yes,
All right. Do you personally know, do you personally observe, does that music business have lawyers working for them? If you know, if you don't know, just say I don't know.
I don't know.
All right. Do they have accountants?
Yes, I think they have accountants though. I know that.
How about managers?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, vague as to managers.
Overruled.
Yes,
Now, you were asked a lot of questions also about what you explained to the jury, that anybody can claim YSL. Do you remember all those questions?
yes,
There was no beating in, there was no initiation fee. Remember those type of issues?
no, never have. Then you never have to get beat in or however.
Somebody could just say I'm with YSL.
Right.
By doing that, does that mean that they're with the record company YSL?
Objection, vague by doing that. I don't know.
Overruled.
Now, you mentioned yesterday meeting with Jeffrey and Mr. Brian Birdman Williams and yourself and Mr. Donovan Thomas and others, I'm not excluding others, shortly before, God forbid, Mr. Thomas was, days before he was killed on January 10, 2015 at TI Studios. You remember that testimony?
Yes,
Is TI the performer TI that you're talking about?
yes.
Do you know his real name?
Some Harris. That's all I know. I know his last name Harris.
Mr. Harris?
Yes,
And is he a phenomenal, well-known, accomplished artist?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked about the definition of snitching. Do you remember that?
I don't remember asking me that.
All right. Do you remember saying in the video 447Y snitching, and I'm not going to say, but BIT blank 8?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury what snitching means.
To me, my definition of snitching is another person lying on another person.
Now,
Different than Woody's definition.
on from December 28, 2022, I'm using that date because that's the date that you were released from custody on this case.
Thank you.
That's the
Yeah.
date of your guilty plea, okay?
Yes,
All the way through today, but including Sunday, June 9th, 2024, when you met at the Fayetteville Starbucks,
yes,
the district attorney and your lawyer and the investigator. Did anybody go over with you what's been gone over with you in court, the plea agreement?
no,
You told the jury that Jeffrey idolized or idolizes Lil Wayne or Mr. Dwayne Carter. Do you remember that testimony?
yes,
Did you ever hear, are you familiar with Lil Wayne's work? His music, his
yeah, I'm familiar with his music.
Have you ever heard him use the word slime, the term slime?
Yes,
Was that before you ever heard anyone say it, or was it after?
I hadn't heard it said before, but he's like one of the first artists I heard say.
He being who?
Lil Wayne.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have any other questions.
All right, Ms. Weinstein, you had brief cross.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I thought Weinstein said he didn't have cross when they
Good morning, Mr.
inquired on
Sledge.
Good
Friday.
morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein, and I'm Diamante Kendrick's attorney.
Yes,
May I approach you and show you something?
yes,
Thank you.
Shout out to Dante for becoming a member. I'm shocked you weren't one when you gifted a bunch. Thank you so much, Dante.
I'd like you to just take a look at this video.
Do you recognize the action that was performed by that player in that video?
yes, Tyrone here,
testimony about it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Excuse me,
Tyreek
do you
Hill?
recognize that
Yes,
player?
yes,
Do you recognize the action that he performed?
yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm moving to admit Kendrick 1.
I object on the basis of relevance and foundation, and if we need to approach so that Mr. Weinstein can show the court what it
Well,
is.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean
Check out
the
our-
foundation.
Okay.
I would say foundation. You know, Weinstein didn't really like ask true foundation questions about the like where the video would have come from or if Mounk Tounk is aware of the specifics. It was just kind of like, do you recognize the motion and who the person is? So relevance, it should be relevant if the state is arguing about the nose thing. So this was a video of Tyreek Hill yesterday during, NFL Sunday. Tyreek Hill, his nickname's Cheetah, so he said something cheetah, slat, and did the nose thing. And I don't know how long the sidebar is. But yeah, I can picture it being sustained until he lays more foundation, but it seems relevant to me, but maybe am I crazy though? Didn't Doug say he didn't have cross-examination? And maybe he's wanting to do cross now that this new footage just came out. I thought they polled everyone and really nobody else had cross after Steele. And then shout out to Brian. Thank you, Brian Bradshaw. I think Love has a recorder/transmitter on. Maybe explains microphone distortion. No, we like thinking that it's just rejecting her aura. And panty bulge in the Pepto suit. And I did notice a little bit Atkins when he was alone in the court, when he was about to sit down. It seemed like something funky was going on, but I don't know why they would do that. Because people can sit in another room and still hear what's going on in the courtroom. They have like a media pool room, I think. But thank you so much. And we could skip through this. To me, this is kind of a long sidebar for that little video. How long are we up here for? All right, there we go.
Sustain on the foundation, but you can see if you can lay further foundation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Heck yeah, guys, if you want to hit that like button.
Mr.
That'd be
Sledge, I have a
great.
few more questions about that video that I showed you.
Yes,
Have you seen that video of that player before?
I know who the player are.
Have you seen him doing this particular thing? Have you seen that clip before that I showed you?
I don't recall seeing the clip, but I just seen it when you just showed it to me.
Did you watch the game yesterday?
No foundation.
I didn't watch Miami game yesterday.
Okay, I'll move on.
All right,
I'm going to show you something else, all right?
Yes,
May I approach?
you may.
You see this photograph?
yes.
Have you seen that photograph before?
No, not to today.
Okay. And I will not be asking you questions about that photograph.
Right.
December 28th, 2022, going back to that date, where did you wake up in the morning?
At Fulton County Jail.
And where did you wake up on January 1st, 2023, New Year's Day,
And at home.
at your home,
Yes,
in your own bed?
yes,
And you signed that plea deal that we've already talked about.
yes,
And you initialed all those statements that were made in there, right?
yes,
And you would have initialed anything to get out of jail on that day, correct?
yes.
If they would have asked you if you could say that YSL did
Objection
not kill
calls for
Tupac.
speculation.
What's the question?
If they had asked you,
Objection
If
to,
you-
if they had asked you, just nothing else beyond that, Your Honor, because it's speculation.
Sustained.
but again, you signed and initialed all of that, and you would have signed and initialed anything to get out of Wright
Just
Street,
asked.
correct?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
No more questions.
All right. I think nobody else had cross. Is that right? Is that still the case? Okay. All right. Is there a redirect?
There is, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh gosh. So will this be long? Cross wasn't that long. Because Cross started after lunch on Friday, right? Yeah, we really only had, we had like 30 minutes. Less than 30 minutes
Mr. Sledge,
of
you
Cross
were
this
asked quite a
morning.
few things by Mr. Steele on Friday regarding what was and what was not asked of you at the time that you entered your plea agreement with the state. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Imagine if the defense objected and said vague every time she says plea agreement to make her acknowledge that she tried to read that 2017 into the
Your
record.
Honor, just to satisfy the rule of completeness, the state tenders States Exhibit 444Y, the entire plea agreement, or States 1AS, which was admitted for a different purpose at a
All
different
right.
time.
Any objection? Okay.
Your Honor, I would object to further commentary unless we need to approach. I'm tendering the exhibit.
I understand. He's not commenting. He's stating what his objection is because I asked him to. I think we might need to approach to resolve it though.
Oh my goodness, already. Already. Oh, and Mounk Tounk's going to talk to his lawyer? All right. That was notable. Shout out to Law and Crime for panning the camera. All right, so we got another sidebar already. Maybe we should have done a sidebar counter today. We're pretty close to the squeak counter being tied up. And shout out to Steph JK, awesome mod, and also thank you for the support. Hit that like button, you guys. It is free 99, right? No pecuniary interest with this gang initiation. You just got to hit the like button. So let's see. Maybe this will be a quick one. Sometimes I'm stunned at the length of these sidebars. Yeah, and it is 1.25 speed, you guys, just so you know. Oh yeah, the total sidebar. The sidebar. Shout out to Nick. 245 sidebars.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sledge, on cross-examination just now, I believe it was by Mr. Weinstein. Forgive me if it was by someone else. Where you
just
asked the
went.
question whether anyone ever went over the plea agreement with you between December 28, 2022, when you signed the document that is States 444Y and States 1AS, and today. Were you asked that question on cross-examination by either Mr. Steele or Mr. Weinstein?
I don't know. I don't think Mr. Steele asked me that. He asked me something about June the 9th. So I don't know if Weinstein just asked me that question either.
All right. Did Mr. Steele ask you on cross-examination whether anyone went over that document that you signed on December 28, 2022 with you at the June 2024, I believe it was, meeting between you, your attorney, investigator Lancico, and me in Fayette County? Did Mr. Steele ask you that?
I think that was the question was.
And was your answer no?
Yeah,
No,
no, yes.
At that point, had the document already been signed in its entirety? Had you already signed everything you
Oh,
needed to
yes,
sign?
yes.
On cross-examination last week, you were asked about hiring an attorney for the purposes of this case. And let me actually back up and ask you this. You were asked a few questions about what was going on at the time that you signed this plea agreement on December 28th, 2022. Do you recall that?
Yes,
All right. Do you recall being in a courtroom here in Fulton County on the date that you signed that plea agreement on December 28th, 2022?
I don't think I was in the courtroom. I think I was in the tank in the back when I signed.
Okay. Were you in a courtroom when you acknowledged under oath that everything that you signed was true?
Yes,
Did Mr. Steele, Mr. Schardt, or any of your other friends' attorneys ask you on cross-examination?
Sustained.
Okay. Did you tell the jury that you loved Mr. Stillwell, you loved Shannon?
yes,
Did you tell the jury that you loved Defendant Williams?
yes,
And Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Schardt and Mr. Williams, they represent people that you love, correct?
yes,
All right. So on cross-examination by lawyers for one of the people that you love in this courtroom, were you asked about your conditions prior to signing the plea agreement that you signed on December 28th, 2022?
could you repeat that?
Yes. On cross-examination last week, do you recall being asked about conditions you endured before signing the plea agreement that you signed on December 28th, 2022?
Yes,
Do you recall being asked if you felt pressure to sign that plea agreement?
yes, I think so.
Do you recall being asked whether you felt intimidated to sign that plea agreement?
I don't recall that one.
I'll ask you, were you intimidated by the state into signing that plea agreement?
Was I intimidated?
Were you intimidated?
I wouldn't say I was intimidated. I was basically like, I just feel like it was forced on me at the time. I wasn't intimidated by it.
It was forced on you. We're going to come back to that word force, okay?
Yeah.
Do you recall on direct examination when I was asking you questions, do you recall you first mentioning something about the fact that your mom, unfortunately, had become ill? Do you remember that?
Yes,
Do you recall telling me not to speak on her?
I said I didn't want to talk about her.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you about her multiple times?
Yes,
Did you have any problem with him talking about her?
no, because me and my lawyer discussed, don't even get frustrated about it.
So is your testimony that you didn't mind Mr. Steele talking about it because you had a conversation with your lawyer about that?
Yes, he just told me to stay focused and
Okay, all right.
even with you, he just said, stay focused and answer the questions.
And tell the truth?
Yes,
All right. When you say you felt forced, would you please tell the jury who it was that forced you to sign, or who you felt forced you, if anyone in particular, to sign anything on December 28, 2022?
Why would you ask that?
I'd say the state, because when I addressed it and tried to change situations, they wouldn't change them, so.
And it's still your testimony, is it still your testimony that there were things that you wanted changed that you did not get changed? Is that still your testimony?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Could you repeat it?
Is it still your testimony that there were things you wanted changed in this plea agreement that you did not get changed?
Yes. Y'all know. Can I talk to my lawyer right there?
You may.
Or no? I don't want-
Okay.
All right, let's just take a recess.
That's like the fourth or fifth time he's asked in front of the jury in the middle of questioning explicitly to speak to his lawyer. So I don't, why would Love ask that? Who forced you? I saw you guys say sticks and carrots in the chat. I don't think Love knows how to use carrots. I hear her using this softer voice. It's clearly not working because, you know, Mounk Tounk still said the state pressured me. I don't think it was bad questioning for her to say, you know, you were willing to talk to
Mainly
the
just work, but
attorneys.
If anybody needs to use the restroom, you can go ahead and do that. And can somebody let me know when he's back from talking to his lawyer? Thank you.
Yes, Judge.
Appreciate it.
The attorneys that are representing people he loves? Like, that's kind of an effective question without being too high risk. You've already heard him testify on cross that he had love for Jeffrey Williams and Yak, maybe Shannon. I forget who he testified to. I don't think he really knows Rodelius Ryan well. But why the heck would she ask? Who do you feel like forced you? Who pressured you to sign this? What else did she think he was going to answer? Would he just suddenly change over the weekend because she's talking like this? And go, you know what? Actually, I no longer feel like it was you that pressured me. Like, I don't know. And shout out to Jason. Jason says, Miss Love, Judge, in order to satisfy my need to hear myself speak, I tender more exhibits that don't matter. Oh, we have a yes. Are they coming back? Or is it just picking something up? How long is this comfort break? You know, shout out to these comfort breaks today because it's making the late start kind of easier to adjust to. You guys are like so excited for what's about to happen. Blue-eyed hillbilly is eager out here. We'll speed it up to 1.5 until they really start questioning again. You guys seem to like 1.25 right now. Yeah, I don't know where FFS or Drea are today. Shout out to both of them. Is she taking cough syrup? I mean, being sick sucks. But that's just like a very... Like, she's doing it right in front of the camera. Ooh, Jerry Springer free-for-all. To me, she's making a show of taking this cough medicine. You could have sat down in your chair and just done it. So... And ginger ale. All right, we're going to go back to questioning, so. Unless she finds 10 distractions on the way to the podium.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, have you had enough time to speak with your attorney?
Yes,
During the time that you spoke with your attorney, is your attorney the only person that you spoke with?
yes.
All right. Did you speak with any member of the state this weekend?
This weekend?
Yes.
No,
Did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney this weekend?
ma'am didn't talk, but
Okay. All right. So did you testify on cross-examination last week that there were portions of the plea agreement that you signed that you asked the state to change, but that the state refused to change?
no, what I said, yes, but they changed certain things, but it still was things that I had problem with. From my awareness, once, if you call me to the stand, that I would be able to explain the things that they didn't change.
Do you recall when I first asked you questions on direct about the April 2015 drive-by shooting that you,
April 15.
the April 28th, 2015 drive-by shooting? Do you recall when I asked you about that on direct?
Yes,
Do you recall you told me you did that in your best interest?
could you repeat that? You lost me right now.
Do you remember saying that was in my best interest when I asked you if you pled guilty to the shooting on April 28th, 2015?
Yes,
And do you remember saying that I did that because it was in my best interest multiple times? Do you remember saying that?
you said that I took the plea in my best interest?
My question is, do you remember?
I don't recall. Mm.
Mrs. Sledge,
Okay.
do you remember us talking about your 2015, April 28, 2015 shooting and that subsequent plea last week? You and me, not anybody else, while you've been on the stand.
You said the 28th drive-by shoot?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
All right. And do you remember I asked you whether you pled guilty to that? Do you remember that?
yes,
And do you remember you told the jury, do you remember telling the jury, well, I did it in my best interest? And
Yes.
this is not a trick question, I promise you.
yes.
All right. And do you remember you said that more than once? I did that in my best interest.
Yeah, I remember that part.
And when you say in your best interest, are you familiar with what is known as an Alford plea?
Are you familiar with what's known as an Alfred plea, Miss
No,
Love?
I don't really know what an alpha plea really mean. I just was saying that I pleaded guilty in my best interest.
And when you say that you pleaded guilty in your best interest, what do you understand that to mean as opposed to just flat out pleading guilty?
Could you repeat it?
I can't.
Cause that was kind of tricky.
It's for a legal conclusion.
So if you enter just a regular old guilty plea and someone asks you, did you plead guilty? Would it be unusual for you to just say yes? I pled guilty?
Anything I plead guilty to, I feel like it's in my best interest to plead guilty to.
That plea that you entered in 2017, especially, there was a special designation to it though, right? It was an Alford plea, wasn't it?
I didn't know it was an alpha plea.
When you entered the plea that you entered on December the 28th, 2022, did you recognize the prosecutor asking you questions as the same one talking to you here right now, me?
Yes,
All right. And did you recognize the prosecutor at the table with me as the same one I have my left hand on now, Ms. Hilton?
she wasn't in the courtroom when you did the plea. She went somewhere.
Okay. All right. So if we see the video, but we see Ms. Hilton's lovely face, you'll recognize Ms. Hilton as having been in the courtroom?
I don't remember seeing me here.
That's fair enough. Do you remember seeing a judge who looked a little different than the one on the stand now?
Yes,
A little different.
Do you remember seeing your attorney, Mr. Wright, there sitting with you?
yes.
Is that the same attorney that you had in 2015?
I don't think I got arrested in 2015, but if I would have, he would have been the one to do the case.
Did you testify on direct examination that Mr. Wright has been your attorney for 15 years?
Yes,
Could you tell the jury when Mr. Wright first started representing you in criminal matters?
I want to say like 08, 09, something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Did you tell the jury on cross-examination that Mr. Wright is someone that you trust?
Yes,
Did you tell the jury on cross-examination that Mr. Wright is someone whose advice and counsel you take seriously?
I don't remember saying like that. You put it in that word.
Would you just tell the jury right now then, how it is you feel about the lawyer who's represented you for the last 15 years?
He been great.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
He been great to me.
Okay. And he was in the room with you when you entered the plea on December 28, 2022?
Yes,
Is this the first time you've had to testify at a criminal trial?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Do you understand that you are now in a witness box testifying in a criminal trial under oath?
This is my first time knowing that I was a witness to testify up on the oath.
All right. So this is the first time that you've testified in a criminal trial. Is that fair to say?
I ain't gonna say it's probably not my first time, but me knowing that I was gonna be called as a witness, yeah, this is my first time.
All right. Do you remember being asked on cross-examination by either Mr. Schardt or Mr. Steele? I believe it was Mr. Schardt, your friend Shannon's lawyer. whether you,
Yeah, commentary. Sustain
Oh,
that.
I think she's just trying to get clear who it is.
No,
But we
the
don't-
friend
we don't need
comment.
Commentary.
yes, Your
Thank
Honor.
you.
Do you know who represents your friend Shannon?
Yes, I've been sitting in the courtroom like everyone else.
Which person do you recognize as representing defendant Stillwell?
Mr. Short,
All right. So do you remember Mr. Schardt asking you if on December 28th, 2022, you found yourself between a rock and a hard place?
yes.
All right. And what did you answer to him regarding December 28th, 2022?
What did I say?
Yeah, what was your answer to that
I
question?
said yes.
And would you tell the jury what the rock was and what the hard place was?
The rock was the situation I was in the hard place when my mother was sick,
And when you say the situation you were in,
incarcerated.
Okay.
And
all right. And hopefully, is your mom doing,
no, she deceased.
I'm sorry. So did your being in Fulton County Jail have any bearing on your decision to enter that plea that you entered on December 28th, 2022?
Asked and
Being
answered.
in Fulton County Jail and away from my mother.
All right. Which one had the biggest bearing?
Being away from my mother.
All right. So being in Fulton County Jail wasn't a big factor in your entering that plea?
Objection mischaracterized this as
I'm asking a
testimony.
question.
I couldn't hear them both at the same time, so.
I'll rephrase.
All right, she's gonna rephrase.
Mr. Sledge, was being confined in the Fulton County Jail a large factor in your deciding to enter a guilty plea on December 28th, 2022?
Yes, it was, but my mother was bigger.
Okay, all right.
I mean, they're not mutually exclusive. If you want to see your mom, but you're being held somewhere, it overlaps.
Is there any reason why during the plea colloquy that the jury heard on Friday, that was played, or Monday, last Friday actually, that was played at the end of the state's direct, is there any reason, or rather, let me ask you, did you ever hold up your hand and tell the court you wanted to make some clarifications?
No, I would have directed to my lawyer, and whatever you did, but what I wanted, you wouldn't do. You didn't do everything I wanted, which I state.
You were asked by Mr. Steele, your friend, Mr. Williams' attorney, whether or not the state ever sat down and met with you. Do you remember being asked whether the state ever sat down before the June meeting and before you entered that plea agreement and met with you? Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes,
Did the state ever sit down and meet with you?
no,
Did you ever agree to sit down and meet with the state?
I can't agree if the state don't come to me and ask me.
Do you, or has your attorney, or do you have any understanding that the state can't come to you except through your attorney?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay. Did you ever have an understanding that the state wanted to talk to you before you signed the plea agreement on December 28, 2022?
No,
Okay. Did you ever ask your attorney for an opportunity to speak with the state?
no, I ain't never asked them to speak to the state.
Why not?
I don't know. I can't tell you that else. I never asked him to speak with you because that's his job. That ain't my job. That's why I hired him.
Was there anything about the state that made you feel you couldn't speak with the state if you wanted to?
No, but if they would have came to me and asked me to speak with them, with that plea agreement was on there, I would have told them the same thing I told him when I took it. Like, that ain't right.
Now, when we speak about the state, is your understanding that that means only the district attorney's office? Or do you consider the state the police as well?
I just thought all y'all work together. I don't know. They put you in jail, you put you in jail if you have to. So I don't know. Y'all both doing y'all job, I guess.
And so when police spoke with you back in 2015, did you consider them the state as well?
I don't know. I think y'all work in two different departments.
You're right.
Because I don't see the state on the street locking people up. The police, I do.
Okay. So When you spoke with the police back in 2015, did you tell the police any of those things that you told your friend, Defendant Williams' attorney, and your friend, Defendant Stillwell's attorney, when they asked you questions on cross? Did you tell the police any of that stuff?
I don't think they asked me nothing like that.
You
I don't
think
recall.
that-
I don't recall them asking me nothing like that. You said the police?
Yes, sir.
I don't recall them asking me nothing like that. What Mr. Steele asked me.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you about that drive-by shooting?
Oh yes,
Do you recall the police
Atkins passing
asking you
notes.
about that drive-by shooting?
yes.
How much information did you give the police about that drive-by shooting?
I told the police it wasn't true.
Okay. Now, okay, so, and when I asked you on direct examination about that drive-by shooting, what did you tell me
She's
about that drive-by
echoing.
shooting?
I don't recall. You can refresh my memory.
Guys, do you hear it? She's yelling so loud that it's echoing through her own microphone.
Do you recall me asking you what you did before that shooting?
I don't recall it though.
Do you recall me asking you how did that shooting happen?
Yes.
I can show you. I can
Go ahead.
respond.
Overruled.
What a voice
you, Judge.
change.
Do you recall me asking you what led to that shooting?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling me on the stand, or actually telling the jury, because it's not me. Do you recall telling the jury when I asked you on direct that you just went to pick up Mr. Garlington from the club, or that Mr. Garlington had gotten jumped on?
I think I told you I went back and got him from the club. That's what I told you.
And do you recall telling the jury when I asked you questions that you didn't see anybody who jumped on Mr. Garlington?
I told you I didn't know anyone that jumped on Mr. Garlington. The same thing I told them on cross. I didn't know exactly who it was that jumped on.
Did you tell the jury on direct with questioning by me that you didn't see the faces of anyone who jumped on Mr. Garlington?
Yes,
And did you tell the jury that you didn't see the faces of anyone that you may have interacted with during that time?
Yes, sir.
Wasting time.
May I
Yes.
respond?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Steele cross-examined the witness on this very topic. I believe that it is necessary to orient the witness to the questions I asked before I get into the questions that I want to ask him about what he told Mr. Steele, number one. So it's not a 403 waste of time in any way. And I believe that he made a second objection I'd like to respond to, but I can't remember what it was. It was kind of long. And leading, Your Honor, suggests an answer, and it does not consist of questions that simply require yes or no response.
Overruled. And I'll give you a little leeway, but go ahead and get to what you actually want to get to.
Do you recall telling the jury when I asked you about the drive-by shooting that you never saw a shooting?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling the jury when I asked you about the drive-by shooting that you just dropped off Demekion and Quindarius and you went on your merry way?
I don't think I said I went on my merry way.
Didn't
but
use merry, that's my words.
okay, but I remember
just
just
went
what you
on.
said. I ain't saying I went on and directly left the scene, but I didn't actually witness them shooting the gun. That's what I said.
Is it your testimony today that on direct examination, you did not tell the jury that you dropped off Quindarius Zachary and Demekion Garlington and left and don't know what they did after you left?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall me asking you about another house getting shot up on Drew Drive after the house on Adele getting shot up?
I don't know in what article. I don't know the addresses.
Do you recall me asking you about whether you saw or participated in any other house getting shot up other than the house off MLK on Adele Drive? Do you recall me asking you that?
I don't recall.
So do you not recall as well telling me that you didn't see any house get shot up?
I don't recall me telling you that I seen I was get shot. I don't recall
Now, what I just heard you say is, I don't recall me.
me telling you that.
You don't recall you telling me what, sir?
I just don't recall, Ms. Lowe. I don't recall.
What is it that you don't recall? I'm sorry, I need the jury to know.
I don't recall.
What don't you recall?
I don't recall. I don't
Approach him.
recall. You've been pushing me so much, it's like, I don't even be remembering a lot of stuff you saying.
Say it louder. Maybe he'll remember.
Is it that you don't recall telling the jury you did not see any houses getting shot up on April 28, 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay, today, do you recall seeing any houses getting shot up on April 28, 2015?
I didn't, what I'm saying, I didn't see, I'm not saying that I didn't know no shooting was gonna happen, but what I'm saying is, I didn't like personally witness the house that you saying that Quindary, Zachary, and Garlington shot up. I didn't witness that.
I appreciate that clarification. That's not my question. I'm asking you today to tell this jury whether you recall today seeing any houses, since it's me talking to you, whether you recall any houses getting shot up. Do you recall seeing any houses getting shot up on April 28, 2015? No.
Overruled.
Crazy.
So he just told you about the one house. So are you asking about any others?
Yes, I am.
So ask it that way.
Yeah, you gotta tell me directly what house you're talking about, cause when he cross-examined me,
That's not what she's asking. She's
Oh, okay.
asking any other houses besides that one.
well, I didn't know who, I don't know the people that was shooting at the other house.
Okay. All right. Did you see any houses getting shot up? Forget the address. I don't really care what address. Did you see any
And I-
houses getting shot up on April 28th?
I just don't think that's an appropriate question.
Okay, well, that's not for you to decide. So
Okay,
unless
but
there's an
I'm
objection
saying,
that's
but-
sustained, you go ahead and answer the question.
Yes,
You did see some houses getting shot up?
not houses. Now you putting more than one. It was one house that I probably seen.
Okay. Tell the jury what house you probably seen get shot up April 28, 2015.
I think it was Lexi. I don't even think it was a house. It was an apartment, if
Tell
I'm
the
not
jury.
mistaken.
Tell the jury what apartment you saw. You
I
probably
don't know the name of the apartment.
What can you tell the jury about the apartment?
Where I was dropping Quindary, Miss Zachary off at. That's the one I could tell you about.
So, on Friday, when you talked about dropping off Demekion and Quindarius, were you dropping them off at the house off MLK on Adale Drive, or was there a different address you were dropping them off at?
I was drunk, Ms. Love. I don't remember which one it was.
Did your memory come back while you were being asked the same question by Mr. Steele?
No,
Do you remember telling Mr. Steele a
I-
whole bunch of stuff
I
about?
don't think Mr. Steele was the one cross-examining me on that.
Who do you believe was cross-examining you?
I think it was Mr. Schardt, not Mr. Steele.
Okay, let's go with that for a moment. Do you remember telling Mr. Schardt then details about houses that you saw getting shot up on April 28, 2015?
I didn't go there.
Speculation.
Your Honor, I object. I object
Okay, well, can't object to the objection.
to the speaking portion.
All right, so I think she's asked him, if you need to approach, let's approach.
Your Honor, the court
Let me
heard.
look at,
What is the court-
come on.
Just look at Schardt marching up there. Guys, why is she screaming? She is screaming, screaming, screaming. Shout out to Touche for calling it. Touche says she's walking around with the microphone and using that tone like she's on a stage, putting on a performance. Just looks so bad, so much attitude. The microphone was catching her and echoing because she's yelling so loudly. Like, what is it accomplishing? This witness is not cooperating any better with you just because you decided to get loud after being quiet and meek and mild with the judge all morning before Mounk Tounk came in. It's just weird. And also, is Weinstein wearing a green tie to match his green socks? This is another sidebar for the day. It's been a lot of them. All right, so this is about towards the end of it there. Thank you so much, Touche. Why is she leaning like that? Why is Love leaning like that? It's like she's like body language trying to push the defense attorneys away from making an argument. Oh my gosh. Yeah, what was in that medicine? Oh my goodness. It was like her medicine was like Popeye can of spinach.
All right, let's get the witness back in.
Shout out to Weinstein. He's definitely matching the tie and socks.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Sledge, please tell the jury what you remember today, everything you remember happening with respect to April 28th, 2015, from the time you picked up Mr. Garlington.
But look, I've been here 4 days, just found out how many hours. I can't remember all that stuff, so I don't recall.
She's not asking you now what you remember testifying to. She's just asking you what you remember about that night.
I don't recall.
When did your memory about it leave you?
I can't answer that question for you, but
I'm sorry?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Did you remember it when you were asked questions by Mr. Schardt?
She like trying to clean the floor? What was that?
Mr. Sledge, please answer the question.
I don't recall.
You do not recall whether you remembered April 28th when you were asked questions by Mr. Schardt?
I don't recall.
All right. When you were entering the plea agreement that you entered on December 28th, 2022, did you ever stop and ask the judge or tell the judge you wanted to clarify anything?
No, because I thought my lawyer had already did that.
And when you heard the state read out factual acknowledgments and ask you if they were true and correct, did you ever indicate part of them are true, but part of them are not?
I didn't think I could speak that in court.
Why did you think you could not speak it in court?
Because I ain't thinking like I could just burst out and say that while the judge while you was reading off, because the judge didn't read it off. I ain't think I can do that. That was never explained to me.
Between December 28th, 2022 and last week, did someone tell you you could burst out while the state was reading something?
No.
Interrupt?
No.
Big.
So last week when I was asking you questions and you told the judge I gave you a headache and made your blood pressure go up, you felt comfortable enough? Did you feel comfortable enough to do that?
Because I'm on the stand trying to explain. When you sit back there, you ain't explaining, but when you sitting on this side, you call me here to tell my truth and my understanding. And that's what I'm giving you. I can't give you nothing else. I'm only giving you my truth.
Okay. And so when you were sitting at the table next to your lawyer, did you feel more or less comfortable about giving your truth?
I don't recall.
Do you want to answer the question?
I just answered.
No, I'm asking you, do you want to
I
answer?
want to answer any question that you got from me, but if I don't remember, I don't remember.
And so what is it that you don't recall about being at the table with your lawyer?
I just don't recall, my love. I ain't trying to give you a hard time. But it looked like you trying to give me a hard time.
Mr. Sledge, would you tell the jury, as between when you were in court on December 28th, 2022, and when you have been in court for the last 4 days, if there is anything different about parties in the courtroom that you can point out?
No.
So everyone here in the courtroom was in the courtroom with you on December 28th, 2022?
When did you say?
Action, relevance.
Your Honor, it goes to changes.
Okay, overruled.
Could you repeat it?
Were each of the people now in the courtroom today were,
Hang on.
Oh my goodness. This is overkill. And it's like, I don't really get how it's in the scope. She keeps repeating the same question. To me, her questions are still asking the same thing. It doesn't seem like she's adjusting her question so it's not asked and answered. Although the defense, I don't think they actually lodged asked and answered there. but whatever. And look at all the defense attorneys went up for that one. They all want to say something instead of just listening into the earpiece. Yeah, this is going to be crazy. This is another sidebar. We're going to fast forward through it. Shout out to that ill kid Jay who says, I think she isn't loud enough. Please yell louder. That reminds me of Super Troopers. We're already pulled over. We can't pull over any further. It's hard to tell when she's back because she doesn't go to the podium. Okay, so we'll go here. They're walking away. And shout out to everyone on a replay that's watched some of this, but watching it again with us. That's awesome. Yeah, I think we're at more sidebars and squeaks. She might need that clarification.
Ms. Love.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you. Just 1 second.
We're buffering. Love is buffering.
Mr. Sledge, would you please tell the jury who is in the courtroom with you today that was not in the courtroom with you on December 28, 2022?
Could you repeat it?
Can you rephrase that? Because that's going to be a whole lot of people. Just get to the point that you want to ask.
Yes. You already said I was here. Was there a court reporter here in the courtroom? Not this one, but a court reporter.
I think so.
Were there deputies?
I think so.
Were there DA investigators?
I think, yes,
Obviously, you said your lawyer was here.
yes.
All right. Was your friend Shannon here?
If you're trying to get to the point.
Mr. Sledge, I'm not trying to get to anything, and I really do need you to just answer the question.
Listen.
So if you could
But I'm-
please, Your Honor, if the
If you
court
could
would
be allowed to
instruct the
answer the
witness
question.
to answer the question,
Listen to the question and answer the question.
And then
that's
you can
asked,
explain.
And then you may explain it.
I would ask
Thank
that he
you.
be allowed to complete his answer.
and Your Honor, since his answer was not responsive,
His answer was not responsive.
I'd ask that you,
Re-ask the question.
was your friend, Mr. Stillwell, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No,
Was your friend Defendant Williams here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was your friend Defendant Kendrick here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Williams, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Stillwell, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Kendrick, here in
Objection.
court with you on December? He
saying,
objected.
why you
Hold on,
raising-
Mr.
Hang on.
Relevance to whether I was in attendance at the time he took his plea.
Your Honor,
Overruled.
was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Kendrick, here in court with you on December 28,
But-
2022? You can answer first, and I will let you explain, but I need you to answer
no.
yes or no.
But could you stop yelling at me like I'm your child or something? I'm not your child.
You are not.
You're talking aggressive to me. You don't intimidate me. All them guys over here. So if you would have came to me and asked me that, I'd have told you the same thing. What if they was in my face or not in my face? I'm not scared of them or you.
I don't want you to be.
Well, that's what you acting like it.
That's-
what you
that's
acting like
what
you're
your
trying to
argument's
Do
play.
you
gonna
want me to
be-
bring my voice down? And I apologize if it
Don't holler at
sounds
me.
like
I
I'm
ain't your
yelling.
child. Could I take a break? Y'all.
He's calling out exactly what her argument's going to be. She's going to try to argue you signed that plea deal because you weren't intimidated because your friends weren't in that courtroom with you. So it was more credible when you signed that plea deal. He called it out and she's acting like he didn't just call her out.
Now, we've had so many breaks this
Yeah,
morning. We
'cause
really
I'm-
need to
I'm-
get through this.
All right. So,
I
Mr.
feel
Sledge,
it. Oh my gosh.
was either Quay that is in the courtroom here today in the courtroom with you on December 28, 2022?
No,
Was Lil Rod in the courtroom with you on December 28, 2022?
get to your point. No,
That is my point.
your point is
Okay.
pointless.
Was the lawyer for Mr. Huey Quay in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No,
Was the lawyer for Cornelius Nichols in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was the lawyer for Little Rod in court with you on December 28, 2022? I
don't know if that's been asked and answered or not.
It was not.
Okay, well, go ahead if you say it was.
Was the lawyer for
No.
Little Rod?
no.
Ooh, put a no in the chat. It threw her off.
On cross-examination, defendant Stillwell's attorney, Mr. Schardt, asked you about Shell, Kel, and Trivia. Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
All right. When did you lose recollection of what happened 3 days ago?
I don't recall.
Are all of your answers to every question I asked from now on going to be, I don't recall?
Yes,
Why?
because I don't recall.
And what caused you to lose your memory?
You put so much pressure on my brain, I don't forgot everything. I can't remember all this stuff that's been asked to me for the last 4 days. It's like, it's confusing. So I'm not, like you said, I completed the 9th grade. I'm not that intelligent to be remembering all this stuff that you keep asking me. My brain just everywhere. I might need to go see somebody after this court time.
Mr. Sledge, did you have any problem at all understanding the questions asked to you about Brian Steele?
I don't recall.
Right. Did you lose your memory at any point with Mr. Steele?
He wasn't pressuring me like you. He was helping me. He was explaining to me. He would break it down. But it seemed like
I appreciate what you're saying. I'm going to respond to that.
Objection.
Mr.
The witness should be allowed to answer the question.
Were you finished with your answer?
no, she cut me off.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, please.
I said, Mr. Steele was explaining to me he wasn't pressuring me, but every time it seems like I'm getting up in with you, I'm giving you my truth, and you still trying to pressure me to say something you want me to say when I'm giving you the truth that I know.
Mr. Sledge, do you understand that there's a difference between the way that a
Oh.
prosecutor can ask you questions and the way that a defense attorney can ask you questions?
No,
Do you understand that I cannot lead you when I'm asking you questions?
it's,
Sustained.
When you say that there's a difference between the way that Mr. Steele asks you questions and the way that I ask you questions, would you help me understand what that difference is so that I can ask you questions in a way that does not frustrate you?
Oh, well, I mean, he kind of has told you.
she ain't said it. She said you overruled.
Ask your next question.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So will you help me break things down a little bit so that I'm not frustrating you? Okay.
You already have.
I understand.
I don't even,
Can we rewind?
no.
All right.
No. Yeah, touche. I think he said it. I think you saw the future. He should just say it that they ask better
When you
questions
were
so
asked
they get better
about
answers.
Antrivia, was Shell Kell the person you said who had also started a relationship with Antrivia after you?
I don't recall.
What is confrontational about that question?
I just don't recall.
Why don't you recall?
Because you pressured me. I don't recall. You heard my brain.
All right, so let's take an early lunch and you can calm down in the meantime, hopefully.
Good
and then we
love.
will come back. Let's see, it's.
Why are
almost
you tapping the
11:15.
microphone, love?
Let's come back at 12:30.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Holy moly. And we're going to be skipping through these breaks, but I'm stunned. Like, I feel like, okay, so this is 5:47. It's not even 3 hours of court, and court started early. So even if this had started at 9, the stream had started at 9, that would still be early for a lunch. Look at the attorney. Look at the attorney. I mean, he's under subpoena, so he's probably,
Anything anybody needs to put on the record before we break for lunch, and I sure do. I didn't think about the fact that the trays may or may not be here yet, but they'll be here in enough time.
Your Honor, may
So-
we be permitted to remain at the table during lunch, or does the court
You-
require that we leave?
What now?
May we remain at the table during lunch, or does the court require that we leave?
No, you can stay here if you want to.
Thank you.
All right.
Is that-
so we're
is
on
that
our
a
lunch
thing?
recess. We'll see everybody back at 12:30.
All right, so we're going to end up skipping through this lunch. First of all, is that a thing? Like, they can't stay in the courtroom during lunch? Does everyone normally have to get out? I didn't know that. I just figured most people probably left because they wanted to leave the courtroom, but I didn't know they were typically forced to. Or she just asking a question to try to get a yes out of the judge on some stupid question. Okay, I'm excited to get past this lunch. Thank you so much to Jason. Jason says the defense made her look like, we'll say donkey, a behind. And she has been stewing on it all weekend. She is big mad. Okay, guys, Put a 1 in the chat if you think Love has been stewing and marinating and festering over this all weekend. Put a 2 in the chat if you think she just got mad out of nowhere. Because I'm leaning towards 1 myself. I am leaning towards 1. Thank you so much, Jason. Sonia, thank you for the sticker. Shout out to Sonia. That ill kid Jay says all of her witnesses are cooking her. Blood boiling. Heck yeah, and it's like, they're not trained in, questioning in the courtroom floor. They're just acting candid, off the cuff, and they're cooking her. And honestly, like, Woody did a little bit with Hilton. It wasn't just Love, but like, come on. Come on. And I feel like when Lil D takes a stand, Zachary takes a stand, we're going to see more cooperation issues, and it's going to be the same thing all over. She probably won't adjust. Thank you so much, that ill kid. Yeah, that says, today was good. Gotta double back with my KNW slimes. Heck yeah. No spoilers, or I'll have my fellow co-conspirators slime you out. And I ate PB&J and bananas for lunch. That sounds delicious. You guys, if you're tempted to drop a spoiler in the chat, just hit the like button instead, right? It's a fair trade. We're going to get there, though. We're going to get there, especially with all these breaks. And then a super, appreciate you so much, Innocent Bystander channel. This is a generous super chat, and it's for the squeak counter. Innocent Bystander says, when I saw the squeak counter on your banner, it made my whole day. Heck yeah, we are counting that all day long. Shout out to Innocent Bystander channel. Now we're going to move forward. I think I had asked, we're going to skip this break, but I think I had asked you in the past, Innocent Bystander channel, if you were going to start creating content for your channel. I'm going to go find your link anyway. But we're going to do that. And we might get a squeak when she sits down from lunch, so we'll see. Look at Whitaker's face. I guess we had Chick-fil-A for lunch.
I said 12:30, and we're a little after that because of the work on the sound thing, but that's going to take way too long, so we're going to have them do that after court today.
Oh, I see your content now. You got a few in the last few days, Innocent Bystander channel. Dropping Innocent Bystander's channel in the chat. You are close to 5K subs.
Okay, let's get the jury in.
And guys, if you feel like an innocent bystander of Love's yelling, please check out the Innocent Bystander channel. I don't think you'll regret it. I think you'll love it. And you're really close to 5K, so I hope we can get you there. We're going to fast forward through the jury. Oh, are we about to argue?
Who briefly? Yes.
Oh, the court reporter. I feel like Love just wants to talk to anybody today. Leah's dad says, was going to drop a spoiler, but will instead respect the catch-up and send some love to you in the chat. Thanks so much, Leah's dad. You can say there's suspense coming, but just don't give details, you know? But always good to see you. Glad you're here on replay with us. Survivor Speaks, thanks for becoming a member. I know pink is your color, but green looks good on you too. Does this last much longer? I don't want to... Okay, she gets the questioning soon. Oh my god, hilarious if Mounk Tounk called out the chair squeaks. Jason says he should have said, I got a migraine from all of your chair squeaks. Oh my gosh. You know, I don't have like a channel intro or anything, but if a witness says that about the chair squeak, I think that would have to happen. I'd finally have to make a channel intro. Oh, unmute the court before she sits, or she's not gonna sit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sledge, did you have a good lunch?
Yes.
All right, good deal. All right. And is your head feeling a little bit better?
A lot better.
All right, good. deal.
Friendly.
Mr. Sledge, I want to just, and Judge, if I broach an area that the court has told me to move from, I'll quickly move from it. Mr. Sledge, are you able to tell me what you remember about April 28th, 2015? What happened on that day? Everything you can remember today.
Do you want him to tell you about the entire day? You don't, do you?
I don't. And so the judge is helping me out a little bit. So starting from the point where you learned about Mr. Garlington getting jumped at the club, will you tell the jury, not the judge, the jury, everything you remember about it? Is that all right?
Yeah, I guess
Okay, thank you.
from my understanding, like he got jumped on in the club. Then I left the club. He called me back. We went and picked up gun. I want to say Zachary, and then we went. I don't know the name of the apartments.
Okay.
And then I want to say we traveled back down. If that, traveled back around. If that.
I didn't hear you.
I said once we went to the apartments, and then we went back to the house. I think that's what I said. I don't.
Take your time, and you do not have to. I'm not trying to get you to match up anything. Okay?
I actually like. It been long for that, Miss Love. So
It's okay. Take your time.
if you have anything you can refresh my memory. But right now, I don't recall.
All right.
Try my best.
And that's all I'll ask, okay?
Yes.
All right. So I'm not going to try and trip you up. I just wanted whatever you remember today in terms of it.
All right, go ahead and ask the next question.
Okay. All right. Do you remember whether you went to the house first or to the apartment first?
I don't remember. I can't exactly tell you, but I don't recall exactly how it went.
Okay. And the house that we're talking about, is that the one off near MLK, off Adele?
I want to say that's the only house I remember going to. I don't
Okay.
remember.
And where were the apartments that you remember going to?
I don't remember exactly what it was. I just know they was in a gated area. I don't think they had a gate when you got to go through the gate. That's all I remember.
Do you remember whose they were, whose apartments they were? Like, why were y'all going there?
I think I was supposed to have been dropping Zachary off.
Okay. Did his girlfriend live there?
I don't think she stayed there, but she was there.
All right. Now, was there any shootings that went on there? Did you see somebody else shooting or anything happening there?
Yes, I think that's what it was. They were shooting when we pulled up.
Okay. Now, I know you don't get scared easily, but did you consider that sort of a startling sight to see somebody shooting at the apartment?
For me, it was normal. So I can't speak for no one there, but
Fair
for
enough.
my stuff, it was normal.
All right. And were they shooting at apartments that you were sending or taking Mr. Zachary to?
I don't know if it was the exact apartment, but it was right there in that area.
All right. Now, in terms of shooting, how could you tell the jury, because they weren't there? Do you see guns pointing out a window or just like fire flashes? What is it that let you
I
know?
just seen the fire flash in front of the
Okay.
car.
Okay. And were you right up on the car, or were you like coming in the gate and you saw fire flashes from like across
I
the
pulled directly in front of the car and then I backed back.
Okay. When you pulled directly in front of it, had the shooting begun already?
No, they was doing it.
Okay. Did you realize they were doing it when you pulled directly in front of it?
No, it's like when we got there, then it started happening.
Okay. Okay, so for people who aren't you, that might have been considered a little scary. So what did you do when you heard the shooting behind you going on?
I backed out.
Okay. Did you back out and like quickly leave?
No, I got back to safety.
Okay. And where were Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary when you did that? Did they run inside, stay with you?
No, they got out the car.
All right. And did you see what happened?
No, I was around the building, so I didn't really get out the car to see what was going on, but I backed up behind the building.
Okay. Did you have to pull around the car to get in front of it? Or did you?
No,
or
it's
did
a
they pull
straight
up behind-
shot. It's just a straight shot through the apartments.
Okay, so is it fair? Did the car pull up behind you then?
What you mean?
Did I understand you to say that you ended up in front of the car that was shooting?
That mean they was probably back then facing like coming out and I'm coming in.
I got you. Okay. Did you notice what kind of car it was?
No,
Right. And did you have a belief as to who it was that was in that car?
I didn't know who it was.
Okay. Did you later form a belief as to who it was that was in that car?
No, I don't recall.
All right. Did you all do anything based on who y'all believe might have been in the car?
I already answered that question. I answered that question 2 days ago when I told you about it.
Okay. Forgive me. I had a long weekend. Could you tell me what you all did based on what you all believed or who you all believe was in that car. There's nothing more that'll happen as a result of it, I promise.
I don't know who was in the car. At the time, I didn't know who was in the car. I still don't know if that was true, what was told to me, so.
All right. And that was told to you by Mr. Zachary or somebody else?
Well, it was told by other people too, so.
Okay. Other people that were there with you?
In the street, in the streets, like, when things happen, it be talked about in the streets.
Okay. Did you all react immediately, or did it take a few days or something different?
I don't know. I couldn't really tell you because I told you I was behind a building, so I couldn't actually see what was going on.
All right. Okay. At any point, did you think that Ifgang was involved in that?
I don't know because I told you from the night that he got jumped on, I didn't even see who jumped on him.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't recall. I can't say that.
Okay, that's fair. I'm not asking you if they were. I'm just. Judge, may I be allowed to ask the question?
Yep.
Thank you. I'm just asking you at any point if you believe they were, not whether you know, not whether they were, just at any point. Did you
No,
believe?
I never believe. I never believe.
All right. Now, we talked last week about Antrevia Smith, and you talked a little bit about that on cross-examination, your relationship with Ms. Smith. The Kelvin Watts who started dating Ms. Smith after you did, was that the same Kelvin Watts that had a beef with Kenneth Copeland?
I don't really know if him and Kenny Copeland had a beef or not.
Okay. So did you ever learn, or did you ever discuss any kind of beef that Kenneth Copeland had with Kelvin Watts?
I don't recall that we ever discussed Miss Love. I don't recall.
Okay. But is it fair to say that, look, let me ask you a better question so I'm not leading. Is the Kelvin Watts that started dating Miss Smith after you did, was he also called Shell Ko?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And do you know if Shell Ko, did you consider him having any family relationship to Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I never knew they was, how long I've been knowing Donovan Thomas, I never knew they had any relationship.
All right. How long did you say you knew Shell Ko? If you said it already, forgive me.
I don't know. He went outside when I was outside. He probably came outside. I started hearing about his name in 2015. Before then, I never knew him.
Okay. When you say came outside, help me and the jury know what you mean.
Whenever he started hanging outside, I didn't know him before then.
So based on that answer, did he start hanging outside around 2015?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I'm saying that's when I started hearing his name in the street. Other than that, I don't know him.
All right. When you heard his name in the street, did you hear his name associated with Ifgang, sir?
No, not when I first started hearing his name.
At any point later on, did you hear his name associated with Ifgang?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
All right. Now, do you remember whether that was after 2015, like 2016, 17, or during about 2015?
I don't really recall because it was late. It probably late in 2015, but I don't know.
Sir. All right. All right. Now, you were shown some dates in a book by Mr. Williams' attorney. I'm going to approach with the court's permission and with your permission. Is that all right? All right. So did you testify, or a better question is, did you participate in every performance in 2015 that the Travis Scott rodeo tour included?
No.
All right. And do you remember when Mr. Steele was up here reading these dates to you and you were saying, yeah, you see them on the page?
Yes.
All right. Now, would you tell the jury if these dates are dates that you were actually at the location indicated on this piece of paper?
Yeah, most of them.
Okay. Are you able, as we sit here now, to tell the jury, just, you can point them out and then read them out after you do, the dates that you did go to?
Go through all the dates. I know exactly what day that I left that tour.
Okay.
I don't know the exact date, but I know what state I was in.
Fair enough. So did the tour did not start until after January 10th, 2015. Is that right or wrong?
That might be right.
Okay. Do you know of any tour date on this tour that you were talking about with Travis Scott that started before February 28th, 2015?
I don't know the exact dates. At least I'm looking at the book.
Here. Do you know of anything before February 28th, 2015? Here, you can turn, however you want to look at it.
No, the first date say February 28, 2015.
Okay.
Yes,
And to your memory, is that the very first day of this Travis Scott tour?
yes, for my memory.
All right. Now, this tour, when we say Travis Scott tour, who was the headline? Was Mr. Williams the main attraction, or was Mr. Scott or somebody else?
Mr. Scott was.
Okay. Now, was he a major performer? And you got to forgive me because I don't know Travis Scott. Okay,
Come on.
I'm not lying. I don't. Was he a major performer? I'm older than you believe, and you're gonna have to forgive me.
Come on.
He's laughing so hard
I'm
about
dead
it.
serious.
Don't be mad at me if I'm laughing at you.
I'm not
because
mad at you.
You just listen what I'm telling you.
Okay.
I know a lot of people know he's a
Atkins
big
listens to
major
Travis
artist.
Scott on the way
Okay.
home.
All right. And is he a rapper, a singer, a musician, or something
I don't
else?
really, I think he do like, is it like rock or something like that? I don't really know.
Okay. All right. So he's a big performer. And did you go on that very first tour date on Saturday, February 28, 2015, that's listed on the book?
I just told you, yes.
Thank you. Were you head of security for Defendant Williams on that day?
I want to say, I don't recall if I was or not, was I head of security, but I did a lot of different things on that tour.
All right. Okay. Thank you for that. Now was that in Santa Ana, California?
Yes, that's what the book was saying.
All right. And is that your independent recollection, apart from what the book
I
said?
don't really remember. I can just go by the booklet and know the actual day and what state it was in.
Okay. And so does looking at the booklet make you remember, or are you just relying on the booklet to be right?
I knew the booklet was right. I had one myself
Okay.
in that time.
All right. Do you remember who else within YSL went on this tour?
It was a lot of us. I don't recall everybody who was there.
Was
But
it? I'm sorry.
It was multiples, so I don't recall everybody who was there.
Was that the first time you had gone to Santa Ana, California?
Maybe not, but
Okay.
with a major upcoming artist it was.
Now, were you all with YSL, were you all like traveling with Mr. Scott, or were you all traveling separately? How did that work?
We traveled separate.
Okay,
Mr. Scott, not my friend. That's
Understood.
Jeffrey's friend.
understood. When you got to the venue, wherever that was, did you all stay in the same location as Mr. Scott or separately?
I can't remember. They normally have different dress rooms, so I don't recall.
All right. And did you stay overnight, or did you all just perform and leave?
You perform and leave.
All right.
At least he had to be there more than one day, so I don't know. If his booklet say 2 days, sometimes we say 2-3 days in the same state. So you might go to Dallas, you might go to Houston, you know, there's stuff like that. So
And was Mr. Stillwell with y'all on this tour, February 28th, 2015?
I think so.
What about Mr. Kendrick?
I think so.
All right. Anybody else in this courtroom that would have been with y'all then?
Not I know of.
All right. Now, March 1st, that's listed here. Did you go on that one too?
March 1st.
Mm-hmm.
I was there every day except the day that I told you that, well, the state I remember that I went home.
Okay. So, are you able to say just from memory where or which ones you remember performances occurring at? I'll give you the book.
I can't remember all that.
All
I
right.
don't recall all that.
All right. On the days that are listed as travel days, are you able to tell the jury if you all actually traveled on those days, or were there some days that you all traveled on different days?
Probably actually that day because you had to be in another state before you perform. It was a time limit, so like we had to stay on the time limit.
Okay. Are you able to tell this jury with 100% certainty whether or not Mr. Williams performed at every show reflected on this tour schedule?
I can't say that because I got sent home on a certain date, so I didn't finish the whole tour, so I can't say that.
Okay.
I didn't see him perform, but I could like until I got sent home, I seen him perform.
Without looking at the book, and I'm going to show you the book in a minute, but without looking at the book, are you able to say the date you went home?
I can't tell you the date. I remember what state it was.
Okay. Looking at the book, would that help you remember when you went home?
It's on my other side.
And does that schedule just consist of that one page, or is there two
It's
pages?
one page. I
All right.
remember right here.
Are you-
I got my finger pointed at it.
Okay. Can you read out the
The date,
date
it
and
was
the-
Thursday, March 26, 2015.
Thank you. are you able to tell the jury with 100% certainty whether on every tour day prior to Thursday, March 26, 2015, defendant Williams performed at every performance listed on this sheet of paper?
Not after that date, yeah, but that date, yes. That's the last show I was at.
What I'm asking is before you got sent home, before you went home, right?
Every show that he performed.
Every show day?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall who all was at the shows that he performed at every day before March 26, 2015?
No, I don't recall that.
After you got sent home, did you make any effort to follow what was going on as he toured?
No.
So when you got home, did you just kind of blank out and not listen to or anything?
I enjoyed myself with my family.
Okay. Did you speak with or talk to or communicate with defendant Williams or any other member of YSL who might have been touring with him?
No, because I was trying to get family time in, so I didn't call and see what Mr. Williams had going on. I was more focused on my kids.
When you got sent home, would you tell the jury how it was that you were sent home, like by bus, train, plane, car?
I don't even actually think he sent me home. I requested that I was ready to go home, but I went by plane.
Oh, okay. Did you, did that request have anything to do with your family? What happened?
No, I was just ready to get home and see my kids at the time.
Fair enough. Did anybody else leave at the same time you did on, was it March 26, 2015?
I don't recall who all left at certain time because everybody didn't leave and go the same way they kept on the plane.
Okay. Was defendant Stillwell still with Mr. Williams on this rodeo tour of Travis Scott's when you left? Do you remember?
I don't recall if Mr. Williams and Mr. Steele went home or he stayed on tour. I don't recall.
All right. Do you have any memory about Mr. Kendrick and how long he stayed?
No, I believe Mr. Kendrick stayed the whole while. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Kendrick was like a backup hype man or something at the time.
Was a backup hype man?
He was on stage with him performing.
Okay. Was Mr. Copeland with him? Do you know?
No, I don't remember Mr. Cole.
What about Mr. Zachary?
I think Mr. Zachary had got sick. He went home way before.
Was Mr. Stevens with him?
I don't recall.
What about Mr. Garlington? Was he with him?
I don't recall.
So without me going down a list of people you don't recall, can you tell the jury if there's anybody else you recall being on this tour of Travis Scott's with you and other YSL people?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. DK, Walter Murphy, was he ever any point on this tour?
I don't recall.
All right. Do you recall ever being on tour with Mr. Murphy?
I think I was at one point in time, but I don't recall when he left. I don't recall that.
Okay.
I won't say that he was never on this tour.
Yes, sir.
But I don't recall when he left off the tour.
Okay. Now, is this tour that you're just pointing to, is that the only tour that you've accompanied defendant Williams on as either head of security or something else, or is there any other tour that you can tell the jury that you worked or were a part of?
From my understanding, what I know, I only know about 2 tours. I don't forgot what the second tour name was, but I was there.
All right. Was that after or before the one?
It was after.
Do you remember how long after?
It probably 2019, I want to say.
Okay. And was it in the States or was it like in other countries or something different?
We went to Atlanta, but it was different states. And I think like on the tour, he did go to another country at one time.
Say it for me one more time, sir.
I think he did go out the country on one of the dates. I just don't remember what date.
All right. Do you remember whether he was the headline by 2019?
Yes, he was headline.
Okay. And did he have other artists performing with him?
Yes, he's artist.
All right. Besides people from YSL, like with this, he was performing with Travis Scott. Did he have some other people besides YSL performing with him in 2019?
I don't remember the guy's name. It's Kelly, something like that. I think it's something like that. I don't want to use the term of what his race is, but his name Kelly or something like that.
Was he my race?
No.
Okay.
He was his race.
It was his race.
Yeah. You want me to say it?
You're all right. That's all right.
Yeah.
All right. Was it Machine Gun Kelly?
That's who it is, Machine Gun.
Okay. All right.
I'm not familiar with all the rappers, but.
Okay. But Mr. Williams was the top line and Machine Gun Kelly
was yes.
with him. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, am I reading correctly that this rodeo tour lasted February 28, 2015 to April 3rd, 2015?
That's what it said in the booklet, if that's what it is.
And you can look on other pages if you need
I don't
to.
think it's no other page. I really know.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the end date.
Okay, so is it your memory that after April 3rd, 2015, where it says travel home, there was no more rodeo tour?
No, it was no more rodeo too.
Okay.
Hey guys, for all of you pointing out that she apparently knows Machine Gun Kelly and not Travis Scott, she has to pretend she doesn't know who Travis Scott is, so that way she can keep saying his name and not act like she's saying it because she wants the jury to think about how Travis Scott is bad. People got trampled at Travis Scott concert, associate bad things happening with these co-defendants. So if she pretends to not know who Travis Scott is, nobody can accuse her of trying to let people draw that association. That's my take. That's my take.
When you worked on the tour in 2019, do you have a rough estimation of how many places, how many cities y'all visited?
No, it was a lot.
Okay. And do you have any idea of who all within YSL would have accompanied you and Defendant Williams on that tour with Machine Gun Kelly?
I don't recall everybody who was with us, Ms. Laura.
That's fair enough, Mr. Sledge. Do you recall anybody though?
First I remember that. I know Mr. Kendrick was there.
Okay, okay. What about Mr. Stillwell, 2019?
I don't even remember what Mr. Steele was. No, I don't think. Whoa, let me back up.
Yes
Let
or
me-
no? Don't
Let me
tell
back.
me.
Can I back up? I don't even think Mr. Kendrick was there. I'm sorry for that.
Okay,
I don't think Mr. Kendrick was there.
okay. Was Mr. Murphy there to your knowledge?
No, I don't recall.
All right. What about Mr. Zachary?
I don't recall.
And did you and Mr. Williams, y'all stay at the same hotel and things like that on that tour?
Yes, I was basically everywhere he went. Probably like my room was like next to his, was probably up on the floor.
Okay. Now, when you talked about earlier knowing Mr. Williams' music, but you can't recall always songs, are you familiar about any YSL members that he talked about in his songs?
I don't recall. If you got anything to refresh my memory, you can.
All right. Do you have any memory of any songs that Mr. Williams referencing a woman getting robbed by a tick? I blank her and she get robbed by a tick.
I don't recall. That was in the early time. I don't recall that song.
Okay. When you say in the early time,
I'm saying like in the beginning of his career, I don't recall that song though.
for you, can you tell the jury what you consider the beginning of the career, the earlier part that you wouldn't remember, just so they have a frame of reference?
Probably around, I guess around his early career. I can't give you exactly a year.
Okay. 2014.
Even if you tell me and you don't got it in front of me, I can't tell you.
All right. Okay. What about Lil Woody popping at your noggin? Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, I think that was on the song.
Do you remember what song that was on?
I want to say halftime, if I'm not mistaken.
Any idea when halftime dropped?
No, I don't remember exactly what year halftime dropped either.
Okay. Do you remember around like 2014, 2015?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Were you working as head of security during that time?
I don't recall that because I don't know what year. I can't answer that for you because I don't know what year it came out.
Okay. In March 2015, you said you went home around March. What was March?
Well, that was Phoenix, Arizona.
Phoenix, Arizona.
After that show, I went home.
Okay. All right.
So it would have been the next day that I went home.
Okay. All right.
So I didn't travel to the next state with him.
All right. All right. So March 26th, 2015 is Phoenix, Arizona. You would have gone home like March 27th, that Friday.
Yeah, that morning.
That morning. Okay. All right. Did you ever hear, sir, you want to see it again?
No.
All right. Did you ever hear, while you were there, before you went home on March 27th, did you ever hear Defendant Williams refer to any other artists in his music while he was on stage? Other than Travis Scott?
I don't recall because I don't recall all the songs he performed.
Okay. Did you ever hear him diss anybody on stage?
I don't recall.
And I'm going to have to say the word, but I hate to do it, but I'm going to ask. Did you ever hear him call anybody a bitch on stage?
I don't know. He probably said bitch in a lot of songs. I ain't gonna say like he called.
Wasn't
no
she
one a bitch. I
censoring-
never him call nobody a bitch on stage.
Okay.
Wasn't she
And did
censoring
you ever
last
hear
week?
him refer to anybody substituting one part of their name for the word bitch?
No.
Okay. When we were talking about that video with you, Mr. Zachary, that last week, the video, I'm sorry, I'm switching gears. I'm switching
jumping
gears.
here, there.
But I ain't
That's how
gonna be
you,
aggressive.
but that's how you confuse me. You going to one subject and then you jumping all the way left field.
All right, I'm gonna try and orient you. Last week, when you and I were talking, do you remember me putting up a video of you and Mr. Zachary, and one or both of you had a gun, and you were saying something like, "We're not going back and forth," and you were talking about Kale in the video.
Right.
All right. When you were, do you remember when it was that you filmed that video? Not posted it, but filmed it.
I don't recall when we filmed it.
Okay. And when you were filming that video, do you remember saying that at any time that it wasn't about a girl?
I don't think we never even mentioned a girl name in the video. So.
Okay. So is it fair to say, or is your testimony that the stuff you said to Kale wasn't about no girl?
I don't recall. I can't say it. So I don't recall. Cause you saying what I said, I don't recall because I ain't say nothing about no girl in the video.
That's fair. All right. But do you remember the video?
I remember we made the video, but I don't remember what I said in the video.
Ms. Dyer, are you able to pull up that video?
Ugh, we need a Kokomo on both sides. Yeah, and just like we saw with Woody, this is going to be a redirect that's longer than cross.
And what number was that? 441. All right. We're going to play 441 for you one more time.
One more time. Just
We ain't really going back to no nigga. You little bitch ass. I know we hate. Yeah, fuck you, nigga, Kel. Whoever else, nigga. Well, nigga. Pop, 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 nigga. Whoa. They said I ain't really going back.
Okay.
you jiggling.
Cause
Now,
it's funny now.
it's funny now.
Yeah, that video.
Now, who other than Kale were you talking to when you said and whoever else?
I just said whoever else.
All right. Now, what were you meaning to tell Kale?
I wasn't meaning to tell him nothing.
Okay.
I said what I said in the video.
All right. Which was we're not going back.
I ain't going back and forth with him.
All right.
I ain't say them, I said him.
Right. Was he trying to go back and forth with you about something?
If you want to be honest, they were saying that he was looking for me about treatment. So
Okay.
that's the whole thing. So when he didn't respond to me when I DM'd him, I made sure he was gonna be able to see what I was saying.
What did you DM Kale?
I DM, I don't got no problem with him about no girl.
Okay. And when did to your knowledge, did Kale say something about Mr. Zachary?
I don't know. No. I can't recall if he said anything about Zach. I don't know.
Then I'm gonna have to fall to my country roots and ask you what was Mr. Zachary doing up in there with y'all?
I don't know. He was just being silly in the video too. It was all silly. It wasn't in that serious. Cause when I seen Kel, he ain't do nothing to me. And I ain't do nothing to him. So it wasn't that serious.
So for you putting guns on the internet, ain't that serious? Is that fair?
No one was shot. So I don't think it was that serious. So the video.
Okay. All right.
Yo,
Here's
I
the
was
video of
walking around
Quez.
all day. It ain't that serious.
All right. When you orienting you back to the rodeo tour, not trying to switch up and,
See,
and change you and confuse you.
That was you first screaming. Yeah. You went from here to there,
Yeah, I'm trying to get past it and go
And
fast.
I'm trying to stay focused with you, but you started throwing me off.
All right.
Come on.
When we're talking about the rodeo tour, you said you had to go home, but you were working. Did you have any kind of contractual obligations you had to fulfill before you went home?
He'll let me go home anytime I wanted to, no matter what the contract was. He'll let me go home. If I tell him I want to go home and see my son, he'll be
Okay.
like, he'll let me go home.
All right. And did you have someone to replace you when you went home?
Yes, I was head of security, so that means I only choose the security.
All
That
right.
don't mean I did security.
All right.
Head of security just mean like, I could come say, we're gonna get Miss Love, we're gonna get him, we're gonna get her, we're gonna get Mr. Wright. And if one of you don't do right,
Mhm.
I just say, we'll give him a plane ticket.
Did you have responsibility for sending folks home to act it up on tour?
No, I don't have responsibility to that.
Okay. Now, on cross-examination, going back to,
It's right, huh?
thank you. This is defendant Williams, number 255, right?
Yes,
All right. You told Mr. Steele that you had seen that, you recognized that before,
yes.
right? Where had you seen that?
If I ain't mistaken, man, when it was posted and added, I want to say, man, Mr. Williams was together.
When it was posted and added, y'all were together?
When the guy added him, me and him was together.
Okay.
That's why I remember this post.
Are
And we
you-
were both like, I think he was gonna try to use it in a song or something, but he did. I don't know.
Are you familiar with D-Mac, Got Me Too
I
Banging?
don't know him personally. No, I don't know him.
Now, where was it that you saw it?
I want to say that was Twitter or something at the time, if I ain't mistaken.
Now, are you tagged on this tweet too?
No, what you getting at?
The jury doesn't know, so I'm just asking.
You showed that they presented it, and
All
they
right.
see I'm not tagged on them.
So when you say that you and Mr. Williams were together, were you looking at his
Who-
Twitter account
Yeah, we were sitting there looking at the phone together.
at Mr. Williams' phone?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to pull up what I will mark for you as State's Exhibit number 4. Judge, I'm going to, for the purposes of this question, mark the clip that I'm going to show as State's Exhibit 447. I'm sorry, 449.
Okay.
And it is from 1:03:30 to 1:08:17 of Mr. Sledge's testimony on September 5th, 2024, when I asked about the video of defendant Williams speaking into the camera.
17
about
second
Daylight
snitch
Night.
video.
September 24th.
Last week,
Oh,
just last week.
I was gonna say, I don't know.
Put a 1 in the chat if you are tired of this 17-second Jeffrey Williams video. At least I think that's what we're about to get, because she's throwing it back to September 5th, her own testimony. Put a 1 in the chat if you're sick of it. 2 if you want to see it one more time. And big shout out to Tamika here. Thank you, Tamika, so much. This is super generous. $75. And what we're going to do, a lot of channels say they have a channel sponsor. We're going to dress it up a bit. We are going to say that the channel sponsor is really the Chair Squeak counter sponsor. So today we have 2 so far. We have Innocent Bystander channel with the 50, which is super generous. And now Tamika with 75, bringing you this incredible, this entertaining, this awesome Chair Squeak counter. So thank you so much for supporting, the streams that I'm doing here and, the time it takes to do it. Appreciate you guys being here. And most importantly, guys, thank you so much for always saying thank you when someone contributes to the chat, gifts memberships, donates a super chat. Thank you for spreading the love all around full circle. Thank you again. Now let's see. We're going to get to this video, you guys. Everyone's saying 1. Everyone's
Just
saying
take a look at it,
1.
if you will.
I will.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not trying to give you no hard time.
Thank you for trying not to give me a hard time.
Take a look at it.
My apologies. Yes. Mr. Steele, do you mind coming over to Miss Knight, so that she can show you what we're about to show?
Hey, shout out to Miss Knight.
Anybody
I like
else?
learning names.
Any of the other
And
attorneys?
anybody else. And Judge, so that our record is very clear, it will be 449 Yankee.
Thank you.
No, she's trying to play a video of her playing it in
Thank you for
court.
not giving me a
So
hard time.
I don't want to.
are we going to watch the
I
video
just
within a
want-
video?
Get out of here.
All right.
I don't want to give you no hard time.
Is it done?
Okay, so it's
Judge,
going to be
just
his
so that the court's
response
aware,
on September
we're
5th.
making it available, but we're playing it through the transcript so that the volume isn't overheard by anybody else in the courtroom.
Okay, and I see you saying this takes forever to queue up.
And with the court's permission, I'm just going to sit while they're looking.
Oh, squeak. Oh. Okay, hold on. Shout out to our squeak sponsors. We will now update the counter to 6. Okay, so it looks like they have a, let's just look for when Schardt and them skedaddle. Oh my gosh, how much testimony is she gonna replay? Oh, sorry. Oh my god, and then they sidebar about it? Guys. Oh my gosh. I want to hear her ask to approach.
Okay. Mr. Steele, is that right? Did you want to approach about a particular section? I mean, do you want to?
I would like to because he asked for something specific that I'd like.
Oh, okay. All right. Do y'all need a break at all? Okay.
All right, so they're approaching. Look at them. Look at them little huddling all the way up there. All right, and then, okay. Holy moly, you guys. And we do have some great comments. I mean, I love you guys that are all like, no spoiler, but love is still annoying an hour from now. And where are we at? We've got 3 hours and 23 minutes. So how much farther do we have to go before love gets this together? Thank you so much, Black Butterfly. Don't mean to spoil, but wait till the end. We're here for it. Lib Mr. Ducks with the awesome picture. Love it. It says, watched alone today. Replay with you for the snark. Yeah, we're here for the snark. You guys can put all the snark you want in the chat. Just censor any words that YouTube will think are flaggable. I saw YouTube flag the eggplant
Pledge,
emoji
I'm
the other
gonna
day.
Put in front of
By
you
the way.
a portion of your testimony that we have and will mark as 449 Yankee, just for the purposes of the record. And I want you to listen to it. It will be approximately 2 minutes. And after you hear it, would you just tell me if you remember that? I don't want to ask you just straight out, do you remember something, okay? I don't mind, Judge. I'll tell him if you don't. If you give me a second. Hold on. Before you do anything, okay?
Okay.
Judge, that will be from time 1:03, 1:03:30 to 1:08:17. Yes, a little more than 2 minutes. I mean, yeah. I'm sorry. Me and my bad math.
Heck yeah, shout out to the chat. The chat always has the commentary on point. I think you guys are starting like a micro meme, like non-spoiler spoilers.
You try to listen to this and can't you understand what it's saying? Can't understand. You're right.
It sounds like he said he can't understand because he's obviously not listening with headphones.
I can read. I don't really understand. Be hard for me because I can read words and I don't really understand. Okay. Go ahead then. I don't just put anything in my ear. Sometimes. Oh, ain't that nigga? I don't want to put nothing in my ear that nobody else had. Yeah, do something different. No. That, but I don't want to use that though. Gotta get something else, yeah. That's a perfect. You ain't finna- I don't want to wake up, my ears broke out. You ain't gonna pay it. You ain't gonna pay that doctor bill. Okay. Right. Me neither. So let's just do it the right way. Yeah.
You can pull them.
Oh, okay. Sure.
You tell me.
All right, so I think, are they going to have to wait for him to listen to it now that he has headphones to still be able to bring it in?
Okay.
Holy moly. Thank you to Dawn and Doodle for becoming a new member. Are there any good hot mics here to listen to? Hot miking? Factual Lie says, no spoilers, but my screaming goat did overtime today. Okay, so she's gonna squeak. Pull the chair forward, squeak. Aw. A shout out to Angie. Angie Lay is gifting memberships again. If you got a membership or just want to show Angie some love, make sure you say thank you. Shout out to Angie in the chat. Angie's always gifting memberships. Super, super sweet. All right, we're gonna... Let me know if anything interesting happens, because he's just listening now. There's no hot micing going on.
Get back on. I don't remember though.
You do remember?
Okay.
We can't talk about that.
Okay.
Okay, he says, I do remember, but something. Yeah, so Jaha, this was crazy too. When Love said he's gonna need to, when Sledge said he's gonna need to speak to someone after all this frustration. Jaha says, Love, leave Sledge alone. He already told you he's gonna sue the state for mental and emotional stress. I think you guys in the chat, we could do a class action suit. Or collective pain and suffering. Misleading. We thought she was going to be quick. She told us she was going to be quick. She deceived us. Oh my gosh. How much of the testimony are they going to replay? Within a redirect, mind you. Oh my gosh. If I was a defense, I'd object for
You were
this to be
thinking of
time
when you-
wasting. Oh, sorry. Now I jumped the gun.
room.
My bad, my bad, my bad. Misleading. Yeah, while I'm buffering, because I broke it, hit the like button, you guys.
But that, to me, that's saying it's me.
Oh, sorry. It didn't look like anything was happening. Oh, maybe it did that because Law and Crime just... And when did court end today? All right, everybody
Only
put a
way it
boomer in
sound
the
like
chat.
me.
I know I'm
I
not
had to
supposed
be
to say
there in the room.
boomer. Buffering.
Do you recall telling me that you didn't?
Did I skip way more than I thought? And Survivor Speaks, always good to see you. You've had great insights in the chat today, but also love wearing pink is an insult to survivors, especially while she's yelling. It's like, it's a bit like, I don't know, it evokes a reaction in me, the way she was yelling earlier.
You stop.
And it looks like hopefully they're like at the end of figuring this out. Sorry, I like went too far ahead again, you guys. And Anna, thanks for asking. How do I become a member? Heart this chat. We heart you too. We're glad you're here. If you're using an Apple device, I think the easiest way, let me get the link for you. There's like a join link
Mr.
that
Sledge, having heard
is easier to use.
what you said when I asked you about states 449 Yankee, do you recall my showing you the video of Defendant Williams looking into the camera, talking about they lied to their mama?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall me asking you whether that was your voice in the video?
I told you it sounded like my voice.
And do you recall me pressing you, asking you, was that you?
When you just showed me video, I see now, but that's why when I told you it sounded like me, I thought you just took it as that was me, because I told you it sounded like me, and the only way it can sound like me, I had to be there in the room.
Do you recall telling me that you did not remember being in the room?
I see on the video I did, but like I said, you were pushing me so much that day too. My mind just was everywhere.
And when I asked you if that was you specifically who said snitching bitches,
I said, yes, that was me. That was my voice. Sounded like my voice. That's what I said.
did you ever acknowledge though that that was you in the video?
I said it sounded like my voice. So yes, I acknowledge that with me if I said it would sound like my voice. I ain't say it sounded like Ms. Love, and I said it sounded like me, that record, that to me, that's saying it was me.
All right. Do you recall me asking you where you were?
Did he just say God into the microphone? I know it's gonna do the Lodi thing, but that was Mounk Tounk, right? That said God. That's hilarious. I love a hot mic moment like that. It's like when Brian Steele did it. Oh my God, why is... And no, while I'm buffering, because it's my fault, because I wanted to hear the hot mic. Wyatt, we are back to questioning, finally. So love is still going, but at least it's not a pause while we listen to old testimony. Why is it doing this? Hold on. Next time there's a recess, we're going to like refresh the stream. I wonder if it's doing that because the stream is now ended since I
Like
started
me,
playing it.
That record, that, to me, that's saying it was me.
All right. Do you recall me asking you where you were?
I said, and I told you I didn't remember whose house it was, but I did. I said, that sounded like my voice.
Do you recall me asking you who all was in the room?
I don't recall you asking me that. I ain't hear that on that neither.
Do you recall me asking you the names of anybody else that was there?
Not I recall you didn't ask me about nobody. You was on the Pacific asking me about my voice. That's what I remember.
And do you recall at some point telling me, I'm not saying that it's me, I'm just saying it sounds like me, so I can't tell you.
Yeah, I told you it sounded like my voice. That's all I remember telling you. It sounded like my voice. So I know if it sounded like my voice, I just thought I'll say, yeah, that's him. He said it sounded like your voice.
Do you remember Doug's attorney showing you the same video a day later?
Yes.
Do you remember him asking you, was that you in the video?
Yes.
Do you remember telling him, yes, that is you in the video?
Yes, because I had the day to think about it, and then I was like, yeah. When I was still planning in my mind when you showed it to me, and then I thought about it, I was like, yeah, that is me in the video saying it. It's my voice.
Is that the video that you were thinking of when you were talking to me back in June with your attorney, Lieutenant Lancico, and myself out in Fayette?
I don't even remember you asking me about that video, Ms. Love.
Do you remember me telling you on direct or asking you on direct about a video where I asked you if you had seen, or did you know the video where they say you lie to your mama, you lie to your kids, and you said that wasn't me?
No, I remember telling you I didn't see me in the video. I seen Mr. William in the video, but I don't recall the statement you make.
Thank you. And do you recall me asking you then, where had you seen that video before we met in Fayette?
I don't recall, but I just heard it. Something about you asked me that, and I told you I seen it before time, and I seen it recently.
Now, between the time I showed it to you and the time that Mr. Steele showed it to you, did you go look at it and listen to it again?
No.
All right. And so what happened that made your memory precise about not just the fact that it was you, but where exactly it was shot? I'll clear it up. Bad question. Do you remember telling Mr. Steele where that video was taken?
I don't recall Mr. Steele even asking me where it was taken. I don't even recall him asking me that.
Your Honor, could I object at this point, 403?
Please, thank you.
We've all heard the testimony, so whether he remembers it or not at this point, it's not really the issue. Can you just ask the questions you intend to
Sure,
be
Your Honor.
asking?
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, why did you remember who all was in the room when the video was shot, when Mr. Steele asked you the question?
I just told you when you asked me, I didn't remember. But when I left that day, and I thought about the video, and then I realized everybody's voice who was in the video.
Okay. And what about the time?
Do you see what she's doing? She is taking it so personally. And there is a valid reason when you're opposing counsel, right? If you're getting different answers from a witness to the same question than that witness was giving someone else, it is valid to try to probe at why. However, she spent the whole day so far trying to do that, trying to find out why do you want to talk to the other attorneys and not me? Why not me? It seems so personal, so personally sensitive. And it's really frustrating because he keeps telling her that there's reasons besides her own, what she has concluded is the reason. He just said, no, I left and on my own, I was thinking about it in the recollection. I pieced together all the fuzzy details and remembered what was going on in that moment, which is a normal, reasonable thing. I would imagine everybody in the chat has had a moment like that where they don't really remember, but then they think about it and it comes back together. But in Love's world, the only possible explanation is that somebody's slighting her. Somebody's disrespecting her or insulting her or not thinking she's good enough. So she's not strategically doing what opposing counsel might do to show or impugn credibility in a witness giving different answers. She's literally trying to clear up what she feels like is a personal slight. And she spent all day doing it. How far are we? This is like more than 4 hours in.
Or the date that the video was shot. What did you remember that too after you left?
He showed me the date of the video he had, and then I remember it was a repost, different date. I don't remember the date of the repost, but I knew where he crosses down me on. I knew the answer to that question.
And do you remember me asking you about what what you understood Defendant Williams to be talking about when he said they lie to their mama, they lie to their sister, and all that stuff? Do you remember me asking you about that?
No, I don't remember you asking me that.
At any point, having heard the video again today, did you hear anybody reference lying in the courtroom on that video?
Yes.
You heard somebody say something about lying in the courtroom?
Oh, no. You said lying in the courtroom?
Uh-huh.
I don't even know if I just heard that, Ms. Love, to be honest with you, but I think I did. I'm not mistaken. If you got anything, just show it to me.
Your Honor, state request permission to play again states 447 Yankee.
That's
The video itself.
Okay. All right.
And so even hearing it just now, you didn't remember, right?
No, if you show me again, like that part.
Okay, don't worry about the earphones. We're gonna put it up on the big screen.
Gotta look up now.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell the God honest truth. Don't get it. Y'all didn't get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches?
From me and YSL.
I don't hear it say lying in the courtroom though.
All right. So when you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Steele, if that video talked about lying in the courtroom and you said, yeah, was that a mistake?
Yeah, that was a mistake. Cause
Okay.
I didn't say lie. It didn't say lie in the courtroom. The voice didn't say lie in the courtroom.
Okay. What did you understand it to be saying?
What he said or what in the video it said.
The video.
It's I'm allowing God.
And when Thug is talking, what is he talking about doing in the courtroom? Telling the God's honest truth?
Yes.
All right. And after Mr. Williams says, and you get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth, you need to get killed, bro. That's from me as YSL. Since you realize now that that is your voice, would you tell the jury why you say snitching bitches?
Because snitch is a liar to me.
Okay. Did you just not say that he said you get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth?
Well, I'm in the courtroom telling the God honest truth. So whatever he said, what he said.
Okay. So when he's talking about telling the God's honest truth in the courtroom, why do you follow that up with snitching bitches?
I just said something. There wasn't no reason to follow it up.
Do you consider a person who does get in the courtroom and tell God's honest truth on their friends snitching bitches?
No.
All right.
This is ridiculous for a 17-second video that she has spent probably 3 or 4 court days
You
throughout
were
this trial
also
arguing about.
asked on cross-examination by Mr. Steele about a meeting that you had with Lieutenant Lansco, your lawyer, and me out in Fayette County.
Yeah.
Recall that?
Yes.
Did you let Mr. Steele know before we met that we were actually going to have the meeting?
Did I let Mr. Steele know?
Yep.
No, I hadn't talked to Mr. Steele before that.
All right. Did you let anyone at his office know that we were going to have that meeting?
No.
And afterwards, did you let him know that we had just had it?
Could you be more direct? What you trying to say?
Only what I'm asking.
You said, did I do what?
Did you let Mr. Steele know that we had just had that meeting?
When? After we had the meeting?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Did you ever let me know that you had that Zoom call with Mr. Steele?
No, I ain't. Because my lawyer put the Zoom call together. I didn't put it together.
Okay.
Mr. Steele didn't call my phone himself and say, Mr. Sledge, what's going on? No.
Okay.
My attorney was on the Zoom call.
Okay.
He said, still didn't call my phone saying what's poppin' slime. Like, Love wants that to be the answer so badly.
And on the Zoom call, or rather last week, Mr. Steele asked you very pointedly, if you recall,
Commentary.
do you remember Mr. Steele asking you, did Miss Love, or did you tell Miss Love that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
I said that to you and Mr. Steele.
Do you recall Mr. Steele
Asking me that,
you
yes, yes.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you, did Miss Love tell you, do not tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
I wouldn't say it was said like that.
Hold on a minute. Do you recall him asking you that?
Yes, yes.
And do you recall telling him, yes, Miss Love told me, do not tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged me to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
You didn't say it at the meeting June 9th. You didn't say it that way. But when I brought it to your attention that Mr. Williams told me to take me and Kenneth Copeland to the police station, your exact words to me, I don't want you to say that, and I would not be asking you that question.
So at what point did I tell you not to tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
You didn't use the word jury, but that's the way I took it because from my understanding of this process,
Who are you here to tell?
I would be speaking to the jury to try to prove the facts to the jury, and I just thought I should come in and tell my truth.
When your lawyer and you, Lieutenant Lancico, and I sat outside that coffee shop, were you in any kind of handcuffs?
No.
Did you come on your own?
I came willingly with my lawyer.
Did you leave on your own with your lawyer?
Yes.
All right. And did anybody try to read you any kind of rights or anything like that?
No, you know that. Or I would have been
But
in
the
jail.
jury doesn't know that, okay?
Right.
So did you feel free to say whatever you wanted to say?
I just told you. I said what I said. Free, yeah.
All right.
I'm free to say what I want to say.
Okay. So during that conversation, were you encouraged to come into the courtroom and simply tell the truth?
Yes.
Were you encouraged to simply tell the truth by me?
You said it out your mouth that you wanted me to come here and tell the truth, but you said it out your
Were
mouth.
you encouraged to tell the truth in front of Lieutenant Lancico and me by your attorney?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, did your attorney tell you to act as if any question the state asks you, they already know the answer? So don't try to finagle anything. Tell them the truth.
I don't recall him saying that into me.
Finagle.
I hate to use this. I'm not being blasphemous. But did your attorney tell you to
Blasphemous.
pretend like the state is God and they know everything?
No, he didn't say that.
Okay.
I know that. You heard me.
All right. Do you,
Leave me alone. Come
do
on.
you remember me asking you
You're
about the
going too
video?
far again.
Do you remember me asking you about the video and you're denying being in a video where you
But-
say you lie to your kids?
I never denied the video. I said you don't see me in the video. They're my exact words. to
Right.
you. That ain't denying the video.
Okay. And do you remember after that I said, I've seen a video with you in it?
You said you seen the video with me, and I said you didn't see no video with me in it.
And do you remember me saying, yes, I have?
But
And you kind of smiled.
At the time, you were referring to video that Mr. Williams posted, not the video that I posted. Because if you would have said the video that you posted, Mr. Sledge, I would have said, yeah, that's me in that video.
Mr. Sledge, did I make reference to whose video it was? Or did I just ask you about
I
the
think
video?
you made, to me, I thought you, when you brought up the video with Jeffrey in it at first, then you brought up another, you brought the video up of Jeffrey.
Okay.
Because I told you that wasn't me, and I said you didn't see me in no video.
Okay, no problem. Now, on direct examination, do you remember as you sit here today, me asking you whether Mr. Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
In this courtroom?
In this courtroom.
Yeah, you asked me the question. I figured you asked me the question because my lawyer called me and asked me, what did you, Ms. Love, say to you and at me? So then when you told me at the meeting, you wasn't gonna ask me the question, but then you get in the courtroom and ask me the question.
So,
That's what happened.
She's laughing.
okay. So was it that I said I'm not going to ask you
Oh.
that, or did I tell you not to tell the jury that?
You said how I took it when I
How you took it? I just
Okay.
need to know my words. John,
It's non-responsive. Ask your next question.
my words only. Did I ever tell you not to tell the jury that defendant Williams
Move
encouraged you
on.
to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station? Did I ever tell you that?
You just said you didn't want me to say that.
Okay. Now,
Go ahead, turn.
is it your testimony that I said, I don't want you to say that, or I'm not going to ask you that?
Both of them.
Overruled. We don't really have a clear answer.
All right.
Clarity is not because of the witness. The clarity is because of love,
And
sowing
it's your
discord.
testimony that your lawyer and Lieutenant Lancico were still right there when I said these words that you heard?
Yes, so I
Okay.
wouldn't have said it.
All right. And based on what you just testified to the jury, you gleaned from that I didn't want you to tell the jury.
I never used the word tell the jury. I just said exactly what you said to me. I say, Ms. Love told me that she didn't want me to say that, and she wasn't gonna ask me that question.
Okay, so then your memory is not, you don't remember telling Mr. Steele You do not remember asking Mr. Steele saying, did Miss Love tell you, do not tell the jury?
If he said juror, I forgot, I made a mistake. And I should have corrected Mr. Steele if he said juror. But I'm telling you what you said to me and to me. I ain't saying you said don't tell it to the jury. But that's the way I took it too, cause that's who I'm supposed to be talking to, right? Telling the truth to, right?
Right.
Okay, so
Okay.
in my way, not the lawful way, that's the way I took it. Cause if somebody tell me, oh, I don't want you to tell my girlfriend this, I'm gonna take it as, you feel what I'm saying? You don't want me to tell the truth.
Okay.
Exactly.
So, all right.
Should not be asking these questions. They do not help her. This witness is not going to
So were
answer the way you
surprised
want
when
him
I
to.
asked you, did he encourage you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station if you thought I didn't want you to tell the jury? I'm exploring what he said his understanding was.
Overruled.
So were you? When I asked you that question, were you surprised given that you thought I didn't want you to talk about it?
I don't know. I can't recall. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Now, on cross-examination,
Get it together, love. And shout out to Jason. Well, she's done being the
did you
fake
tell
nice person.
Mr. Schardt that you didn't feel like you could go to trial, or you didn't have the ability to go to trial?
I
And
said I
that's
couldn't afford to go to trial.
okay.
That's the question he asked me. He didn't say the ability. He said afford.
All right. And that's the reason that you answered yes to all the questions that you answered yes to on State's Exhibit 444 Yankee and 1AS?
I don't recall.
Having had time to think about it now, do you remember and realize that your sentencing acknowledgments placed you in peril of probation revocation if you testified inconsistently with something you said was true during your plea agreement?
I don't think I testified nothing that wasn't true today, if I recall.
Do you remember testifying on last week when I asked you specifically about portions of what you agreed to, and for you to tell me if any part of it you're now testifying is false, to label it false, and if any part of it, if it's all true, to tell me it's true? Do you remember me having that conversation with you?
I remember the conversation, but you had put so much on, I don't even recall what went on.
Do you remember me putting in front of you State's Exhibit 447Y? And
Yes. You'd like a new question? Oh, okay. Right. Whether you remember
It's bolstering.
is not really the relevant matter.
Oh, God.
all right. Did you testify that
I never seen
number?
that. Not
I
highlighted.
give you the number.
All right.
Did you testify that number took it already. I put it back.
And thank you again, Jason. Thank you, Destined to Be, for becoming a member. I swear you were a member too. I just have like
This is it. One
weird recollections of everybody being green. Appreciate you, Destined to Be. Bees on Mars also became a member. I love sunflowers. And if you're just listening, Bees on Mars picture has a sunflower. I think.
Did you
I'm not a flower
testify
expert.
that, looking at this, at State's Exhibit 1AS, did you testify that number 3 under defendant's factual acknowledgments is not entirely true?
No, I didn't say it was not entirely true. I think I remember I said the part of the support of YSL, and you put Care as a rival gang member. I told you I didn't even know he was that gang at the time. And if I made a mistake anywhere else, I made a mistake.
All right. Do you remember me putting, now I have to ask, do you remember, Your Honor? Do you remember me putting State's Exhibit 444Y in front of you?
I remember you putting all these papers in front of me, but I don't like.
Do you remember me asking you to go over each number, and if one of it is true or one of it?
Oh, no.
Do you remember me asking you that if all of the statement is true, to tell me and label it true, but that if any of it is not true, to call it false? Do you remember that?
I don't recall that, Ms. Love. Like I told you, you've been confusing me for so many days. You've been confusing me since I've been on this stand. So I don't know, like now, you jump from one thing to another thing. My brain don't move as fast as probably yours. I might don't learn as quick as you do. So I don't remember all this stuff. You putting all these papers in front of me ain't gonna make me remember.
Okay. All right.
So whatever you trying to get to.
All right. We're just getting to the questions.
He
So
gave
we'll
a rule
take it slow.
403.
I don't remember.
All right. 1AS, that is the document you signed, right?
Yeah.
All right. On 1AS,
I don't want us to go over the
right.
whole direct examination.
I'm not.
Lynn. This is supposed to be redirect.
I'm not, Your Honor. I'm specifically asking
No, you're
questions
not.
that are related to what the witness responded to on cross. So on cross-examination, the witness was asked whether he was allowed to
Mhm.
craft this, whether they were his words, whether he understood them, whether he felt compelled to.
I recall.
And so what I'm asking now, and he was also asked on cross, whether he felt between a rock and a hard
Mhm.
place.
I already answered that question.
So what is it that you
And-
want to ask him?
I believe that he testified on cross that one part was feeling between the state and the other was Fulton County Jail or going back to jail. So I'm asking him about his sentencing acknowledgments and what he has stated or agreed to within the sentencing acknowledgments and how that squares with his rock and hard place on December 28, 2022.
Okay, then ask him that, how those acknowledgements square with his rock and a hard place.
I don't think that's going to get a quick answer, but I'll ask. Okay, so Mr. Sledge, how do your sentencing acknowledgements square with, do you understand that you
Now you
said,
thinking this stuff funny.
no, sir, I don't. Mm-mm.
You do.
Do you understand?
Because I know your question ain't funny.
It is not.
So what you laughing for?
Mr. Sledge, do you recall stating in your sentencing acknowledgements?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, you have the paper in front of you. Would you please look at it to refresh your memory?
It still don't refresh my memory.
Your Honor, the state tender states Exhibit 1AS as evidence of a prior past recollection recorded. Yes, it was, and it was agreed to.
I object as well, Your Honor. This is not past recollection recorded,
It
and
is.
past recollection recorded does not come into evidence. I have to get you the code section.
You're right, it doesn't. He read it into the record.
That's exactly right.
We already read it into the record though, and not we, but you already read it into the record once.
Your Honor, I'm asking, all right, fine. Mr. Sledge, do you understand that you agreed that if you fail or refuse to testify to any fact that you acknowledged in this plea agreement, that such failure or refusal nullified any promise by the DA to null pros count 30 of the indictment?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. And we've already
You finally-
established that he adopted all of those things.
So understanding that as of last week, you understood the sentencing acknowledgments, it did not place you in what you called between a rock and a hard place with Mr. Schardt, as far as coming in here and testifying to something different than what you put in the factual acknowledgments.
I came, from my understanding, I would be able to explain the things that you wouldn't change.
Tell us.
That was from my understanding.
Okay.
So now I'm in here testifying my truth and not what you put on paper and your answer. These is not my answers on this paperwork. Yeah, I did sign it, but if you would have came to me personally, like I think you should have did, and asked me this yourself, I would have told you no.
Did you testify that lay low were my words and not yours when I asked you on direct examination about defendant Williams giving YSL members money to lay low after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
When you asked me at that meeting, I told you he couldn't have gave YSL money to lay low because I'm the only one that stayed in Atlanta. I
No.
told you he gave me money to get out of harm's way. I borrowed $300.
I'm talking about in court last week. Do you remember saying, I didn't say lay low, those were your words?
Them is your word. I didn't say lay low.
Do
That
you
was
remember-
already on this paper. I never used the word lay low to you not one time. All this stuff that you trying to say, it was already on the paper. You changed certain things and then we agreed. And then I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't even want to say that. I got another paper that's saying you changed number 8. It went from one thing to another thing. You don't want to red flag that.
No, I do.
He's
Okay.
credible to me. He sounds
So-
really credible. I remember his
Because
words.
you changed the personal knowledge and I ain't changed it.
Thank you for that.
I would have never said yes to that. When I got to the last paperwork, I thought we had an understanding of what the emails my lawyer sent you.
So do you now remember getting multiple versions of states 444Y that was changed at your request?
Not all of it.
Okay. Well, let's just show you. And you tell me which ones you remember.
Sure, they gonna make me remember now, Miss Love.
Okay.
I ain't gonna remember now.
So do you remember asking the state to change more than one thing on the factual acknowledgement?
A lot of times.
Do you remember the state making changes at your request?
I don't really know because I seen something different today that it wasn't what I thought it was the day I agreed.
Do you remember last week testifying that you hadn't seen any other document besides the one you signed?
I just seen them today.
Okay.
I didn't see it. My lawyer was just coming, asking me, and I guess he thought the question was gonna be changed, and I don't know. I don't think they was changed.
Okay. Well, we'll get to that. Since you won't remember, that's fine.
Why is she taking all day to do this? Like, the question could have been, can you just explain what wasn't changed? Oh, I don't recall. And then let the jury interpret that how they want. Is that him breathing deep? He's losing his patience. You can hear like... Thank you, Shannon. I totally agree. The jury will not turn a blind eye on her attitude. When you can feel something because it's so loud or feels aggressive, you don't forget that easily because you feel it.
When you were asked by Mr. Schardt about April 28th, 2015, Jeffrey Williams, he only asked you whether Jeffrey Williams was with you in addition to you and Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington. Is that right? Is my memory correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you
Together,
feel
love.
on December 28th, 2022, as able as you have felt in this courtroom this week and last week to tell the judge when you needed to do something like talk to your attorney? Did you feel as free to talk to your attorney or ask for requests to speak to your attorney then?
I don't recall.
You don't?
No.
Okay.
Okay, we got to do 1.25. You guys said normal. I
Is
can't
there
do
any
it with the
portion
pause.
of what the jury saw in your December 28, 2022 testimony where you halted the proceedings? Or what wasn't seen? Did you ever halt the proceedings on December 28, 2022 to ask to speak to your attorney?
I don't even know the word you just used.
Did you ever stop and say, Judge, can I talk to my lawyer like you have today and last week?
Like I told you earlier, I ain't sitting over there. I'm sitting up here supposed to be telling my truth. And it's like you're not accepting my truth. I wasn't sitting over there in County Blues. I was sitting over there in County Blues. I'm in the free world. So it's like, I couldn't stop and say that over there.
Why couldn't you?
Because I don't understand that. But once I got up here, I thought I could. Because you told me that. You said, anything you don't understand, you didn't tell me that December the 28th, right?
Did your lawyer?
No. My lawyer didn't tell me to stop neither.
So
we thought-
sitting next to your lawyer, did you
My
ask
lawyer
him
didn't-
questions? Not
I would-
talking about what they were, but did you ask him questions at the table?
Once
I would ask the witness to be allowed to answer the questions.
Please.
Judge, I'm not asking him what was said. I'm asking him,
It's the province of the what? Oh, no, that doesn't. Overruled.
sitting at the table next to the lawyer you had known for 15 years, were you able to ask him questions?
I probably could have, but I didn't.
And in the back, when you were with the lawyer you've known for 15 years, did you ask him questions?
Yeah, I told him
Well, if he wants to share it, it's his to share.
I don't want to.
Just
I don't
say
want to share it.
anything
Okay, I don't want.
Specific about what you and your.
I don't want to share it.
And I'm not asking you what, I'm
I
asking
don't
you,
want.
did
She
you?
just said I had to share it.
She said you didn't have to share the content. I'm asking
Well, I
you,
don't want to share it. I don't recall.
I'm asking you, did you ask?
I don't
lawyer-
recall. I don't recall. Here you go.
Are you saying that now because you're just frustrated?
Here you go again. Here you go again. Here you go again. That's it.
Okay, I disagree. The question was, were you able to ask him questions in the back? And frankly, he answered it before he didn't recall, so.
Thank you, Judge. All right.
So is she like pausing because she's flustered? Like, she's trying to go through her angry notes that she scribbled on Friday.
When you left court last week, Did you wipe your nose at the jury?
What you mean?
Just that. Did you wipe your nose at the jury?
Yeah, when you asked me to do it,
I mean, when you got off the stand.
no.
Okay.
Well, I wipe my nose at the jury.
All right.
See, yeah, she going too far.
Until there's an objection, they just ask questions. But all these are capable lawyers, as is your lawyer. So
Yeah, but she,
I just call the balls and strikes.
you said,
Everybody put a nose in the chat.
I swear you.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
A nose in the point emoji.
She's silly.
I think she's almost done.
Yeah, I hope so. Before I go back left. Cause I don't mind going left.
Oh. Her own witness is saying he does not mind going left.
Arguing back and forth with you.
Okay.
You just being petty now.
All right. You felt differently on December 28th, 2022.
You would have changed everything I want you to change. I probably wouldn't be going through it. You probably wouldn't have gave me the deal. If you'd have came and asked me. Oh man, I'm sick of it, man.
I don't want to make you sick.
Well, let me
Who
take
are
a
you talking
break.
to right now?
Can I take a break?
Hang on just a second. Are you almost done? Because
I'm wrapping
there are
up.
some people who need a restroom break.
Could we
Yeah.
just give them that break,
I
Your
need
Honor, and
one
I'll make
back.
sure that I'm on.
Give them
I'm
that.
wrapping.
Yes, let's take a break right now.
Wow. He should have, when he was walking out right there, he should have just gone right to love like this the whole time walking by her. I can't believe she asked that. But it's probably a good time for a break. Squeaky Chair, love the name. Says depends, you gotta wear depends due to the restrictions on potty breaks. Mounk Tounk is buying them breaks. He said, I'm gonna get you guys some breaks today. My blood pressure, your bladder.
All right, we'll be in recess.
Thank you so much, Squeaky Chair. I can't believe she asked that. Did you look at the jury and wipe your nose? I mean, did anybody, like, notice that on camera? I mean, not for nothing, but you can wipe your nose with your finger, and it... Maybe she thought this was a finger. If I don't have a tissue and I wipe my nose, is it just Slatt now all the time? Yeah, the judge definitely... Unfortunately, I think she diffused it in the state's favor. Yeah, a whole mess to the judge, like she's just being silly, or like, be careful, I could go left. She's being petty. And it's true, I personally agree. Jaha Lewis says, Hilton's out interviewing for their job. She read Who Moved My Cheese. Yeah, she was at the front, and then now she moved. Is she at the back table? We haven't had the camera pan in a little bit. I don't know. Now we got to keep eyes at the camera pan, see who's sitting at that back table. Because earlier they showed, and it was just Mrs. Knight is her name with the curly hair, and then the other guy. So where did Hilton go? Hilton needs a different job. Thank you so much, Jaha, for your support today. D, thank you for becoming a member. Sandy says, no question, just appreciate you. Thanks for the 10, Sandy. With my favorite beach picture. Touche says, there really is something endearing about Sledge and Woody. It's not good for the state. It's when they speak off the cuff, you guys, it's 100% endearing. Both of these witnesses, were you lying back then? Are you lying today? All this question about when you're actually credible. Well, when they say things like, I can go left, or she's being petty, who can deny that that is truthful? So those moments, endearing, raising credibility, just being genuinely relatable, especially if the juror themselves is tired of listening to love all day, comes off as endearing, for sure. Thank you so much, Touche. John Coleman, good to see ya. Oh, John cut self-love time short to come watch some love. Oh no, you poor thing. You're gonna need to double up on the self-love after this. Thank you so much for the 2. Kelly and JR just became members. This is seeming a little conspiratorial, you guys. Thank you to Kelly and JR. Flesh of the Gods says, what a day, you are in for a treat. Now, that was a great stream you did the other day, guys. If you just started watching this trial, you need to go rewatch and put the chat replay on. Go and rewatch Flesh of the Gods recap of days 31 through 33. So that is the link in the chat here. We had a great time in there. We went over several witnesses. There was one witness that was just like the worst liar I've ever listened to in my life. And then she tried to drop, oh my God, what was the reference she made? She tried to make a pop culture reference. I forget what it was, but it was like, you could tell she like practiced what she was going to say on the stand and thought that was going to be a mic drop reference. But if you're late to this trial, definitely go check out days 31 through 33 of Flesh of the Gods. I had such a good time, Flesh of the Gods. Thanks for coming in and watching this catch-up stream today. That ill kid Jay is calling out my shirt because it's like kind of pink. It's like pink orange. You know, we got a little bit more orange than pink. I don't really match love all the way. But am I matching? Is it a conspiracy? And then a gratuitous squeak. Thank you so much, that ill kid. And then Shannon, by the way, thanks for being here. And I appreciate you guys for not doing spoilers, but everybody seems ready to go. We're going to catch up on these. We're going to skip this little recess. Flesh of the Gods also gifted a membership. Make sure you guys say thank you if you've gotten a gifted membership today. Same thing, JR came in with another one. Thank you, JR. Always, always, always say thank you in the chat when someone gifts memberships because it helps the channel and it's really fun for the person that gets the membership because you guys can use fun emojis like the I don't recall and the squeaky chair duck. So it's one of my favorite features of YouTube. So thank you guys for using that feature and for helping other people take advantage of it. FFS said, Kat, I'm telling you the God's honest truth. Watching this trial is ever so relaxing. I'm trying to get her voice as white noise to sleep to. Yeah, I don't think that will go well. Can you guys imagine, you know, those things that it'll be a song you look up on YouTube, but it's like looped for 10 hours straight? Just love talking, asking the same single question for 10 hours straight. I don't think that would be the white noise that people would actually play to go to sleep. I appreciate you, FFS. People were looking for you earlier. They were looking for your commentary. And you were duly missed when you were not here. It's noticeable. FFS also says, I just opened my ears. She's seriously still talking about this. And you said this 23 minutes ago, and we're still on the same line of questioning when we paused just now. Him taking Woody to the cops. This is animal cruelty. The horse has been dead. She's going to invent her own horse to bring it to court to beat it. Just like, who in the chat said, did she bring that microphone herself? Because remember at the end of the day, this might be a court's microphone. But remember at the end of the day, Friday, she's like, Your Honor, I have a question. If I go and get my own audio equipment, will the court reimburse me? Like, did she practice with this microphone? Is this a new microphone? Is this her pet microphone? She bringing it into the court so she could make sure she wanders around the witness and everybody can hear her loud and clear. Ask the same question nobody wants to hear again. It's just a whole mess. Beating the dead horse is right. Iron Rabbit, thanks for being a member for a month. And you say thank you for the trial coverage. I say thank you for being here. And then thank you. This is Dee, this is a cute super sticker. The trumpets, the little lime and the lemon. Thank you so much. And hold on, is Dragon Draws a reference to what I think it's a reference to? Thank you, AK. I will let the chat fill in the creative licensing there on that one. I have a good guess on what that might mean. Fletch says, Love is going to call her mom as a witness to testify she's an honest person. Yeah, this whole redirect is just like, fix the jury, make the jury think that I didn't say something maybe I shouldn't have said. Like, I tried to insert this idea that people were surprised when they heard about, you know, you being asked to take Woody to the police station. Why would you try to feed that information to Sledge? And not for nothing, but the way Sledge broke down the verbiage of, like, I'd rather you not talk about that, it sounded like Love's language. So I believe Sledge. I believe Sledge. But yeah, she's going to call her mom to come rehabilitate her, add another witness to the list. Probably likely. Red Bunny says, can we get a Mounk Tounk emoji that says, I'm confused? I think that might be too long. I could hyphenate the word, and we could try. But that's funny. That could be a good one. As long as you guys know if it's cron and then fruz is two separate lines. We could do that one. Survivor Speak says, I just need 10 minutes of your time, please. Do you mean me? Or do you mean, this is what Love is saying, like I need 10 more times to ask questions and then we're here for 7 more hours? Let me know. You can put it as a regular chat. And I'll look for it. And thank you so much to Danny for becoming a member. Oh, we have 5 gifted memberships. Everybody shout out to Red Hat or put a red emoji in the chat. Thank you, Red Hat Maverick. 5 memberships. That's 5 new people green. Super, super generous. Thank you so much. SLB also became a member. You know, actually, I might be close to a tier of unlocking new emojis. I gotta check. They give me like 3 or 4 new emojis every so often when there's new members. So I can create some more custom ones. So thank you so much for becoming members, because I can make more emojis. Innocent Bystander Channel, thanks for the 20. It says, I thought I was a member here already. It shows that I'm not, but there's no way to join. Has this happened to anyone else? If you're on an Apple device, that might be why. There is a pinned message at the top of the chat with a link to join. See if that link works for you. Thanks for wanting to become a member. And thanks also, you've already been so generous today. Thanks for sending another 20. So I'm going to update my banner. Thank you so much to our Chair Squeak sponsors of the day. AK says she wants to prove so bad that she is telling the truth and that he is working with the defense. She's big mad and being unprofessional. A million %. It all seems personal. It seems completely personal. Touche says he's restored the credibility. I think he's coming off as real credible. She's trying to ruin with the jury. His understanding seems believable. Yep. She just seems like she's trying to catch him up, but never lands to the point. And I think there's been some times where she cut him off trying to repeat her question in the same way, like an interpersonal relationship. You start arguing with someone, you start cutting them off when you're the one wrong in the argument. That's how she's coming off to me. Oh no. Shannon Alexander, can you imagine Love at a daycare with snotty nose? No. No, she's gonna be like, all these kids are slime. All of them are slime. Oh man. Accusing, she's gonna be adding toddlers to the Rico. A whole mess this case is. A whole mess. Shout out to that ill kid Jay. Slime free Jeffrey with the super squeak and all the green. All right, and we are going to get back into play. I will catch up on chats. We're going to keep the momentum going. We're going to close this little round of super tests. Thank you guys so much. It's overwhelming to have to be in a position where I'm like, I'm reading a lot. I got to hit the play button. So thank you for putting me in that position. It's a very interesting rock and a hard place to be between. But we're going to get this. Recused Judge Glanville says, can we get a 1 for the amazing job my little bubblegum did in pissing off our own witness and getting nowhere? So everyone put a 1 in the chat. We are going to resume from this pretty long break, because I've read a lot of chats. All right, we're coming back like right here. So let's see. Put a 1 in the chat for the little bubblegum for recused Judge Glanville. And here we go. We are currently on 1.25. You guys let me know if that gets too fast. Look at all you guys showing love. Shout out to recused Judge Glanville. I think we got to get the witness and the jury back
So you
in.
can add her back. Miss Love, I see this email, and Miss Persfield's, she's not with us, but she's back in the office, so you can add her back to the emails when you're sending stuff. No, don't worry about it. I can do that. you ready? Okay.
And shout out to Chris Hayes gifting a membership out here. That's one more. Heck yeah, Chris Hayes. Thank you so much. I don't know why long crime
Send this over
refreshed.
to this email, and Ms. Percefield's, she's not with us, but she's back in the office, so you can add her back to the emails when you're sending stuff. No, don't worry about it. I can do that.
Okay, so it looks like they recess quickly until he comes back in.
What are we looking at? What happened to it? Oh, you know what?
And yeah, it took forever to seat the jury in this case. Dat Pot says they're arguing like it's her kids and husband. Thank you, NJB. Shout out to the mods and the chat. Kat, you're the best. I love when people shout out the mods and chat. I love you guys. Thank you so much, NJB.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Judge, I believe that to everyone's delight, that's all that I have for Mr. Sledge right now.
All right, thank you. Is there any recross from any of the attorneys?
Not on the behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
Okay. All right.
I want to apologize to Ms. Lord, the courtroom, and the jury for getting upset.
All right. Appreciate that.
Your Honor, I'd ask that Mr. Sledge not be released, but be
Okay.
excused temporarily.
Okay, you are excused. You're still under subpoena, so there's a possibility that you might get called again at some point. If so, somebody will let you know through Mr. Wright.
Okay,
But
thank
you
you.
are free to go.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Love, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls.
The attorney. Wright. Mr. Wright.
I believe that I will be calling a lieutenant, but if not, it will be Mr. Wright.
Okay.
And guys, just so two things. One, whatever the law and crime feed did when it refreshed, I think there's processing on YouTube, the processing of the live stream finished. When it refreshed, it's louder, right? Do you guys notice that it's louder? It seems like it got louder after YouTube processed their live stream. But two, it seems like Love actually made a strategy adjustment. We're not going to ask him any more questions because he just took this break and everything so far was disastrous. So maybe she sat herself down and said, all right, we're just going to pass the witness, see if the defense has any recross, which they didn't, because what would you need to recross on that? It was a disaster of a redirect. So I think she adjusted because it seemed like she wasn't done with her questions, but he was so heated, maybe her peers were like, just cut it out. So, and now we're going to get the attorney.
Yeah.
Okay, and the attorney is a bit slower speaking, maybe. And is this still on 1.25 with the refund?
State calls Mr. Derek Wright.
All right.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give made true, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
State spell the first and last name for the state, for the court, please.
Right. Derek, D-E-R-E-K, Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wright.
Good afternoon.
Forgive me for putting you on this stand. This is not a place that I know you normally reside.
You chose to.
Sustained.
I'm going to take these away from you. Put these over here. Mr. Wright, I will not be getting into matters of privilege. I'll just ask you a few brief questions regarding your interaction with the state as it relates to the witness that just testified.
Okay.
First of all, would you please tell the jury how long you've been practicing law?
It's a year short of 30 years, so 29 years.
And how long have you known Mr. Antonio Sledge?
At least 15, probably longer, somewhere between 15 and 20 years.
And forgive me, but were you sworn in? You were sworn
Yes.
in? Okay. And did you meet him first in your capacity as an attorney representing him, or did you know his family before you began representing him?
In a legal capacity first.
Okay. Do you know how many instances where you've had to represent Mr. Sledge in Fulton County? Without saying a number, are you aware of how many instances?
If I thought about it, I probably would come up with an accurate number.
Is it, have you had at least 10 occasions to interact with him on not criminal matters, but just matters, legal matters?
When you say occasions, are you referring to cases or just interactions? I've not represented him on 10 cases. It's far less than that.
Okay. Over the last 15 years, are you comfortable telling the jury how many cases that you had an occasion to represent Mr. Sledge?
I would say, for sake of being accurate to this one and the one they've heard about from before, and I think a misdemeanor case. So other than that, I would be having to really dig deep, and I think that's probably it.
Did the misdemeanor case happen 15 years ago?
Probably more like 6 to 8 years ago, give or take.
So what was the first, when you say you've been his attorney for 15 years, what was the first instance? What year was the first instance?
Again, I can't tell you. I'm not being difficult. I just don't recall. I just know that I did come in contact with him as an attorney. And then with many of my clients, I developed a relationship. So he is someone that I've considered a friend, and I know him, some of his family, and therefore I've had an ongoing interaction with him, both professional and personal, for 15 plus years.
All right. Is it fair to say he's not the only person that you've represented in criminal matters?
Correct. I've represented many, many people over the years.
Have you had occasion to represent many, many people in Fulton County over the years?
Yes.
Have you had occasion where when you make an entry of appearance with respect to, say, for instance, a bond hearing, but have been required to stay on as a person's attorney?
Early on, when I first started, you had some of that because, one, often you might get onto a case and then get appointed where the county pays you to stay with the client.
Okay.
So early on, there was sort of an advantage to getting on early, and then you could stay on if the client either retained you privately or the county paid you. Later on, that changed, and more emphasis was put on public defender and contract attorneys and other stuff. So I would say in the last 10, 15 years, not so much.
So if you signed on to represent a person in the last 10 or 15 years for one thing and wanted to withdraw, the courts have allowed you generally to do that?
Generally, it depends where you are. If you're in Toombs County, Toombs County don't let you withdraw. Once your name hits the paper, you're the attorney regardless of whether you get paid or not.
Okay.
There's some other counties like that.
Okay.
Fulton is generally pretty liberal, where Fulton if you and the client come to a disagreement, or if money, Mr. Green doesn't show up, that also is a reason that you can sometimes get out of a case. So from that standpoint, Fulton is a little more understanding that sometimes the attorney and client have to go separate ways.
Without getting into the specifics of what you may have shared with your client, unless he waives it and you've been given permission to, and you'll have to tell me if that's the case.
Well, I'll tell you now, he has not waived attorney-client privilege.
That is fine.
So I am restrained by the laws
That's
of our
absolutely
state.
okay. Okay. So without getting into anything that is privileged information, would you tell the jury if information that is said between you and your client in the presence of others, such as Lieutenant Lancico, a lawyer from the state, whether that information is considered privilege?
It's a two-part answer.
Yes.
From an attorney-client privilege standpoint, that conversation may not be privileged because it's been said outside of me and the client, meaning there's more individuals hearing it.
Right.
From a plea negotiation, and whether plea negotiations are admissible in a court of law, that is beyond the attorney-client relationship, but an admissibility issue. And therefore, the question of this conversation isn't so much an attorney-client, but whether if it's a plea negotiation or it's the furtherance of one, is it admissible?
Okay. So have you been sitting in court during the entire time that Mr. Antonio Sledge has been on the stand?
Yes. Well, there may have been a one hour short period of time one morning where I had someone covering for me, but other than that, I've been here the entire time.
Were you present in court when he was asked by Mr. Steele about a June 2024 meeting in Fayette between Lieutenant Lancico, yourself, Mr. Sledge, and myself?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall that meeting in Fayette County?
Yes, it was the Starbucks in Fayetteville, my place.
And how would you characterize that? First of all, how long did that meeting last?
I would estimate maybe plus or minus 40 minutes.
Okay. And generally speaking, how would you characterize that meeting, the content, the purpose?
Often when you enter into an agreement with the state, you'll be asked to come in or meet with them to discuss questions they may want to ask, subjects they may want to cover. And basically, it's almost sort of like a prep session. And from the defense side, we're also trying to get an idea. What are you going to ask us? Where are you going with things? So it's sort of both sides feeling each other out. And that way, when we get to court, things can sort of go smoothly. And that was sort of what we anticipated. And that's generally what the meeting was. To be honest, we did not get into the details of testimony as much as I am generally accustomed to. Most of it was, Ms. Love, you getting to know my client and getting a feel for him, and vice versa. So honestly, a lot of the details weren't discussed. It was more of a feel each other out kind of meeting, in my opinion.
Okay.
Building that rapport.
And do you recall me asking your client about any specific details of the case or the plea that he signed on December the 28th?
There was discussion at that meeting about the plea that he had signed, a couple of videos, and again, I'm generalizing because I don't have an exact memory of everything. And again, because you didn't get into a lot of the details, like, to be sure, there was no script, there was no, here are the questions you're going to be asked. It was a very generalized kind of conversation. There was at one point, which y'all have talked about, a point where he started to share because he volunteered it.
When you say he volunteered it, what do you mean? Did I ask him something about it?
Mr. Sledge volunteered the subject of what Mr. Williams may have said to him.
Okay.
And to be clear, while it definitely wasn't what you were asking, it wasn't on the subject you wanted to cover.
You
Therefore,
say the subject I wanted to cover. Please explain what you mean.
you were asking, and I don't remember, to be honest, exactly what the question was, but it wasn't responsive to the question. That's why it stood out. And when you heard what he was saying about Mr. Williams, there was an immediate reaction where it was, that's not what I'm asking you, is what you said to him. And he said, well, he went on, said what Mr. Williams told him.
And was that the part where he's saying he encouraged me to take?
Okay.
What part are you talking about?
this is what I've observed discussion in the courtroom about what he said about Mr. Williams telling him to take Woody to see the police.
Okay.
And the point was, as his attorney, as a defense attorney, I took it as that wasn't a subject you wanted to talk about and you weren't asking him about. But I can't say that I ever heard you say, don't tell the jury. It was nothing that definitive, but it was simply, that's not what I'm asking you. That's not what I've asked you to tell me. And ultimately, we sort of moved on from it, but it was just clear he very much wanted to say it, and that wasn't what you were looking for in terms of whatever the initial question was. So, but answering the issue at hand, I cannot say that you ever said, don't tell the jury.
And listening to the questions that I put upon your client during direct examination and redirect examination, where I've asked the question and his response has caused me to say, that's not what I'm asking.
Mm-hmm.
Would you characterize the interaction at that coffee shop as different than or similar to those type of interactions?
I would say one, the overall interaction at the coffee shop was pleasant. No one was arguing, yelling, screaming, anything like that. It was very pleasant. You'd ask a question, he'd provide an answer. And then even when we got to that, it still wasn't combative. It was simply, that wasn't what I asked you, or what I'll ask you. It was, again, that just wasn't a subject you were going to be asking him about. So it sort of came and went.
And when you say that's not or wasn't a subject I was going to be asking him about, is it your testimony that my response had to do with the question? Your Honor, I'm not.
And honestly, he's a lawyer. He's going to be able to handle it. I'll give you a little leeway.
Thank you. When you tell the jury that I said, that's not what I'm asking you, was your understanding that that's not what I'm asking you related to the question that I had just asked that he seemed to have not been responding to?
It was to the question. That was not the subject matter or topic you were asking a question to. Again, I did not hear it. And again, maybe I'm biased because this is what I do, but I did not hear it as an instruction to say, don't you tell the jury this, or I want you to only tell them about that. It was, that's not what I'm asking you right now. I'm not going to ask you about that. As in, so I did hear that extra part, but again, it just reinforced the idea that you weren't instructing him to limit his testimony in any way. It was just clear that wasn't a subject you planned on going into.
Mm-hmm.
So as a defense attorney, of course, yeah, my bell rang and I said, that's a hot topic, but it wasn't any ethical issue because I didn't hear you in any way try to discourage him or instruct him not to convey that information if asked.
Okay. Now, were you present or were you asked by anyone else whether that was something that had been said?
Well, I wasn't asked, but I will say I am defense bar through and through for almost 30 years. Just as I, in this situation, sort of call balls and strikes. I'm not on one side or the other. And when one side has contact with me, I'll reach out and have contact with the other side to make sure both sides are getting information. Mm-hmm. And I did reach out and contact Mr. Steele, I believe, or it may have been Max, to say, hey, we did sit down, we had a meeting. Quite honestly, there's no big secrets or anything about the meeting, but I will say there was a situation where when one subject came up, it wasn't what she was asking about, but it resonated with me because knowing what the issues of this trial are, I knew my brethren in the defense bar would want to make sure they knew Sledge knew or was told by Mr. Williams to take Woody to the police. Now, I imagine they may already know it, but they may not have known that Sledge had that information. So just as the state was aware of it, I wanted to make sure the defense is aware of it. And I've also made him available so that if they wanted to question him, he could also be questioned by them. In other words, fair to both sides.
And were you present when Mr. Sledge was in communication via Zoom or some other way
Absolutely.
With Defendant Williams' attorney?
Correct. In fact, there's not been a single attorney that's contacted me, and it's only a handful of times, but they've always contacted me to talk to Sledge.
Okay.
Every attorney has shown perfect professionalism.
Love hates that
Were
answer.
you asked by any counsel for any defendant whether the state ever instructed Mr. Sledge to not tell the jury that defendant Williams encouraged him to go to the police?
Let me answer it in two parts. Yes, I have told them.
No, were you asked? That's the first question.
Oh, okay. Let me make sure I'm addressing the question because, you know, us lawyers, we like to talk.
So did Mr. Steele ask you if I told Mr. Sledge, don't tell the jury that defendant Williams encouraged you to go to the police? Did he ask you that question?
I don't recall him necessarily asking the question, but I told him my observation of that conversation. And Mr. Sledge told him his observation of that, really on the same Zoom meeting. So he actually, without having to ask it, received it from both me and Mr. Sledge. And even at that time, I said, I did not hear it that way, but if my client says he heard it that way, then he heard it that way. So it's quote unquote, two people hearing the same thing may take it a different way, especially one who is a defense attorney.
Did I inquire that of you after hearing that from Mr. Sledge? Did I ask you about that?
We have talked about it, yes.
And did you tell me that you told Mr. Steele? No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. Well, I told Mr. Steele, I never heard you tell him, do not tell the jury. What I told you was that I've explained, I didn't hear her say that. I heard that she didn't seem to like that topic, but I can't say that I heard you instruct him. But my client insists that that's what he heard. So that's I know it's not a black and white answer, but that's the gray answer where my client has been very consistent saying, this is what he heard, but that's not what I heard. So I'm not gonna juice it up for the state or for the defense. I can only convey what I, in good faith, heard.
And is there anything in particular that you recognized or saw that made you think I did not like that topic?
Knowing the general idea of what the case is about, that ultimately the state's theory of the case that Mr. Williams.
Without getting into what you believe the state's theory of the case is, I'm asking you specifically what you observed that made you believe. And Your Honor, I'd ask.
That's not what she was asking, so no. Go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, please go again.
I'm asking you what you observed me do or say facially, non-facially, verbally, non-verbally, that led you to believe in some way that I didn't like that topic.
The fact that.
Is this about you?
You stopped him pretty abruptly, meaning as he was going into it, he sort of answered anyway. So it wasn't that you didn't yell, you didn't scream, you didn't do anything, but it was just, as attorneys, what we're really good at, I know we're gonna say talking, but listening and picking up. And when I saw that all of a sudden there was sort of a screeching stop point, that's when I realized, well, maybe, and again, not knowing the details of this case, maybe.
So is that where you drew your conclusion?
Let him finish his
Yeah,
answer.
maybe that topic, that point has some meaning and some significance. And that's where my thought was, okay, well, just as something may be significant about it in talking to the state, let me also make sure I've conveyed to the defense, hey, that might be some sort of topic. And again, I didn't know what he did or didn't do because my role sort of stopped pretty early in this. So again, my thought is if I'm neutral in calling balls and strikes, I want to make sure that they also are aware that may be a topic of interest. And but nothing about your body language or your mannerisms went to anything more than just, hey, maybe there's something there that someone needs to look into.
Did I tell him that's not what I asked in a way different than you've heard me say that when he's on the stand?
No.
Okay. And when I've said that's not what I've asked, when he's been on the stand, did you draw a conclusion that that was something I didn't want him to tell the jury?
I didn't draw the conclusion, but I did draw the topic was not the topic you wanted to talk about, which of course I said, why? But it wasn't, I didn't extrapolate from that, oh, you're trying to make sure he doesn't tell the jury.
Did you ever describe the meeting that we had as one where it was supposed to be kind of a get to know you kind of meeting.
Yeah, I mean, that's in truth, but it felt more like a let's feel each other out, get to know each other.
And before your client offered up the information, Doug encouraged me to go tell the police or take Woody to the station.
Mhm.
Had I asked him any questions leading up to that?
That was towards the later part. You had already gone through some questions. I think we had asked about video. We had asked about the history of Cleveland Ave and the formation of certain gangs, notwithstanding YSL, but even before YSL.
Mm-hmm.
So there had been plenty of conversation. And again, more of a get to know who Mr. Sledge is, where he's from, what part of the city, how he met folks, like how he met Mr. Williams and, those kind of things. So this particular part that we've been talking about, it wasn't the beginning, it wasn't the middle, it was probably more towards the end. And maybe 10 more minutes of meeting.
Had I asked him anything about Donovan Thomas's murder?
We clarified, as we did earlier, that one, he wasn't there, wasn't involved, and clarified he doesn't have specific information helpful to the state or to the defendants about the shooting of Mr. I'm blanking out that quick.
Mr. Thomas?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I know more so.
All right. Now, you mentioned videos. Were you present in court when I asked your client about the Lie to Your Mama video?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall in June of this year, while we were at that Starbucks, that is your spot, where I brought up the Lie to Your Mama video?
Yes.
Do you recall whether I simply went into, there's a video where someone talking about you lie to your mama?
I remember us talking about it generally because what was being discussed, not so much stated by him, but just discussed is, this is sort of a street topic. You might pick up on any street conversation where we're talking about, hey, you might lie to your mama, your daddy, your family, but when you're in court, you got to tell the truth. But
my question to you specifically is,
Weren't you finished? Mr.
yeah,
Wright?
that was it.
My question to you specifically is, do you recall me asking your client? I want to ask you about a video where they're saying you lie to your mama, you lie to your kids, and your client saying, that's not me. Do you recall that interaction specifically?
Partially. I remember the conversation and the topic. I don't remember his answer being no. I remember that conversation led to a conclusion that this is something that's just said in the street. And he didn't necessarily have a point of origin of it or this or that, but it was just something that's in the street. So that's why I can't give you an answer to both parts of your question.
Mr. Wright, do you recall me telling your client, so is the answer you don't recall him saying, that's not me?
Correct.
That's okay.
I remember it being played.
Wait, you remember a video being played?
I want to say, I don't know if it was played or we heard the audio.
On what?
Well, that's what I'm trying to remember because we only had phones. We may have had a laptop. Again, and I could be incorrect. That's why the safe answer is I'm going to say no, because my recollection of that specific point is not, I don't know if we simply talked about a video or if one was.
I have a question. If she was asking, and this, you guys might not know this if you didn't watch around the time that Detective Gaither was on the stand, when Love spent hours and hours lying and arguing about this video, Keith Adams had to call her out, and Judge Glanville actually yelled at her. How was she asking witnesses about the voices in the video and who was who, just to go into court later and argue that there's only one voice in that video? How? How? Is it like the same thing as pretending not to know who Travis Scott is?
Shown.
Okay. Do you recall me telling your client, I have a video of him saying that?
You may have, yes.
Do you recall telling your client, act as if the state is God and they know everything? They already know the answers to the questions they're asking you. So don't try to be clever, just tell the truth.
It is customary when I.
No, wait, I don't mind the explanation. If I said it wrong, just say, no, you didn't say that.
I don't have a specific recollection of saying that, but it's customary for me to tell my clients, when you are in a cooperating posture, when they ask you questions, assume that they know the answer to the question they're asking you, that they're asking you not just to find out information, more often than not, they're testing you. They're trying to see, can they trust you or rely on your responses? Are you going to be truthful with them? So yes, it is likely I would have had that conversation. Would I have said God or some other analogy which made sense? Something. But it's more likely that I, at some point, made sure I said words to the effect of, when they ask you questions, assume they know the answer already. This is more of a testing, not a inquiry for information. So that's why I'm saying I may not have used those exact words, but I'm sure I probably did have that exchange in terms of the concept.
And when would you find it necessary to advise your clients in such a manner?
When they are in a cooperation agreement, and once we realize, they're putting us under subpoena, we actually have to testify. And then the posture sort of changed. That it's not just, hey, we're willing to testify. It's no, you're going to testify. And if you do, understand, you have to come in, you're going to have to tell the truth. And the state's going to question you and ask you some things. And when they do, that's when I would say, don't think you're going to outsmart them and you're smarter than everyone in the room. You need to almost assume they already know the answer to the question. And therefore, being truthful is always in your best interest. One, it's the right thing, but two, it's the smart thing.
Prior to that meeting, had you already been made aware that your client would be testifying?
Well, yes, the purpose of the meeting was, they are going to have us testify.
Right.
So we need to meet with them and see what questions they're going to ask. And like I said, just as y'all are feeling us out, we're feeling you out to get an idea. Okay, what things are they going to talk about? Are there any issues that are going to happen? And based on the plea and the fact that there was, we'll just say, some tussling or adjusting in terms of what the state was thinking of his factual proffers and what he was thinking, I figured this would also be a good time to start to iron some of those differences out and make sure that we're all on the same page as to what he can testify to and what he can't.
So you do not recall saying that in response to my telling him that we have a video of him saying they lie to your mama and you lie to your kids and get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth?
I may have said, wait. That's the video you're referring to. You're asking me, did I counsel him about assume the state knows?
In response to my saying to him, I have a video of you, not anybody else I'm talking about, but I have a video of you and him sitting back smiling. And then you saying that you have no memory of that.
I may have, only because listening to the dynamics of the situation, that would have been a time it would have triggered me to say to him, hey, this is, make sure you understand, you need to be straight with them. So I don't have a specific memory, but just knowing that I've been doing this a while, I'm sure I probably did.
Okay. Now, back in November of 2022, did the state seek, do you recall getting an email from me asking whether your client wishes to speak with the state about the case?
I believe November 17th.
Right.
I could be wrong, but I believe that was when I received that email.
And you might have gotten one in November 17th, but did you also give one? I'm going to show you what I have marked and provided to counsel for the defense, but I'm willing to show again as State's Exhibit 450 Yankee, if anyone wants to see it. Sure.
I think the attorney's doing better than I expected after confusion about the plea deal.
Yes.
I don't mean that to sound harsh about him. I just am confused what Love thinks she's going to extract from this. The defense attorneys look a little jolly walking up there. And you guys can check out the body language. Big shout out here. Red Hat Maverick says, I waited all day for the stream. Skip the breaks. Heck yeah, I was excited. I got out of my meeting a little bit early. So if you're wondering why the stream was already started, if you thought it was going to start at a certain time, we did end up starting earlier than I scheduled it. But so glad you're here, Red Hat. FFS says, who is running this trial? F it, just wing it today. I do think Love made a play call when they took that like decompression break for Sledge that I'm just going to stop my question. Other than that, there's been no strategy except to let Love get something off of her chest. That is why we're all here for hours and hours of this. Probably why we have this attorney called to the stand. She's not getting answers that help her out of him. Like, he doubled down and actually think it made it more clear that it probably did sound that way, that Love did not want the jury hearing that Young Thug said to Mounk Tounk, take Kenneth Copeland down to the police station on January 11th. Jaha says, she has gained 0 ground and has nowhere else to go. That's like every day. You could say this same message you could pull up anytime Love is questioning a witness, and it would apply. Thank you so much, Jaha. John Coleman is naming the microphone the emotional support mic. That poor thing. That poor thing. And Deanne gifted 5 memberships. Okay, guys, shout out to Deanne. You can put a sunset picture. You can say Deanne. Super, super awesome. That's 5 new members.
Take.
Thank you so much, Deanne.
10 minutes. Oh, I know what it is. I still have this one.
Wait, we're taking a break?
All right, we're going to take, oh, it's okay. 10 minutes or so, maybe 15, maybe longer, who knows? To give them an opportunity to look at a couple of things.
Oh. So did the defense not see something? Did the defense not see something? All right, here we go. We're going to go right ahead. We'll wait till the sound cuts out so we don't miss anything, and then we'll forward. 15 minutes to look at something. Oh, and here we go, Yayo. We are remembering and we are ready.
I mean, you're free to stay or free to step out. Do you want him to step out? Or yes? Okay. Do you mind stepping out? All right, y'all all take a minute and.
Judge, may I just, so that they are clear for the record, exactly which one is which?
Sure.
So State's Exhibit 450 Yankee is the proffer. It's the email dated November 30th, 2022 at 5:44 p.m. From myself to Mr. Wright. And it is, the attachment is proffer form Sledge. It says, good afternoon, Attorney Wright. It is always good speaking with you. That's the one labeled 450 Yankee. The one labeled 451 Yankee is the email sent from me to Attorney Wright that is labeled Sledge Agreement and dated December 27, 2022 at 4:57 p.m. It starts, here you go, Derek. And attached to each email is the attachment that was sent at the time the email was sent. Then 452 Yankee is another email to Attorney Wright that says Sledge Agreement updated, and it is December 27, 2022 at 5:06 p.m. with the attachment Sledge Agreement updated. 453 Yankee is the email sent to Mr. Wright from me, dated Wednesday, December 28, 2022 at 1:45 p.m. And it is labeled Sledge Agreement Updated 2. 454 Yankee is the email sent from me to Attorney Derek Wright at Wednesday, December 28, 2022 at 1:46 p.m. labeled Sledge Agreement Updated 2. And then 455 Yankee is the email from me to Attorney Derek Wright, labeled Sledge Agreement Updated 2, sent Wednesday, December 28, 2022 at 1:54 p.m. And the body of the email says, use this one, exclamation point, and attached is the agreement or the updated agreement 2. And then 456 Yankee is the email from me to Attorney Derek Wright on Wednesday, December 28th at 2022 at 2:34 p.m. labeled Sledge Agreement Updated 3.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. And do you plan to potentially utilize all of these exhibits
Yes.
with this witness? Okay.
But they're also included. All of them are also included in the email that I sent.
Yeah, I see each of those in that email from about an hour ago.
An hour ago. That's what I was going to ask. Squeak?
So you'll want to take a few minutes, those of you who haven't had a chance to look at them and look at them. All right, I'm going to step off the bench for a minute to handle another matter, but I'll be back in 5 minutes or so.
So I'm going to pause it because you guys are saying that there's hot mics, but she just said that this was the email that they talked about an hour ago, the court receiving an hour ago. She sent it an hour ago. Cross-examination of Mounk Tounk is done. So is this the play call? Remember when I was like, oh, I thought it was a good strategy adjustment that she didn't continue questioning Mounk Tounk. Was that because she sent these emails over and then realized, oh, maybe I shouldn't ask him any more questions and give a reason for the defense to come back up and recross? Because the defense didn't know about whatever's in these emails during their cross-examination. They didn't have a chance to cross Mounk Tounk on anything that's in these emails. And a lot of them, except for that last one, seemed like it was Sledge writing to Derek Wright, his attorney, probably requesting the changes since the attachment is, there's an attachment and it says updated. So I hear we're going to hear a bunch of hot mics. So we are going to play through all of this. Well, wait, I'm seeing some fast forward. We'll see. Okay, so the sound is actually off, but I assume when we get away from the seal, we'll hear some hot mic. All right, so we're good to skip a little bit of the seal. We're not going to hear hot mics during the seal, right? Let me know if that's not true. And I think it's interesting that Whitaker repeated twice, give them 15 minutes to look this over, and then the second time said this thing that you emailed an hour ago.
You can go ahead.
So we'll go like there. Oh yeah, you guys can do an all cap session. You guys are just doing it on your own anyway. Okay, cool. So we're close to when they come back. So there we go. They're back. Titanic,
And
the sinking
discussed
ship.
everything yet. So we'll call you. You can go ahead and remain outside. We'll let you know. All right.
I need a few more minutes. I've got 7 documents that I'm going through trying to parse out what is different between each of those documents. I'm on number 5. And we're doing it together.
It might be easy. Do you want to tell them what the differences are in each document? That might make it easier. You probably know what they are. If you've gotten through 5 of them? All right, so just on between 5 and 6 and 6 and 7 then. Which would be, I guess, between 454, 455, and then 456.
Is that love?
Do you know?
Sorry if I'm staring. I'm trying to listen.
Apparently.
No, because I was circling them as we were
Okay.
dealing with, you know.
So that won't make it any faster than I thought maybe it would, but that's fine. So are you going to be asking details about, is it what the changes were or just that there were changes?
That there were changes in potentially what they were.
Okay.
Said the court was
All right.
I guess I'll wait until we're ready to discuss the whole thing. I've got a position in regards to the admissibility of all of these documents.
Okay, what's
altogether.
that?
Let me say this first, though, because we did have a discussion previously about candor. I made a statement when we were at the bench in regards to what I thought was the applicability of Code Section 24-4-410. Taking a closer look at it, I don't think it applies.
I think you're correct that it does
Right.
not apply.
And so let's take that off the
Okay.
table.
All right.
I will tell you that my overall objection is that I'm opposed to any of these documents coming in for a couple of reasons. And I know what the state has described them to be, that these are correspondences between the state and Mr. Wright in regards to this evolving, allegedly, plea agreement. I'll state for the record that the one thing I do have is an email, the initial email from the state to Mr. Wright. I don't see, and we've not been provided, and the state can let me know whether they have them, any responses, email responses from Mr. Wright that would kind of inform us as to, well, what are the discussions that are going back and forth. So I don't know what Mr. Wright's responses are. If he, for example, sends some suggestions as to this is what I want changed, or this is what my client says. So I just don't, I can't address that. But in addition to that, my recollection from Mr. Sledge's testimony ultimately is that he indicated that there were changes made to the agreement, that he suggested changes, or he told his attorney that some things needed to be changed, and the state declined to change some, and they did change some. He ultimately admitted that. And so if the intent of the state by trying to introduce these documents is to show that there were changes made, well, that's not necessary, because that's come out through the testimony. Now, if they want to, if their intent is to say that there was a specific change made to maybe a specific section, that can also come out through testimony. If this witness, Mr. Wright, and I presume he does, that he would know that Section 8, and I'm using that hypothetically, Section 8 of the agreement was changed from this language to that language, and he can testify to that. But I don't think that the wholesale admissibility of all of these documents is really necessary to prove the point that the state is attempting to make. Mr. Sledge was on the stand. He could have been confronted if the state's intention is to give him different versions and say, well, didn't this change from version number 1 to version number 2? He could have been confronted with that.
Well, I mean, she could have maybe tried, but I'm not sure that that would have been successful, since these are conversations and correspondences between Miss Love and Mr. Wright, not between Miss Love and Mr. Sledge. So I don't know that. I mean, I think he even said, I don't know what got said between my attorney and her. I just know what my attorney and I said. So that wouldn't have gone very far.
Yeah.
So do you have an evidentiary objection to these, or just, I don't really want them in?
Well, you know, they're not, I don't believe that they're it's not a prior inconsistent statement. I don't know if they're trying to introduce them as impeachment. If that's the case, then I'll suggest to the court that they are not prior inconsistent statements of anyone. And I'll say they're not relevant, that under 403 it's a waste of time.
Okay.
It doesn't prove any point that's at issue in this case, certainly this witness can testify to.
All right. Well, at this point, those are overruled. Are we ready for the witness now? 2 minutes. You can have 2 minutes. Mr. Schardt, you can talk during his 2 minutes if you'd like to.
Your Honor, I was just trying to support Mr. Adams here a little bit because we're essentially with these different documents. The documents didn't even come through on my email. So I was sent them afterwards, but we're just trying to identify the changes. So it's just taking us a minute
Okay,
to,
well,
to go through all.
you get 2 more minutes.
I didn't get an answer to that question. Maybe I didn't direct it to the state. I directed it to the
Okay,
court.
well, I don't know whether they've got the responses or not. I don't know whether they want to use them or not, but he is on the stand. So if they don't end up using them, maybe y'all can get them in if you want to.
Well, but we don't have them if they exist. And I guess I'm asking the state to indicate whether or not those items exist.
Were their responses?
I think that when Mr. Wright responded, it was via telephone call. I'll check my email to ensure that I'm not inaccurate, but
Okay.
I think that it all happened. I would send him something, we'd have a conversation, I'd send him something in response,
Okay.
but he can correct that. And if
The microphone. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. 2 minutes, but the discovery was late.
I won't touch it. But I'll check my
Okay.
emails for all emails
All
from
right.
Mr. Wright.
She'll check while y'all are doing that last bit of review.
Yeah, that's crazy. They hand something over late. It's multiple documents, and I mean the plea agreement was a couple pages long. So if you're going through it trying to look for word by word changes, that's not just something like you read it once and say, "Okay, I read it." You're supposed to be looking for detail. It's like proofreading 7 different copies of something that are slightly different. So, like that was just unnecessary from the judge. And I'm also waiting. I mean, I'm sure we'll get to it, but I'm waiting to see. I don't know how much longer she's going to question this attorney, but if the defense questions the attorney to ask, like, every time you responded to Love, was it by phone call? It doesn't seem like something a defense attorney would do all the time. Maybe for convenience once or twice, but every time to respond. Like, first of all, an email gives you a paper trail of the things that you requested. Ooh, and Miss Kim's, do you mean Whitaker or Love? Because I'm thinking of the cough syrup. That was really crazy at the beginning of the stream. She, like, opened up that cough syrup right in front of the camera, whatever it was. And then suddenly her soft, I'm not feeling too well today, changed into her yelling for the next 2 hours. And do you think she's actually looking to help them try to identify the changes like she said she's going to do? Oh, she's going to say something.
Forward all the emails that I got from Mr. Wright.
Maybe. So, seen heard, are you saying this was in discovery? Before cross-examination of Mounk Tounk? Because I don't think so. Because the judge herself said 1 hour ago. So I don't think that that's accurate. And thank you, Sonia, for becoming a member and for the sticker. Super, super sweet of you. And Jennifer Santiago became a member. Thank you so much. We are going to do a big shout out here for Tamara O, gifting 5. You know, between We just had someone become a member. We have 5 gifted. We have another one gifted. That's 7. That's like the emails that we just emailed over an hour ago. Big shout out to Tamara and for Angie. Angie's always trickling in gifts here and there, sprinkling them in. Yeah, there's no way it was in Discovery. Sorry, toggled back over to regular chat. And they asked when they were preparing for whenever they first asked about this meeting, this Starbucks meeting, that all of these changes were made after this or before this plea deal, that we have the Starbucks meeting before he's about to testify. The defense attorneys had asked, is there anything we should know about that meeting? Yeah, that says, live by the sword, die by the sword, or in this case, live by being a horrible person / attorney and lose your case, reputation, by being a horrible person / attorney. And we could forward, it doesn't look like they're really saying anything here. It's just love typing away. Typing, typing, typing. Thanks for becoming a member. John Coleman and GT Massive became members. Appreciate you guys for supporting the channel.
Can I do it? I'm going to take the last 30 seconds of my minutes before we go on to quick comfort run and how that's all good all the way through.
What else, Mr. Schardt?
I'm prepared to talk for 30 seconds, Mr. Adams.
Okay.
So.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Adams.
My concern here is, again, I don't know the logistics and how everyone's planning on doing this, but for instance, there is a older version that was not adopted by Mr. Sledge that was the version. Mr. Williams, could you pass me, Mr. Williams, could you pass me those? Yeah, thank you. So there's a version, the final version of version 2, which was then changed to the final version of the plea agreement. And it says under number 8, the language, as we've already heard the state read about laying low. And then it says, and during the meeting, this is the meeting at the home, defendant, which would be Sledge, personally heard a YSL associate state, I caught that N nut down bad. Now, clearly, this is something that Mr. Sledge denied happened and has been taken out of the final plea agreement. But why? What my concern is exposing the jury to things that are not true.
So, yeah, I understand that. So I'm not sure exactly what Ms. Love's intention is with all of the different versions and whether she's gonna ask that it be, you know, that kind of detail come in, or whether it's just gonna be, you know, was there some additional quotation or something on there that then got removed? So Ms. Love, can you shed some light on that?
Yes, Judge. As it relates to, I think I have asked Mr. Sledge, in fact, certain things. And the objection was that it was, of course, a document that wasn't in evidence, and I should not refer to it as a prior version, where I was trying to get him to compare one document to another.
Right.
So the intent here is to show the jury that changes were made at Mr. Sledge's request and certain changes were not. And I just actually found, in response to questions from the defense about responses from Mr. Wright, and I just emailed it to them, an email from Mr. Wright to me on from back then. It looks like December 27, 2022, where he's enumerating certain things and responding to it and making recommended changes. So there are certain things that I would agree just don't need to be said. They serve no purpose. And it would be just as beneficial and serve the same purpose to say number 8 is different and I took out certain things as it would to try and put in all that language. And that just doesn't seem necessary to put in that, some language that might be considered inflammatory, that the state thought was the case and they said, no, it wasn't. Just the very fact that they had us take out language is what the state feels is important that the jury knows.
Okay.
So no, to the extent that, and if I don't think
And I guess if you are going to tender that for admission, then that can be redacted and it can just show there was something in quotes that was then removed.
Yeah, I like that idea. And I'll, if necessary, I can really quickly go out and talk to Mr. Wright. But right now I don't expect to have him read certain things. And I know he's a lawyer, so he won't do it unless I tell him to. So I think that we're okay there.
Okay. All right.
But
was there anything else I'm sorry, did you have more?
I was just saying that I was still sending them over the emails from Mr. Wright.
All right. Was there anything else in particular that you feel like if the particular document does come in, part of it needs to be redacted out? I think we're all in agreement.
We just
on
got
that
an
one.
email, Your Honor, which has Brady material in it. Was just sent to us
Your B word, guys.
It didn't.
10 seconds ago. Yeah, it's interesting.
I don't have it yet.
Yeah, it's just kind of coming through slowly. Some of us quicker than others,
All
and
right.
I'm not having it printed out. And I know we've got the jury back there waiting, Judge, and I'm not trying to belabor anything.
No.
But this is trying to kind of handle this on the fly as we're getting emails
I understand.
in the middle of this.
Okay. Sure,
And
thanks.
And we're also having 8 copies sent over for the court and the defense. And
She's so unenthusiastic right now. We've had copies sent over. Like, tell us more. You didn't want to send this over. Okay, wait. Why are we quiet? I want to hear. All right, let's get through these quiet parts. Schardt has the copy. Look at him shaking his head. He's like, no, these people. And they're Brady. All right, we're back to pause again.
Is this response the one that is going to change to the final? So I should be looking at the one just prior to the final when I'm looking at what he's saying?
I'm sorry, wait, what?
Which version is this in response to?
Okay, so I don't know what was just given to you, but
I get the same. This is what Ms. Love just sent to y'all or what?
Yes.
Okay, so whatever you sent over at 4:12:36 p.m. today. That was Mr. Wright's December 27th, 8:43 p.m. response. What?
So the December 27th, let me pull it up here. Hold on. Okay. So December 27th, 8:43 p.m. No, well, that was one version. We talked more in court. So obviously there were other versions.
I'm
that
just
was-
wondering what I should be looking at when I'm seeing what Mr. Wright's talking about.
So if it's December 27th, 8:43, let's see, going back to December 27th to a
So
December.
it's going to be the 5:06,
It will have to be,
4:52.
yes, that looks right. That looks correct. And then
All right.
December 20, but there were other versions sent back as we talked more in court the next day, December 28th. So 4:53, 4:54.
I know.
Your Honor,
Yes.
to answer your question, this email sent by Mr. Wright on the evening of December 27th would have been between the Sledge Agreement Updated and Sledge Agreement Updated 2.
Okay. All right. That's what I thought. And is the alleged Brady, what is that? Item number 3? I hadn't read it all yet.
Sir,
but-
I haven't either, but certainly number 3 is absolutely Brady. Four as well.
He said that it was not.
And it also obviously conflicts with what they kept as his.
Let me move my picture and watch Atkins get mad that Love is on the hot mic. Oh, well, the long crime logo's there anyway. But watch Love get hot mic'd and Atkins snap and turn the microphone off.
Haven't either, but certainly number 3 is absolutely Brady. Four as well.
He said that it was not.
And it also obviously conflicts with what they kept as his factual acknowledgement. So it's clear, A, that Mr. Wright was telling them that's not true, but it's still maintained, they still kept it as a factual acknowledgement.
Okay. Well, this isn't actually saying that's not true.
Well,
It's saying the real issue was,
well, the factual
which he
acknowledgement-
actually denied on the stand, but
The factual acknowledgement says, while associated with YSL and to support and express loyalty to YSL, and then it says, and wherein on behalf of YSL, defendant threatened, and it all goes to intent and state of mind, and that's the important part of this case.
Mhm.
No one's denying that the video was made, but
Uh-huh.
what is the reason behind it? And from this email, Mr. Wright is clearly telling the state in an email on December 27th, the video may have seemed like an issue was gang related, but it was actually about a girl that Sledge was dating and Kel started kicking it with her. That was the real issue behind that. Not denying the video, but the real issue was the girl. That is Brady. That was never shared with us.
okay. I'm not sure that that's Brady. I understand you to be saying,
That would have been something great to have on cross-examination. And I wouldn't be surprised if, Sledge was willing to be forthcoming about that. Sure, he doesn't have to disclose what he may have said to his attorney. But you don't know. If you didn't know, if the defense didn't know, they had no way to try to strategize how to possibly get Mounk Tounk to talk about it. So to say it's not Brady, the defense didn't get to strategize how they wanted to use it on cross. Cross is over. So I don't really get how the judge is saying that. I think we need a Brady class.
saying that you think this is a denial of it being something done to support, and I don't know what the language was, support and whatever, the gang.
Your Honor, that's the crux of the case.
Yeah, no, I know. And a whole lot of this, y'all are going to have to ultimately argue to the jury your various sides, but for this to say, it seems the video may have seemed like the issue was gang related. The real issue was the girl that a member of a rival gang was then.
But the source of it being the girl being the issue is from a witness that is no longer on the stand. You're about to ask an attorney that has no personal knowledge about this. All after watching Love, through her questioning, insert testimony about the reason for this gang issue. Rival gang member.
Sleeping with, that was one of the alleged gang members' girlfriends, might make that the real issue, but it doesn't necessarily make it in no way in support of the gang. And I mean, y'all can certainly argue that, but I don't think this is the kind of thing that is like, oh, plus this wasn't the ultimate version. So I don't know what went back and forth after that. He ultimately signed with his attorneys.
The Brady issue isn't what's the ultimate version. The Brady is the fact that he was saying the state has something wrong. This is actually what happened. This is a statement of how an event actually occurred that was not provided to the defense.
I don't know what the advice was, but knowledge, something that said whatever the ultimate number 3 was. Y'all have secured evidence from the witness that he feels like he was pressured and coerced into that and reasons behind it. So y'all have an argument there too, but.
I think
To
we've
argue
done a
to
good
who?
job doing that, but we did all that without the knowledge of this email, which should have been
Yes.
provided to us by the state. That's my only point.
And for what it's worth, the a significant portion of the state's questioning and then a redirect of Mr. Sledge focused around whether or not he had there were specific things that he had asked that they change. And so what we end up having here, what we know now from the email that we didn't have before, is that, again, going back to number 3, all right, number 3, as in its final form, talks about being associated with YSL, and we talk about the video and where he's brandishing a weapon using a drive-by shooting to harm a person named Kell, a rival gang member. But the state knew, certainly when they were redirecting Mr. Sledge a little while ago, that Mr. Sledge, through his attorney, had given them the information, had specifically denied that number 3 was accurate.
All right, y'all are saying had specifically denied, and I don't read it that clearly. I don't think that's a specific denial. That's more of like I'm clarifying that this is really more about the girl than anything else, which it frankly is. So, okay. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I don't read it that way.
If you look at number 4 also, Your Honor.
Okay.
Number 4 of the defendant's factual acknowledgments, and you got to excuse me because I'm kind of flying back and forth between the different versions.
Yeah, we all are.
But number 4 talks about on April 28th, as reflected in the indictment, that the defendant and fellow YSL associate Tamika Garlington, I'm just reading it into the record so I can perfect it, committed a drive-by shooting using the firearm defendant wielded in the video reference in part 3 of this section. So I'm looking at the email that we just received.
Right.
And it gives a whole total different accounting of that, and of course this is coming from Mr. Sledge because Mr. Wright says in his email, he said he didn't know because he was cool with Peanut, who was seeing his cousin, would even be at family reunions together. He thinks shooting Peanut was not planned, but more impromptu, or at least very short or a little planning. He said he didn't know until after it was done when it came on the news. He had been watching the Patriots versus Steelers games with it, then the news reported it. So this again, and what you've got is the state directing and redirecting and challenging Mr. Sledge on these very specific factual allegations and whether or not he had told his attorney that, or whether or not he had suggested that be changed in the agreement. And what we have here, what we know now, is that Mr. Sledge was in fact sending those, correcting these very specific factual allegations, sending them to the state, and the state, well, because it doesn't appear in the factual acknowledgments, the state ignored it or they refused to make any
Okay,
changes.
so I'm not sure what y'all are looking at, because the version of number 4, factual acknowledgement number 4, that Mr. Wright is speaking to in this email that he sent on December 27, 2022 at 8:43 p.m. is, we agreed, well, at least Mr. Schardt and I agreed, was Sledge agreement, the one that is 452Y, from the one that's called Sledge agreement. Well, there are 2 that are called Sledge agreement updated, but this is a correspondence between 452Y and 453Y, but ultimately the end product. After the one labeled Sledge agreement updated that came from 12/27 at 5:06 p.m. And that one reads, on January 10th, 2015, before the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., defendant had personal knowledge that YSL associates were planning to murder Donovan Thomas Jr. Mr. Wright's response to that is essentially, Mr. Sledge does not think the shooting of Peanut was planned, but more impromptu or at least very short or little planning. So that clearly got changed because our final version doesn't say they were planning to.
First of all, why was Love trying to inject that into a plea agreement? Where did she spontaneously come up with that fact that she wanted to be acknowledged? She's just like inventing it and making people sign off on it. It's coming from her mind. But secondly, Mounk Tounk, we're talking about factual acknowledgement number 4. Number 4 was one of the ones he said was still today, or not today literally, but last week when he was going through line by line, Love asked him, he said that there was still something untrue about factual acknowledgement number 4, the final plea version. So what does any of this actually mean? Her argument makes no sense.
Honor?
Yes.
May I incorporate? So I cross-examined Mr. Sledge, and the state's theory is that there was a, quote, gang war starting in approximately the fall of 2014.
Right.
That escalated with the fight on January 6, 2015 of Mr. Copeland at the Club Crucial. And then it culminated and then went on steroids thereafter, after January 10th. I would have used number 4 that you just read, Your Honor, to show that there was no animosity between Mr. Sledge, who's a supposed YSL member, and Mr. Donovan Thomas, who's a supposed leader of a, quote, rival gang. The reason I say this is because I knew about it. So listen, I want to make it clear. I knew about it because I spoke with Mr. Sledge through his lawyer. So I actually asked these questions.
Right.
I didn't know about this email. But
So
the email, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, I'm sorry.
But
Go
the,
ahead.
no, don't apologize. But the email is Brady. Because what the state was saying is these two divisions, they put, I didn't put Mr. Sledge on YSL, and that there is a total collapse between human beings. And that to me, you know, I learned Brady to be anything that is potentially exculpatory or impeachment or mitigation. And the court has heard now, you know, Mr. Copeland said, I lied about everything. That to me is Brady. The statement on this number 4 is to me Brady because it shows that there is not animosity.
All right. So your belief about the Brady is not the part that I was talking about, but more the part that says he here is Mr. Sledge, at least at the beginning. He said he did not know because he was cool with Peanut, who was seeing his cousin and would even be at family reunions together. Does the he change there? And is the he become somebody else was cool? Who is the he that was cool with Peanut? Do we even know? We don't.
I believe that is Mr. Sledge.
Okay. And so you think it's Brady material that Mr. Sledge was cool with Peanut?
Right, because Mr. Sledge is he's been identified before you came on the case, the bench on this case,
Okay.
as from multiple, 2, definitely maybe 3, supposed gang experts saying Mr. Sledge is part of this gang.
Yeah.
So to me, and it just fits into the whole, you know, I thank you for allowing us to get these emails, but these emails there's a special duty here. And this is not the special duty, I don't believe.
Okay. So
I'd like to see all the emails from Mr.
I think she's looking and sending all that she has. Is that correct, Ms. Love?
2 things. Yes. And when the court permits me an opportunity to respond to all of this, I would appreciate that opportunity.
Okay, what was the,
It's very interesting that she has not tried to cut off or respond. Typically, she'll just butt right in. But this time, where's that usual jumping in and not letting the defense speak? It's like she's stumped. She doesn't know how to wiggle out of this one. And lucky for her, Paige is trying to do it for her.
the second thing? Or one was yes, and two, you want an opportunity to respond. Okay. All right. So Mr. Sledge has been available to the defense to speak to as well. We just heard that from Mr. Wright, in fact. And so I'm sure that Mr. Sledge, if asked, would have told anybody that asked,
Who would know
especially
to
the
ask?
defense, what his relationship and thoughts about Peanut were. So,
He did, and I even
Okay.
asked him about it, and he answered similar to this.
all right.
But that really is besides the issue. The issue is that the prosecution has to do, there's one thing, there's a Brady duty and then there's a Brady violation. There's no violation because I knew about it and it came out of court. But there is still the duty.
Okay, a Brady, I mean, we all know what Brady material is, I hope.
Do we?
And if something is equally available and as easily gotten by one side as the other, that sort of takes it out of the realm of Brady.
I don't agree with that respectfully, because what if I didn't do my job? It's an ineffective claim.
Well, it
and
doesn't.
the state had the duty.
All right, well, like, I don't.
You can't shun your duty and say, well, he has the Honorable Keith Adams, so he'll figure it out on his own. That's not, in fact, courts ask, this court, I believe, but other courts in this courthouse say, is there any Brady evidence known? Is there any evidence suppressible known by the state? And they give it to you, or they're supposed to. So I don't agree
This
that,
court asked.
hey, go find it for yourself.
Well, I don't read that part of number 4
And
to be Brady. Yes.
Chris, may I respond to number 3, though? I mean, the state provided us with a plea agreement with factual acknowledgments that appear on its face to be Mr. Sledge acknowledging certain things were done on behalf of YSL to further YSL. I don't have equal access to Miss Love's emails with Attorney Wright that she has. So clearly, that email correspondence between Mr. Wright and Miss Love, which was never handed over until a few minutes ago, it contradicts and it impeaches those factual acknowledgments that Antonio Sledge signed. Now, I'd like to think that I do everything I can as a defense attorney, but I don't think it's unreasonable that a defense attorney would read the factual acknowledgments signed by a cooperating witness and accept that that is going to be their stance when they come and testify. And
Well, lucky for y'all, it wasn't his stance.
But I don't think that makes us getting it this last minute any less problematic.
Well, I'll just say that if the state has an open file, then none of these arguments ever even come up. Now, I know that that is something that y'all in your office can make a decision about, but open file would, just exactly what I said. So.
Love's
Okay,
not
Ms.
gonna do
Love,
that.
what do you want to respond to? What do you feel like there still needs to be a response to?
Your Honor, I think that the court sort of encapsulated the position that I have pretty well. So you sort of took away the many of the responses that I had. And so, in as much as anything else that Mr. Wright sent to me, is being printed out. I think we have them all printed out. I'm going to send them over and disseminate to the counsel for the defense and to the court.
Okay, thank you.
Do I understand that to mean that there are more coming?
It sounds like it. Should I just send the jury home for the day? Okay. Can you release them for the day? Tell them they're under the same instructions they always are. Thank you.
Yeah, that's been a while that they've had the jury out of the room.
They're always here at 9.
Yeah, and Heart of Inspiration's digging right into it here. The defense could have found out who the he was on cross if they'd been giving the emails prior to Sledge, being released. But who would think to spontaneously ask that? And if they spontaneously asked it, I guarantee you Love would have been objecting to it. And the judge would have sustained it not knowing.
That, in terms of what is and is not Brady, I mean, the Brady v. Maryland case establishes it, and there's all kinds of Georgia case law that sort of reiterates it. And one of the prongs is definitely that the defense did not possess the evidence, nor could the defense obtain it with any reasonable diligence.
I disagree, respect. That's a violation.
You can disagree with it, but it's what the case law
That's a
holds.
violation. That's because the case law in an appellate opinion is saying the defendant, the accused, convicted person, the criminally accused is now complaining and wants the case reversed because of a Brady violation. And then there's a 4-part test. And one of the parts is, was with due diligence this information accessible? I'm not saying that. Before that, there's a Brady obligation. That falls upon the state, whether it's easily accessible or not. If 2 experts say different things and the state puts them both on the witness list, but doesn't give the accused to say, hey, one expert says actually it's favorable for your client, and they hold back that report, that's a Brady obligation breach. Now, the fact that I was on notice that there's another person on the witness list, you would expect me to interview the person, and I would have found out about it.
I mean, I think I understand what you're saying, is that if it is exculpatory or impeaching, there is an obligation to provide it. Okay. I guess I am looking at it from the position of, if you are claiming at this point, here's another Brady violation, I have to look at what are these factors, and I don't find those factors to exist here.
And that's why I thought I always said I knew about it, so I'm not saying it's a violation, but it is an obligation of the state. We shouldn't be getting it. I should have really had this before I cross-examined Mr. Sledge. Should have had it before trial. And Brady, the way I understand it, is an ongoing obligation that triggers immediately.
Well, okay, again, I don't read it the same way that y'all apparently do. And I can't imagine that you would have wanted to use this particular exhibit, because if you used part of it, the rest of it could have come in, at least with regard to what's in each particular number and the entirety.
No, but you could have asked him during your interview. So if this was disclosed when Steele did his Zoom interview, he could have asked questions about this fight, this girl, what's remaining in plea number 4. He could have asked all those statements and not had to have relied on the exhibits being introduced now, the emails, before the changes were made. Because he would have had information, statements made during that interview, and context with which to know how to lay a foundation to get that same line of questioning and elicit the same answers while doing cross-examination. So the judge, to me, is really off base here. I'm not a lawyer. But he would not have had to rely on this exhibit, these email exhibits, if he was able to have a conversation during his interview with Antonio Sledge about these things and come across the knowledge maybe not just that this video is all about this girl, but I even told them that. What do you mean you told them that? The state, Miss Love, and the investigator, I kept trying to tell them that. I had to get them to change that language. You wouldn't have had to rely on the emails in that case, but they didn't have that opportunity.
What's in number 4, I do not think would be beneficial to the defense side of the case.
Sure.
This exhibit, are you referring to the email or
Not the exhibit, I'm sorry, bad word if I use that. This email from Mr. Wright of December 27th at 8:43 p.m.
I would like the opportunity to decide what I'm going to use and not. How about that?
Understood.
Do you? Is it understood?
I guess we can tell Mr. Wright he can come back tomorrow too. At 9. Thank you.
Yeah, great point.
So have you, did you say you were going to print or you were going to forward the whatever other emails there were?
I have printouts.
Okay. Do you want to dole those out to everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe ask them to forward as well for integrity. So Tuvang says, don't allow her to be a Supreme Court justice if she can't even recognize this as Brady.
Yes. And maybe we need to get an extra stapler down here.
Somewhere around.
Even that stapler just made me mad. I don't want to hear it. By the way, I checked. I didn't see any motions. I didn't really expect it because they've been argued out on the open floor, but stapling. Oh no, we're out of staples. Now, sweetie, so doesn't that mean that the video wouldn't have been let in? That's not the case. The video still, the foundation could have been laid and they could say there was relevance because of their theory that it was about some rival beef rather than just fighting over a girl that had nothing to do with YSL. However, the approach, and not just the approach on cross, but I would imagine there could have been different room for the defense attorneys to object during direct and redirect lines of questioning on that video with Trivia. So I'm sure the video would have come in, but I mean, the strategy around it for the defense could have been totally different.
I asked for an in-camera inspection of one portion of this before I send it out.
Okay.
Interesting. So is she concerned about attorney-client privilege, like work product? Or is she just trying to say, do I have to disclose this? Can I not disclose it? Can you look at it and tell me? And sweetie, this still rings true. And there's hot mic, actually. They just muted it. And sweetie, this still rings true, though. Love knew that that video was about a female. She knew from those email changes back in 2022. And she still wanted to put that video in the factual acknowledgments and tie it to some type of rival gang shooting. And then, when trial actually occurs, last week we see her trying to mislead the jury and say I mean, how many questions did we get about them driving around? Who did you drop off first? Did you go to the house or the apartment first? All of this questioning to paint the picture of just a house getting shot up as part of gang rivalry. When really it has nothing to do with that. It's about a girl. Okay, they are on and off with this sound. They are on and off with it. And thank you so much, Heart of Inspiration gifted 5 memberships, my friend. You guys know I love Heart of Inspiration. Heart of Inspiration's eventually going to start doing a trial talks channel. She does have some trial related content, legal related legal happenings on her
For
channel.
you, In Ray
So make sure you follow.
Haney, and that's 355 Georgia Appeal 658. It's footnote 1. It's 2020. And it reads, the state has a duty under Brady versus Maryland and Giglio versus United States. Giglio is Giglio, to disclose favorable evidence to the defendant in a criminal matter. This includes disclosure of impeachment evidence which could be used to show bias or interest of a party on the part of a key state's witness. And I say that solely because I don't believe what the court was saying about the 4-part test. That comes afterwards, after a person is.
Right, I thought I clarified that. All right, thank you. How many, is this just one more email or is this a few?
We don't know, Your Honor.
This is a series of emails, the emails that I got from Mr. Wright. I think I printed out, I had him print out all of the ones that he sent me.
Okay, and so this will be, will this stack include the 2 that you sent electronically or no? It's fine either way, I'm just wondering.
I think so. I think I asked her to send out all of them.
Okay, all right. And you've got a copy for each of the 6 defendants and a copy for the judge?
Yes,
Okay.
and also, to the extent that I enter any of these, the copies that I'm giving to everybody, it includes everyone that I email them to. I'm going to take off that portion.
Okay.
And it will only include the email correspondence between me and Mr. Wright.
Thank you.
So.
And KRE Divinity is using too much common sense for this courtroom. How are we going to ask for something we don't know exists?
6 copies for the defense and 1 counsel.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh yeah, and Touche, thank you so much, Touche. Always great insights. But the fact that this is happening, just happening after the witness is done testifying, a total mess. A whole nother layer of mess. Absolutely. All right, Adams is standing up. Time to cook. Got a microphone. Come on,
Your Honor.
Adams.
Yes.
Let me inquire of the court, because I want to be really careful about this.
Okay.
Mr. Wright, of course, is on the stand. He's a witness. He's been sworn. He's testifying. And my general thinking would be, well, we're not really allowed to talk to him at this point.
I would think that's accurate.
Right. My thinking, though, is as we're sitting here talking about it in regards to the email exchanges, and I'm not casting aspersions on anyone. We've received what the state said that they have in their possession, although they initially said that most of the correspondences were by phone. And I don't know whether or not there are additional email correspondences that may be in Mr. Wright's possession, and maybe not in the states. And
All right.
I'm wondering if the court.
Let me suggest that if you want to send an email to Mr. Wright, copying the state and saying, if you want to identify him, we've got, the email of whatever date, whatever time. If there are any others, can you please forward them to, everybody copied, which would be all of the attorneys. You can certainly do that.
And then I'll copy the court on that email as well.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I request that the email simply request of Mr. Wright to forward everybody all the
You can do
correspondence
that
related
as
to.
well. Sure, I guess that would be cleaner.
Yes, thank you.
That's fine. If you want to be the one that sends out the email, that's fine too.
Thank you.
Okay.
That was
Thank you.
You know what? One moment.
And you know what? Whoever sends it out, you can say, we all discussed it in court with the judge and the judge is fine with it.
Sure. We don't have any problem with the state
Okay.
sending that out. He's their witness technically at this point.
All right. So Miss Love, if you wouldn't mind doing that this evening. Okay, great.
She's happy to provide him with, even with this copy here that.
Yeah, if you want to do that, if that would make it easier, or if you just want to say, hey, can you send everything you've got? However you want to handle it.
I will do both.
Okay. All right. So, the additional ones that we all just got handed, it doesn't look like there's much substantively that's new from what Ms. Love already had provided electronically. It's more, but it's not really new. Is there anything else we need to talk about before we break for the evening? Yes.
And then the investigator who's been in court, so I don't know if that matters, but
So will you call both of them, or?
I will call both of them. So Lieutenant Lancigo she's been tasked with specific things as it relates to this case, but I did not, at the time that we put Mr. Sledge on the stand,
have any idea you'd be
I
calling
didn't
either
expect
of
to
them?
have to call either one of them. But since we do, obviously there's case law that.
Yeah, it doesn't exclude them from being a witness. If you want to bring up, you've been in court the whole time, that's fine, but.
and then the next witness is what I was getting, just.
Yeah, so hopefully the two of them won't take the entire day, or to borrow a phrase from Mr. Steele, God forbid, more than a day. Do you have the next witness available tomorrow as well?
We are attempting to secure a person who's not trying to be secured, but who is under subpoena.
Okay.
And we also have Mr. Thomas Burnett.
Okay, so you'll have somebody available tomorrow?
We do.
Do that, okay.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm waiting for you to finish that
I'm
topic.
done, I'm done.
Yeah, the only thing I was going to request is for the other defendants who have pled out, if there are similar email communications between the state and that attorney where they were going back and forth on their acknowledgements. So, for
Okay.
example, for Murphy, Mr. Arnold, Mr. Stevens, Greer, Kitchens, Mr. Lee, Mr. Sumlin, Mr. Beebe, instead of waiting till the last minute or maybe not getting it at all, could we have that email communications as well?
How do you feel about that, Ms. Love?
Judge,
Why don't you take a
It exists.
really careful look at
It
any of
exists.
those that might exist?
okay.
And if there needs to be an in-camera inspection, there can be an in-camera inspection. If you want to just share it, you can just share it. But go ahead and take find whatever might exist and take a careful look at those and then give us an update.
Thank you.
And thank you, Judge, for saying what I think you said. Take a look at whatever exists, because I was going to add to Mr. Weinstein and say not just email correspondences, just so we don't end up again with me saying, oh, you know what, I forgot to ask about these other correspondences. So any correspondence whatsoever in regards to those.
If y'all did snail mail, if you did text.
There you go.
Anything like that. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Adams, for that broad document request. I appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Okay. Anything else? All right. I'll see y'all at. I mean, honestly, y'all, even when we are starting at 8:30, it's 9:30 before we pull the jury in. So I'm thinking since we've got some stuff we might need to be discussing tomorrow, 8:30.
8 o'clock?
In the morning for all of us.
It could be 8.
Okay.
We could do 8.
8? No, I don't want to do 8.
Okay. Okay.
I don't want to do 8:30, but
Love.
no, we're not doing 8. I need my sleep. All right. See y'all tomorrow.
Love was going to say tomorrow, oh, Your Honor, I didn't get that done because I had to be here at 8 instead of 8:30. Her demeanor's all happy now that she got a bone thrown to her from Whitaker. Okay, so that's a crazy part to me. It was right in that ending there. Weinstein says, hey, if this was something that happened with, and then he listed off a whole slew of potential witnesses that pled out. Can we get that same correspondence? And how do you feel about that? Well, gee, how do you feel about the fact that we didn't get that handed over for someone that's already testified and gone? But secondly, Love didn't just say, well, it was a extenuating circumstance with Sledge specifically. So we just didn't have to correspond over changing agreements in that case. Love was just quiet and had to think about it because there's other stuff that exists. There are similar things, and I'm sure that's no surprise to anybody in the chat. Sure it's no surprise. But Love's body language, Love's response there indicates that there are communications about potential language in plea deals that should not have been in the plea deals. Why? Because some of the ideas are not coming from these witnesses themselves. These plea deals are not being offered, hey, you told us this, so we're going to help you get a reduced sentence. These are, we need you to say these things that we're writing. And if you agree, if you sign off on this paper, we'll give you a reduced sentence. And that sounds sort of the same, but it's very different. It's very different. So, with that being said, you guys, this was an 8-hour and 22-minute stream on Law and Crime, and we are currently at 5 hours and 14 minutes doing a recap. And we weren't even at 1.25 most of the stream. Some of it we were at 1. And we didn't really go to 1.5 except that one little like recess in place or whatever they were doing. And we still shaved off like 3 hours, you guys. So that's incredible. I can start on time tomorrow. If you guys want to be able to skip breaks, I can start a little bit later. Totally up to you guys. And now is the time of the chat where else are we going tonight, right? So if you guys want to start telling us where you're going to go hang out, put it in the chat. I do want to get through everything I'm behind on. So thank you so much for all the support today, you guys. You guys made great points in the chat. Appreciate the supers. Yeah, that said 16 days of roundabout examination of Woody versus 2 for the defense. And then 4 days versus 1 for Sledge is huge. A deaf man would be tired of hearing Love and Hilton talk. And it's just insane to me that, you know, the redirects are broader in scope and longer than the direct. I can't get over it because it's supposed to be a narrowing funnel. And the rare exception should be if somebody blurts something out during cross that now opens up a rabbit hole, opens a door to something else. But what Love is doing isn't questioning something that a door was opened on. It's just her repeating the same thing she was talking about on direct. She's even starting her questions like, do you remember on direct me asking you? So it's nothing new. She's just rehashing the same thing and not doing a good job, in my opinion. Thank you so much. Yeah, that you always have good thoughts. Nen says we need an emoji that says be more Pacific. I think there's an ocean emoji. You can use the wave. You can use the wave. Or the beach, the sunset. That might work. Thank you so much, Nens. Peter Ortiz says, is Love married? If she is, I feel sorry for her spouse. If I were married to her, I would be sleeping in my car. She's the queen of harassment. A lot of that reminded me of, like, hearing the way people argue with each other in interpersonal relationships. It did not seem like effective trial strategy. So I get where you're going, Peter. Good to see you, by the way. Katie Coco, I'm with you. Katie Coco says, I'd be a horrible juror. I'd be rolling my eyes, throwing up my hands, shaking my head when Love talks, turning in my chair, looking at the ceiling, just going out loud. I agree. They would boot me out of that courtroom or admonish me for sure. John Coleman says, now when she wears pink, her name shall be, in a deep sensual voice like a Twix commercial, Double Bubble Love Butt. Wait, why butt? I know Flesh of the Gods does some voice alterations. It would be hilarious if Flesh of the Gods could put some of the weird questioning that Love does through like a different voice or use an AI generated voice to do it. Some of it would be interesting. Always good to see you, John. I also want to give a shout out to Cliff, who sent 25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Cliff. It's really nice of you. No comment, just 25. Oh, it says for day 125. Thank you so much. Recused Judge Glanville. Sorry, you weren't preferred in the poll. Whitaker beat you out in that poll. If you thought the rental car question was bad, wait until we call the hotel bellhop from Miami as our next witness. 12 hours of video as well. Listen, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm still trying to figure out, like, why we couldn't trim this witness list down below 100 remaining witnesses. What else are we gonna lay out here? But 12 hours of video. What do you guys think of the statements there, by the way, of our difficulties calling the next witness? And we made it to the end of the day with this attorney on the stand who wasn't supposed to be called to testify. We figured that out. We're going to subpoena him on Friday. So that was not in the cards. Monday comes around. If the attorney was never subpoenaed and they released Sledge after that break where he had to cool down, who would they have called next? Who would they have called next? Probably just would have just like, oh, Your Honor, can we leave for the day? We're having issues. FFS says, fell off a jet ski earlier. Oh no. Hope you're okay, FFS. No wonder you weren't here. Oh, I hope you're doing okay. That does not sound like a good experience. But you're doing 30 to 35 on a turn. Jet ski didn't turn off. Kill switch snapped, stayed on wrist, and half on ski. Not as painful as this. Stop it. 10 out of 10 would do it over again after hearing her. Oh my god, I did not expect your comment to go this way. I want to say I can relate. I don't know what it's like, and it does not sound like a good time. I think I would rather watch Love than be dragged a little bit on a jet ski that didn't turn off. That's kind of like my fear, to be like dragged in water where I can't control bringing myself up above the surface. So I think, unfortunately, don't hate me, chat, but I'd rather listen to Love. I'm a little scared of being stuck to something in the ocean. Oh, I'm glad you're okay, and I'm glad you're here with us, FFS. So glad. Recused Judge Glanville says I'm putting the judge poll in contempt. Yeah, you can hold it in contempt. I was slick with that. I only gave the two choices. I didn't give you guys a neither. I made it a forced one way or the other. So sorry about that, but I wanted to see where it would lean. And it was really, I think it was like 80 prefer Whitaker and under 20%. So I don't know where the fraction actually divided, but it was about 80 something and then under 20 for Glanville. So recused Judge Glanville's holding the whole poll in contempt. John Coleman says, how many witnesses have farted in that chair? Is that the same chair that was soiled by the witness The one witness that got his head shot? That's really the question there, John Coleman. Shout out to that poor witness. That's got to be horrifying to have to go testify. And like, you can't control because you're like a victim where you got shot in something that would help control that part of your body, those functions. And then you're stuck on that stand and you soil the seat. Like, that is so embarrassing. Like, it's one of the reasons that the state shouldn't be keeping witnesses on the stand for 30 years to ask them the same 2 questions over and over. The peanut butter and jelly questions. So, interesting question. Not sure if you knew that context about this trial, John. I don't know when you started paying attention to it, but yeah, something worse than a fart happened in that chair or one of the chairs. Thank you, John. Tamika says, Love keeps getting distracted from salvaging this piece of a case by litigating against anyone speaking on her personally. An entire ish show. Yeah. This all seems personal. It's all about clearing her own name. I did what I was told. Here's the changed email attachments. Like, but we know how Love likes to craft her language. She could act like she's implementing someone else's suggested changes, add her own words because she thinks it's better, and then says, yep, I changed it like you asked, even though she knows she made her own changes. Tamika, this is all a personal sensitivity issue, if you ask me. And thank you so much for all of your support today. You guys showed Tamika some love in the chat. That ill kid Jay says, Love, aka John Gotti, to these witnesses, half court. Don Allen says, what type of legal professional, attorney, police, etc., attends this meeting at Starbucks but doesn't record or take notes? Love is the Timu attorney. Now, what's interesting, and you guys were calling it out in the chat, is it sounded like Love was reciting direct quotes. She wasn't saying, like, I said something like, she was like, do you remember me saying? And then she would give a long sentence of what it was that she said. So either you need to frame your question better, and there was no objection from the defense, but you either need to frame your question better, or you're insinuating that you had something to refresh your recollection on the exact wording of what you said. And to me, that raises an eyebrow. That's just me. Thank you so much, Don Allen. Good to see you. Decamp says, does Love have a diaper on today? What's with you guys? I don't think so. I do not think so. It's the squeaky chair. If that's what you're wondering, I think it is the squeaky chair. Thank you so much, Decamp. Resist impulse. I thought Whitaker held an efficient court. Yeah, no, and that's exactly the point. You know, turning in an 8-hour, 22-minute law and crime stream, they started right away. It wasn't like they were looking at the seal in the beginning, and they ended the feed right away. So there isn't law and crime gap space. But we still shaved over 3 hours off of that, even though we paused at certain parts too. So that's a little bit crazy. Yeah, she said she would do better at this. It's a little bit better than Glanville. But I don't think she's going to be on track for her 30-week trial timeline that she was optimistically predicting. Thank you so much, Resist. Miss Kim's always bringing the positive message, says, hi, Kat and chat. I hope everyone had a great day. Same to you, Mrs. Kim's. Esquire helped someone. Esquire came in and dropped a membership on somebody's head out there in the chat. Shout out to Esquire. Joanna says, is it election year for judges? I don't know. I think Paige recently, I don't think she's up for election either way. Like, she's not campaigning right now, I don't believe. So if some judges are up, I don't think she's included in that. So she's gravy. She's good to go for a little bit. And then, I don't know if it's kiss in pink or kiss in pink. You know, grammar matters. What happened to if there's anything else? Any more Brady? Love was asked to turn anything else over. So why? And here's the thing. It seems common sense enough that why would we think to ask a witness something if we didn't know that something like these emails, these requests for changes would have existed and what the specific changes would have been? Why would we talk to him about that while we met with him before his testimony or while he was on the stand? But additionally, if 3 weeks ago now, I think it was 3 weeks ago, We have these evidentiary hearings, and the judge tells the state, if there's anything else, turn it over now. Well, me as the opposing counsel, the defense counsel, I'm absolutely going to assume that if I don't have it, it surely does not exist, because you were told to disclose it. You were told to turn it over. So, as if common sense wasn't enough, your own instruction 3 weeks ago reinforces the very arguments that Steele and then Adams and Schardt were all making. And then Doug had to come in at the end and say, look, let's apply this same issue, this argument that we had to make today about these emails. Let's look forward at these other witnesses and ask now, because clearly you asking 3 weeks ago to make sure the state turned everything over. Clearly that wasn't enough, Paige. That wasn't enough. Like, it's insane that this is where we are. So, anything else? Thank you so much, Kiss and Pink. Positive Q, good to see you. Says, hi, Kat in chat. Kat, I wish you could have seen this live. I was so angry at work. I got really angry watching this. You guys could probably see it. This judge is no better than the last judge. So sad, no fair trial. And she still keeps trying to assert and assume, and assume's not the right word. She keeps trying to narrow something that could be interpreted a different way within her own interpretation that fits her worldview and experience. And that's something that's just been consistently frustrating to me. And today, seeing those arguments of, you know, what this email change request could have clarified, could have cleaned up. For her to say, well, it still could have been a gang issue with these this video with the girl and them fighting over this girlfriend. It still could have been a shared girlfriend issue. Well, you want to see so badly that that's what was happening that you're fighting to make that argument. You're the judge. You're not supposed to make that argument. In fact, honestly, it's an argument that I would argue the state and defense kind of both tried to hash out on their own during questioning. So why are you making the argument that just because that's a possible scenario for what was going on with the guys and gals back in 2015 or whatever, 24, whatever, April 28th, 24th, whenever that was happening, what does it have to do with the request to change these emails and the witness saying, look, something is not true. I never said that. This needs to be changed. How does that have any impact on the defense or the state's obligation to disclose such statements to the defense? How does it impact that? How does that clean that up? Whether one thing has to be a reality or not. It just doesn't make sense. And she's so confined by her world experience. She should hang out with a YouTube chat one day. Just one day. One day. Thank you so much, Positive Q, for the support and the opportunity to go on a tangent. Look at me go. Sorry, guys. Upstate House to Home says, I'm going to become a member today. I'm going to become part of the Cat Chat Rico gang. We're happy to have you. Thank you so much. FFS. And I say this with, you know, with a touch of seriousness. This trial could cause someone to relapse on drugs. And I get that you're probably saying that listening to this drone on, but I do wonder for these witnesses who have taken themselves out of, you know, the stress, the mess, anything that they are conceding that they were a part of back in the day. And then they have to come forward almost 10 years later and sit here on the stand in front of the world and relive these things. They're being asked about people they knew, people that they used to be friends with, people that they're still friends with that maybe didn't know XYZ happened. I can imagine that being extremely stressful. And I take it very seriously when Mounk Tounk, Antonio Sledge, says on the stand, like he's going to need to talk to somebody after the frustrating questions, everything that Love kept asking him about while he was on the stand. I can see why it's like dragging everything back up to the surface. Like, I think this is actually a real thing. Maybe not relapsing on drugs, but just dealing with a lot of maybe stuff you thought you made peace with, and now you have to go and testify to it and open up a whole new can of worms. And each of the witnesses could be in that situation 10 years later. 10 years later. So thank you so much for the food for thought there, FFS. Heart of Inspiration says, at this point, do we need to recuse Judge Giggles? How in the world should this whole trial not be tossed with prejudice? Look, I don't know. I think there's been good arguments for it. To me, the only answer at this point, she's just set on letting it go to a jury. And that's really unfortunate because it's going to take months and months and months for it to get to a jury. So if you're going to do all that and let the appeal court work it out, as she said, she's explicitly said, that's a big waste of time. And it's not just to anyone pooling resources or spending their time in custody because of this trial. It's just a mess. Always good to see you, Heart of Inspiration. Thank you so much for your support. FFS says, objection, misleading, love doesn't know Brady. Well, that's okay. Paige made the arguments for her today. GT Massive with the 20 says, Cat keeping on. That's really sweet of you and really generous. Thank you so much, GT. And thanks for becoming a member earlier. Yeah, that girl Mia. Shout out to that girl Mia. This is the perfect follow-up to FFS here. Judge, you argued my case. Nothing further, coach. Just thank you so much. I can't believe it. Seems like Love thought she was sounding cute. She said it in a cutesy tone. Like, I think I don't know what word she used, enumerated or all the points I was going to make. You've encompassed all the points I was going to make. First of all, you were just going to talk for a long time and hope that people imagined you making the points. But second of all, wouldn't you realize, like, when someone has to do something for you because you didn't do it, like when your mom asks you to take out the chicken from the freezer, put it on the counter so it can defrost before you make dinner, and then she comes home, realizes you haven't done it yet, and has to go to the freezer and go, and then plops it down on the counter, gives you a look while you're playing a video game. You know, you kind of don't want to go, oh yeah, thank you for taking that out, as if it's a favor to you. Because what you really should be saying at that point was, I'm sorry I forgot to take that out like I said I would do. And Love doing that whole like, oh, thank you, your argument encompassed everything. And she did the quiet, thank you. Was just a little bit, like, read the room a little better. Like, stop. Thank you, that girl, Mia. Josh says, why was Baldwin? Well, that's a great typo. Why was Baldwin's trial? Maybe it was on purpose. Why was Baldwin's trial thrown out then? Different judge. Shout out to Judge Summers for calling a Brady. Different judge. You gotta wonder if this was over with a judge like Judge Summers, what Judge Summers would have said about any of these issues throughout the trial. Thank you, Josh. Ike says, Love was checked today by a witness, and funny thing, it was avoidable. Jury understood it, and it wasn't inappropriate. Today was delicious. And that's a great reminder that this was a huge headache, all this stuff at the end of the day, really frustrating, and a waste of time. Because all of this with this attorney isn't so they could hash out Mounk Tounk. He's off the stand. But everything else that happened during the day, forgot about that already, right? There's lots of interesting stuff. We have Mounk Tounk calling Love being silly, being petty, telling the judge, I mean, if we keep going, I can go left. I have no problem going left with it. I'm not intimidated by you, Miss Love. I'm not intimidated by them over there either. So definitely a great checking. Let's not forget how glorious this morning was, thanks to Antonio Sledge reacting to Miss Love. Thank you, Ike. Yayo says, now I've gotten mad 2 times today. I feel it. I see what you guys were saying when I started this stream up. You guys are like, oh, I was so mad. I can't wait to see your reaction. I get it. I get it. I didn't see where we were going, but I get it. Thank you for sharing in the commiseration here, Yayo. Thank you, Yolanda, for becoming a member. Chill Panda asks, why can't the defense call Birdman and Wayne to testify? First of all, I don't really think it's in the state's best interest to call Birdman. I'm curious about if their theory of this beef with Birdman would really pan out that way. And even if their theory was true, I think he'd be a difficult witness. Oh, sorry, the defense call them. They might be, I'm not sure. It's possible that, is he not on, Is Birdman not under subpoena? I thought Birdman was under subpoena, but they just weren't sure if they were going to call. So I think I might be confusing myself like live on the spot right here and don't want to say the wrong thing. I thought there was actually a subpoena in place, but it was just we're not sure if we're going to call Mr. Williams to the stand. But in any case, I think we see a lot of witnesses on the state's list because they want to hog, they want to control the ball, they want to keep the ball in their court. So, but just because someone's under subpoena by the state doesn't mean that the defense, when it's their case in chief, can't call them if the state decides not to call them. So, and I'm sure as we move along, we'll hear more and more arguments about that. It might become more relevant now that Rich Homie Quan has passed away. So that will be interesting. That will be interesting to see. I still think calling Birdman is a risky move, really kind of for either party. And the state hasn't seemed to care about calling a risky witness, but maybe they're learning. Maybe he's just too much hot water that they might pass on trying to call him. But I think the defense could handle Birdman a little bit better if they think it's tactical to call Birdman. So, and they've gotten an insane amount of stuff about Birdman in on this trial, even though he hasn't been called himself. So, and then, so sorry, I don't really have an answer to that. That's kind of a wait and see, because I'm pretty sure, unless I'm going crazy, that he's under subpoena. It just is a matter of if the state's going to call him, and then if they don't, if the defense will choose to try to call him, if that subpoena, if they'll extend it. So, Nen says, now I prefer Glanville. Can I change my vote? No, we can note that you orally changed it. I wish YouTube would let you like change your vote, because sometimes I really click the wrong thing, especially on my phone. They don't let you do that. But I hear you. That's funny. Like, after all of this, would we prefer Glanville instead? And honestly, there were times where after stuff like we saw, Glanville may have actually sustained some of the objections from the defense instead of trying to fight on the state's behalf. I don't know. What do you guys think Glanville would have done with that, everything we saw this afternoon with these arguments? I think it could have been a little bit different. Now, he could have sustained it, and then Love could have argued, and then he could have undone his ruling. That's probably the likely outcome, right? He sustains the defense's argument at first, but then somehow lets Love carry on and on and on until he gives up and then just changes his ruling. That might have been the reality with Glanville, the likely outcome. But still, at least he acknowledged and sustained it a little bit. Thank you, Nens. Be Frank About It says, didn't Mounk admit on cross that Miss Love was taking notes when they met at Mickey D's? Yeah, well, at Mickey D's. At Starbucks? Did they meet at Mickey D's? Am I losing my mind? Because I believe that you could be right, and I'm just missing the details and blurring them together. But yeah, I think he said, I think so. I think he said, I think so, wherever the location that they met was. So that's a good reminder, though. Like, where are these notes? Where are these notes? And it would make sense because she's recalling full sentences that she said. Thank you, Des, for being a member. She's running for DA in another county. Oh, wait, who is? Are we talking about Whitaker? Please don't be Whitaker. Please don't be Whitaker. Okay, so yeah, Starbucks, not McDonald's. Yeah, we're getting confused with the location of where they all met up after Donovan Thomas versus where he met up. So Starbucks. There we go. And then I do also want to, and I've been sprinkling some videos in the chat here, but guys, Survivor Speaks, and I didn't really realize this after following Survivor Speaks for a little bit. I've been subscribed, but really shifting focus to trial content. So for more binge watching on trial content, not just YSL, but I see you guys have been talking about Sarah Boone, and there is some Sarah Boone content here as well. Make sure you give Survivor Speaks a follow. And she's almost at 3K. You were so close to 3K. So there we go. I had shared the links earlier, but just, you know, I know some people listen, but so I want to say it out loud. And let us know too. I know that you are shifting the gears on your channel. But don't ever feel afraid to be like, look, I just looked at this thing, like I did a video on it. That's okay. You can do that. You are family here. And then Esquire, thank you for the super sticker. And then Lucia says, now I'm starting to wonder if tech issues are actually intentional. I mean, Love made sure that she was loud and clear with that microphone today. She made sure she was heard when she wanted to be angry and yelling at the witness. But an intent to delay, you know, keep dragging this out. We don't know about, I'm assuming the issue is with Zachary. I'm assuming that's the witness that they're having trouble making want to come in, even though he's under subpoena. We'll have to see, because she didn't really want to say it. But they need all the delay they can get. And I don't know why they would do this, because doing it once strategically for a witness is one thing, but when you have 90 more witnesses to call and you do it for every witness, that's the one thing that will make the judge finally actually let you get in trouble. The judge cares about clock management. Why would you toy with her on her pet peeve? Why would you know, she's so nice to you on everything else. Why would you toy with her on the thing she cares so much about? So I say let them keep trying to push this back, because I think it'll be the hot water that they step in, because everything else is lukewarm to Judge Whitaker. So yeah, they're definitely, it seems like they're doing that, Lucia, but I think it'll backfire on them if they continue to try to do it, because it is the pain point for Judge Whitaker. And then Nen says she was lumpy. You guys in her butt. Sorry I like paused on her butt earlier. My bad, you guys. My bad. Mocha is me. Good to see you, Mocha. Oh, I bet you were going to have a killer rant today. Are you going to do a rant today? About how this day went? Hold on, what's your... Let's see. I don't see a rant today. Guys, Mocha will rant about what just happened with the YSL trial, and her rants are good. So if you want some rants and bants, all things YSL, I love it. Especially when you're driving. I feel like I'm with you and I'm just like listening to you. But Mocha says the DA is sneaky. She told lawyer she had a few questions, but she's still not done. This will take 3 days. I hope not. I hope not. Especially since he's probably got other clients. Can you imagine if they can't really talk to him, subpoena him in the morning, because, not subpoena him, but he has to do something else in the morning. So Paige is going to be like, oh, well, let's call another witness first. And then they're going to be like, well, we don't have that witness ready either. Then it'll just be a bunch of morning nothingness. Which probably means predict a lot of buffering in the morning, you guys. Love drawing out arguments in the morning if there's an issue with witnesses and who's going to be available right when the jury gets in. For better or for worse. We are in it tomorrow. I can start at the regular time. I can start at 8:30 if you guys want to do one speed and watch through the breaks. I can start a little bit late if you guys like skipping the breaks. Right before we close this out, I'll check what you guys vote on in the chat. Thank you so much, Mocha. FFS says, who wants to go to Fulton County with me? I think the chat's going to say no. Go for a little vacation, leave on felony probation. That's a good rhyme. Shout out to FFS for the bars. Leah's dad says, love has to have the last word. To the jury, to the witness, to the judge, everything said has to be repeated so she's heard less. Yeah, 100%. And it's actually funny that Attorney Wright gets up on the stand and was like, you know, it was a little bit different than when I normally meet with a client and a DA and the prosecutors. You know, instead of like getting to the testimony, it was just a lot of talking. And all I thought was it was Love wanting to hear herself talk, thinking that she was really building rapport, winning things over with Antonio Sledge. All the while, they're just waiting to get on with their business in the Starbucks coffee shop. So that's probably why there was that. It was a little different than normal. She didn't really get to talking about the testimony. Thank you so much, Leah's dad. Penny G, can defense cross lawyer Wright? Yeah, they'll be able to cross. And I'm assuming they will after watching how this played out. If it was just 1 or 2 questions, maybe not. But Love dug herself so far down in her questioning on and on and on with Attorney Wright that now I think the defense, instead of just moving on, will surely want to ask about some things. Some things. Thank you so much, Penny G. Yolanda says every witness absolutely hates being a witness. I would too. I would too. Like, it's one thing to be talking to you guys, like, it feels like hanging out in a living room, except somehow there's like 2,000 of us. So shout out to you guys in the chat. But being on the stand, I think, would be totally different. Your nerves already have to be worked up just by sitting there. And then this lady's yelling at you. Like you just like broke a vase. Like, I would absolutely hate every second of it. And I don't know, I would, like, I get so mad sometimes. If I got mad on the stand, I'd probably just cry, and I wouldn't want to be that person. I would not want to be that person. I would probably just like Mounk Tounk. I would apologize afterwards, like, sorry, I didn't mean to get mad. I didn't mean to get riled up, but you got my blood pressure going. Thank you, Yolanda. And then, I love this name every time I see it, the capitalization. Ariane, the vegetarian, says, my question, Whitaker, what would you rule a mistrial over? Jury attrition, and then it would be without prejudice, so it can be retried. I think that's what she's waiting for. She's going to wait for the jurors to drop off. She knows the one has surgery coming up. She knows the one wants to move, even though there's pushback from the defense attorneys about releasing that juror. I think maybe her plan B is an inevitable 4 more jurors drop off, and then we don't have enough. It's risky. 1 more drops off at that point. You've got a mistrial by manifest necessity. So it could be retried. Could be retried. So that's what I think. And with that, you guys, we are all caught up. Where are we going to hang out? Where are we going? Let me see who's live. Shout out to anyone who was, finding somewhere that everyone can go hang out, whether it's YSL content or whatever other trial. There's a lot of other trials happening too. What do we got? I see. Is anybody watching the Lori Shaver trial? I see the Legal Good is covering Lori Shaver. All right, so you guys are looking at like 8:30. You guys want to do on time tomorrow? Dun dun dun. Let me see. I don't really see anyone. Oh, Classy Beats is doing his music review and giveaway, which is cool because he actually listens to, like, really live, plays upcoming artists' music and reviews it live. He also does trial coverage, so you should subscribe for that for more YSL stuff. But right now he is live doing his Shure microphone giveaway with $100, and the viewers, the audience, gets to help choose who wins. So, oh, Ian Runkle is live, Runkle of the Bailey. And in the thumbnail he has Koberger and some other people that I don't recognize. I don't know what the other cases are. So shout out to Runkle. I think Runkle's pretty well known, but if you don't subscribe, great channel. Actual lawyer, but Canadian lawyer. And what else do we got? I don't really see anybody else live right now, so. Oh yeah, when I say 8:30, sorry guys, I do mean East Coast time, same time as court. All right. Starting on time. Starting on time. We will start on time. But keep in mind, if there's like something short we can look through and watch during the lunch break. I like doing those shorter rewinds during lunch, especially when they have a longer lunch, when they have to deal something outside. But we have an hour and a half to kill. We don't need to listen to me fill space for an hour and a half. We got to watch Michael Sprinkle as a throwback. That was a great day. But if you have anything short like that, pre-trial, I have a playlist of pre-trial stuff. Maybe we can just pull it up, and anything that's like 7 minutes long, we can pick away at and look at some of the news coverage about the development of this case back in 2022 and 2023 to give us something more entertaining to do during lunches. But yeah. And then Ike sneaking in with an encore. Apology by Mounk Tounk, genuine or no, showed class. I'm out. See ya, Ike. And I totally agree. It could have been ingenuine, but he came off as very credible to me, especially towards the end of his testimony. So yeah, I think we'll do an 8:30 start, you guys. Although you know what, I have clients in different time zones, so I think like Mondays are going to be the day that not this late. This is a business strategy meeting I got caught up with today. They're Pacific time, so they're starting at their time 7 hours to work with me, which is really kind of them to do. But they wanted to do 7 to 1 their time, which is 4 here, and it always runs late, except today. I think if you guys caught the beginning of my stream, the reason I didn't have to wait until 5 p.m. Eastern to start today is because around 3:20 p.m. Eastern, this meeting that was supposed to go for at least another hour and a half, CEO, it kind of got heated. My client, they got mad at each other, and one just ended the Zoom call. And we're like, all right, see you next time. So I got to start early today. So that's why it said 5 p.m. start time, but then I started at like 3:45. But there will be maybe starting on Mondays, I have to do a couple hour meetings in the mornings. So I think those days will start around 11. And Mondays can be our fast forward days moving forward. Other than that, we will start on time tomorrow. Thank you so much to the chat and to the mods. Thank you so much. And I enjoyed doing this fast forwarding with you guys. I'm going to go hang out in, I don't know, probably go hang out with Runkle a little bit. And we'll see. We will see. See you guys in the morning. You guys all take care. Bye.